All right, I'm not going to be able to reach this. We good?
Yeah.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this year's DakotaCon. We will be starting in a few minutes, so feel free to hang tight. Otherwise, we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Looks like that's working.
Well, the main thing is if it's working on the stream there, because we can get it up here.
Okay. What do you want me to do? Just wait?
I think it might be best if we have people put their presentations onto that, if they can. I can go grab a clicker. If that, because that's the main thing that you were wanting, was to be able to
Well, no.
move it, or is
also that because I have to magnify. I have a special clicker that magnifies a lot of stuff.
Oh.
But also exporting this to PowerPoint makes it a huge mess.
Oh, I see. It's not in PowerPoint. Gotcha. These are the different ones you have.
Try this one first. This one's unpowered. The other one's powered.
Here, I'm going to try it on this just because it's going. Hold on. Yeah.
Is that an air? It probably won't work on the air.
Oh, I see.
The pros. Where are you from?
Chicago originally. Here now.
Okay.
See things. Yep.
Cool. Yeah. And this AV stuff is super normal. This is.
We have you right after the keynote.
Yeah, I tried to get in early just to.
Is it Xmas or is it Christmas?
Christmas.
Johnny Christmas. I'll be attending it for the place.
Yeah.
I don't know how late
Still having intermittent stuff there, so let me see what.
Let's see. So it should just be able to plug in right to this. Here it helps. That's good.
Well, I didn't bring cables. That's one thing I didn't bring.
Okay.
So,
I'll wait to plug this until you're up and running.
yeah, I was gonna say.
We have a lot of laptops up here now.
I know,
I'll
right?
take mine as well.
You could have hid me easily back there behind these things. I don't mind. yeah, those are mine.
Oh, those are, yeah. No, that's all good.
Cool. And then
Let me escape one more time. Just looking at this morning just to make sure. Now.
All right, plug it in.
will it automatically duplicate or extend? We'll see momentarily. It should kick over, but might have to duplicate it.
Nice.
What?
It's not frozen.
No, I don't think it's. No, it would say in the corner.
Where you need me to go?
You do Windows P.
See, now you're not talking my business.
And then duplicate.
Extend.
Or, I'm sorry.
Either one.
Either way, yeah. Will it kick over though?
See anything yet.
Is there Type C on the other side, Kyle?
There is. We can try this.
Try the dongle and then just leave it on.
Don't mind.
No, that's fine. Gotta do what we gotta do.
I just don't like start plugging things into people's computers without.
I don't mind. Now, my people that I work with.
Yeah, they get a little more uptight about that, don't they? There it is. There we go.
So that's extend. Oh, there. And that one
Just a little slow on mine.
happens. And we'll make sure we're good. I'll give you a thumbs up.
Okay.
Okay. Should have worn my other jacket. Okay, thank God. So the audience is mostly students and industry. So you guys are on. I just wanted to make sure I thought so, but you know, sort of got a feeling now. So.
Good morning. I'm happy to have everyone back for DakotaCon 10.1. We were originally calling this the bug fix to be cheeky about, worldwide pandemic and whatnot, but really excited to have everybody back. It's been awesome to see folks and friends and whatnot that we've made in years past. There's been a lot of connections and relationships that have been built here. It's really cool having a small event with some really awesome folks because you actually get to interact with them, as opposed to if you go to some other events that maybe have thousands and thousands of people. We like to take a couple zeros off that. So we get a little more intimate feel here. So we are back. I'm happy to see all of you here. I'm happy that we have some awesome sponsors that help support this event. So I see Chris from First Bank and Trust. I saw Cole from SBS Cyber. I don't know if he's in this room or if he's outside still. And then we also have some folks from SDN Communications. So they all really help make this event possible. We have many, many expenses and whatnot that we try to help all of our speakers and attendees with because they're coming here to be a part of this event, and we don't want them to leave with a red line on the bottom, right? So with that, I don't actually have a lot of grand, warm, welcoming remarks. We have Nathan Ord and Annie Klosterman, which I just startled her here. I will turn things over to her.
Thank you, Kyle. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to keep this introduction very brief. If you checked out the agenda, you'll read that she's had a million accomplishments, and I can go on and on about that, but I'll keep it brief because I'm also excited to learn from her. But she's enlisted in the Army in 1991, and since then has basically held like every leadership position possible, and she has a ton of accomplishments. And when I was just reading about her and learning about her, there's definitely so many different things that inspires me and that I look up to. So without further ado, please welcome Command Sergeant Major Cheryl Lyon. You want me to put this on here?
Hey, so good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the invitation. I was a little bit taken aback when I got it. I was like, South Dakota. South Dakota. I have to tell you the story. The last time I was in South Dakota was in this circumstance back in 1994 in a blizzard. Driving from Edmonton, Canada, after I'd gotten Canadian jump wings. So this time has been much nicer. We've got lots of sunshine. I missed the major storm because I saw all the residual snow, but thank you for allowing me to come back. This is fantastic. Totally different circumstances, but I just had to throw that out there about the last time I was in South Dakota. So again, thank you for the invitation. I hope I do justice by you. I told him, I said, I'm the first speaker, right? That means we have nowhere to go but up. So I like to be interactive. And I understand the audience is a mix of the students, some industry, and so that's a good mixture. You have a good turnout. And so what I like to do is be interactive. So I can throw facts, figures, all sorts of things at you all day long. But if you don't take something from it, then it's kind of a waste of our times, right? So I encourage questions. You can wait until the end if you want to. I've got a slide that even says questions. Or you can stop me along the way to ask me questions. I don't mind. If I lose my place, I'll just jump back on it, or I'll go with it and make it work. So you can see from my sign, you know where I work. I work at Cyber Command. I also work at National Security Agency and the Central Security Service. Most people don't know what the Central Security Service is, but it is a subordinate unit of the National Security Agency. And in layman's terms, it's I call it the military might of the NSA. Because you'll find us at the field stations, the field sites located around the world. And we'll go into that in just a little bit more detail. As Cyber Command has grown, the way we have grown and pushed ourselves out into different places around the world, we'll address that a little bit too. So I'm going to address where we come from, what we do, how we do it, why we do it a little bit. I do not mean to insult anybody's intelligence. Some of you are working in this industry because of some of these very things that I'm going to be talking about. But the reason why I do this is to help give you a level playing ground of why we do what we do and why we need what we need to help all of us for future success. So they did a really nice introduction of me, right? I really appreciate that. I don't know that I've done a million things, but I have done a lot of things. I've been around the world, and I've truly enjoyed my career so far. A little bit about Cybercom, if you don't know, became its own combatant command back in 2010. It was stood up and under Stratcom. And so, I'm sorry, it became its own combatant command in 2018. So since then, we've been pedaling really, really hard to get to where we need to be fully mission, what we call fully mission capable. And that envelopes a lot of things. You know, we thought of it like a startup. If you're in business, you think of it like a startup, but it no longer is that case. So we've been at it, what, 5 years now? Is my math right? We're in 2013. We're just short of 5 years being in the combatant command business as our own domain. So how many of you were born before, anybody born before 1970, or just me? There's a couple of hands. That's probably faculty. There might be some students, things being the way that they are. 1970 saw the onset of the internet, cell phones. Anybody play Pong? Atari? Yeah. So those were the things that we've had. Those individuals are the ones who have seen all this change. You that are born since, I'd say some of you, most of you, since probably 1990, early 1990s, mid 1990s, probably. Okay, we won't go into it. Put it this way, you were probably born after 9/11, which had a significant impact on a lot of people in this country, right? So now we're talking 2001. It's hard when you talk to people and sometimes you're like, hey, do you remember where you were when 9/11 happened? Because we get, as military, we get asked that a lot, right? I ask that question nowadays. I have to be very, very careful because 9/11 is now in the history books for a lot of people. They weren't even born yet. So it's a different mindset of what that means to people. And I only bring that up because to emphasize the way things have changed over time, how they have accelerated, how actions are, speed and agility, we talk about it all the time. We need speed and agility. We need to be able to respond to, adapt to, and that includes the technology that we use, the technology that we encounter, and how it affects us in everyday life, infrastructure, civilian infrastructure, and things like that. So since 2019, the strategic environment has undergone what we call seismic changes. What does that mean? I'm going to talk a little bit about that today. I'll also talk about some of the things that haven't changed. What hasn't changed is what's really important to being able to accomplish mission, be able to be successful in your business. And those are the timeless and enduring lessons and values that we haven't seen a change in our strategic environment, and those include people. Innovative technology that I mentioned, being able to adapt and overcome, and enduring tools against our, what we call our rivals or our adversaries. The first and the last, technology and people, are kind of why I think I'm here today, to talk about these things, to set the playing field, like I said. Oh man, I love it when it works, right? So like I said, I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence. What you know is, you know. This is for those who don't know a little bit about Cyber Command. So we became the 10th combatant command, and we became the 10th combatant command when we added another domain. What we call a domain, layer and in sea. For decades, that's what we knew, that's how we fought. Now we have cyber. And oh, by the way, we just added a 5th domain a few years ago, and that is in space. So it touches everything that we do, and it engages us all on a daily basis. When I talk to young kids, K through 12, one of the questions that I ask, and I have to be careful of this, is how many have a smartphone? You'd be amazed at how many of them raise their hands. You know, so you're talking to somebody who was born in the 60s. I didn't have cell phones until what? I was already in the military when I got a cell phone. Had a little pager before that. Technology advances, changes, keeping up with it. You'll see up here 3 of our primary missions: secure, operate, and defend the DoDIN, Department of Defense Information Network. It is the backbone of the military service and how we talk. At any given day, we have 3.2, I think it's, well, maybe 3.8 users, and about 3.8 million users, and about 4 million endpoints. And so you think about defending that against anybody who's trying to break in, you know, steal our state secrets and things like that. That's the importance of the Department of Defense in securing our network. Defend the nation, protecting the home front, making sure that we're safe, and supporting the joint force. I talked about the other combatant commands. There are 11 of us now. We have grown from 9 to 11. The last 2 include cyber and space, because we had to add those domains. The Space Command Sergeant Major, or CSAIL, what we call a senior enlisted leader, is a friend of mine, and he'll talk about the tragedies that are going to befall us if we're not careful because of the battle that's already starting to take place up in space. And when I talk to people on mission, I had to remind them, I said, the first thing that's going to happen is you're probably going to lose comms. And they're like, well, we'll still be able to talk. I said, yeah, maybe if you're on HF. But you'll probably lose every other means of communication readily available to you unless you keep those in effect. So this is our mission. We're fighting the cyberspace environment, making sure that we protect and defend. I hope you understood what I meant by the DoDIN, and we're in full spectrum operations, daily contact with those people who are pinging the systems. So it used to be at least 80,000 pings a day. Not all of them malicious, some are. When you think about that, I think that number was about a year ago, and I'm sure it has escalated since. As soon as you put something on a label as a secure network, the numbers just automatically seem to increase because those are the networks that people want to try to get onto so they can break the code and they can hack it, right? How many of you are hackers? So it goes back again to the capabilities that you bring to the table, the people, the talent. Technically, hacking's illegal, right? So I'm glad nobody truly responded that they were hackers, but you did give them applause over here. So I understand both sides of that table, trust me. So as we look at this, one of the questions that I was asked, or one of the talking points that I was given was current target threats. And so I have to be careful of that. You know, for one thing, you know, somebody was talking about, well, bring your slide deck on a USB or a thumb drive, and I was like, you know, those aren't authorized where I work at, right? So we adapt and we overcome and we make these things work. So one of the things that I like to tell people when we talk about things, our folks are engaged 24/7. They never sleep. Cyber, wherever you are in the world, is ongoing all the time. So our folks are at it, and we're engaged 24/7. Again, don't want to insult anybody's intelligence, but I do want to talk about this because one of the other things I'll talk about are partnerships. And I bring this up because one of the best partnerships, one of the strongest partnerships that we have is with the National Security Agency that I work, that mentioned that I'm dual-hatted with General Nakasone. He is the commander and he's also the director of National Security Agency as well as the chief of Central Security Service. So this dual hat provides us a lot of capability. It gives us the capability to work together, and with that, we have the ability to tip and queue, what we tip and queue, or what we call tipping and queuing, which provides us with speed and agility. Speed and agility. Remember, speed and agility. So back before 2018, we had to wait for permission from the president to be able to take any sort of action against our what we call adversaries, malicious cyber actors. 2018, we were given the authorities to be able to make the determination that there was an aggressive, malicious cyber actor out there that we needed to mitigate, defend against, or deter, or even completely stop. So that had a huge impact. You'll see that the missions are up here again: defend the nation, defend the DoD networks, support the joint force. But the authorities that I just mentioned, those authorities were incredibly important to Cyber Command because it gave us the speed to not have to wait 2 to 3 months, which anybody in here in cybersecurity knows in 2 to 3 months, you might as well just go on to whatever's next because it's too late to action anything. So now we can respond in the need within 48, 72 hours, as opposed to 2 to 3 months. Those authorities are critical to our success. And on the NSA side of the house, signals intelligence, also cybersecurity. Why do you have cybersecurity on the National Security Agency side of the house? What we found out, one of the most technologically advanced and secure agencies in the world was not paying enough attention to its own cybersecurity. So we had to bring up the directorate and pay as much attention to it as we encourage anybody else in the world to do as well. So that's one of the importance behind that. Some of our common priorities for, or command priorities for Cyber Command are readiness, and we can talk about a little bit about that because those in the room can have an impact on that. What do I mean by that? It takes us quite a bit of time and money to train what we call our most technical cyber actors or operators. Upwards of 2 years, upwards of $250,000. If we can't keep them, then we lose that readiness capability. Hence why readiness is so important to us. That means that we're constantly going back to the train, man, and equip, what we call train, man, and equip, to have a ready force. China is considered our pacing threat. I'm just going to put that out there. Some people get nervous when you start talking things like that, but that's the reality for us. We conduct operations in defense of the nation, and then also recruitment, retention, and training. I think one of the importances of my being here as well. As of this year, this coming year, we call it FY24, which will start in October, we have the enhanced budget control, which gives us the authorities to make sure that the money that we need is being used where we need it to, where it being training, missions, operations, equipment, whatever the case may be. But this relationship that you see right here is vital for us to meet the challenges of what we're going to face in the future. If you kept up with it, you know that they just did a study, because it's always a question for us if we're going to split the dual hat. We call it the dual hat. Study came back, said this relationship is vital to both organizations, and the dual hat's going to remain, just in case there's a question about that, okay? So, anybody familiar with our setup of our teams? We have 133 teams under the command of Cyber Command. They are supplied by the services. Hence why you'll see that support to the Joint Force down there, Joint Force Headquarters Cyber, 4 times. Each of the services, less space, and also the Coast Guard right now, they are developing theirs. They provide forces to Cyber Command to do our mission. So we have 133 cyber teams. 40 are called offensive cyber teams. So the cyber mission teams, there are 40 of those. There are 68 defensive cyber teams, or what we call conducting defensive cyber operations, and then there's 25 support teams. They provide the intelligence analysis, the signals analysis, whatever else we might need, sometimes linguists, in case we might have that need as well. So that's only 133 teams. We'll be growing by 14 teams within the next 5 years. That's going to put a burden on somebody, but not Cyber Command, because we benefit from those teams. We don't create them. We just ask for them. This layout's important. You'll see Fort Meade, Fort Gordon, Joint Base San Antonio in Texas, and also Pearl Harbor Hickam in Hawaii. That's where you'll find the 4 services have hung their hats at to provide cyber capabilities to Cyber Command. Now, that's not to say they're not anywhere else in the world, but I'll address that some more in a little bit about where they actually are and a little bit about what they're doing as much as I can, okay? So every time, who read something this morning that has something to do with cyber? Cyber this, cyber that? Yeah, right. It seems that you can't read the daily news anymore without there being some type of cyber threat, whether it's in the homeland, whether it's across the seas, and we're not the only place. As I travel from different places, you'll find, so I talked about the different combatant commands, right, that we support. Southcom does South America, AFRICOM does Africa, European Command does Europe, and so on and so on. And I read worldwide the global impact of cyber and malicious cyber actors. And you'll find that we're not the only ones who are being tested and tried. Anybody got any questions yet? Oh, come on. You know what I'm going to do here at the end is be like, hey, if you don't have any questions, I have to stand up here until you do, and then somebody has to do one. And it can be about anything, right? This is what I was asked to speak toward to the best of my capability. Now, I went back to 2016, and what you'll find from this is that this is only a smattering of. And when I talk to folks who are unfamiliar with cybersecurity and what it actually means, I'll hit a lot of these. The reason being because they made the news. It's huge, right? So, you can go back to 2016, you can see a number of these things. 2018, I'll emphasize, and I don't know that you can read it, but it was when we got our combatant command status, and it was when we were also authorized to do hunt missions. Now, what does that mean? So I talked about being in global, right? There's a number of countries that invite us in to help them assess their security systems and their network, right? Well, you'll be like, well, why do we do that? Cyber is global, and those things that are affecting them could just as easily affect us. It's the same way with industry. So why is being partnered with industry important to us? Well, for one thing, they have a lot of the contracts that supply our equipment. And so if you think about it, we call it the defense industry base, of course. Many of you are familiar with it. What does that mean if you can't secure those items that we are having built? Let's think of Huawei for a minute. Defense industry base, we bought millions of dollars worth of those hard drives just to find out that they were siphoning information off at a daily basis and said, oh, got to cut this out, can't do this, stop. We don't always check as well as what we should when we're looking at who's supplying those things for us. And if you think about the amount of money that we spend in the defense industry base on new systems, new platforms, whether it's a ship, a plane, a Coast Guard cutter, even the IT equipment that we have, we really have to take a look at that, and we have to make sure that they're securing their databases. So in 2019, we expanded those hunt forward operations for the very purposes of making sure that we could protect and defend our nation. Again, the things that they see are the things that we see. Go back to defense, not defense industry base, but the industry base in general. There are things that Amazon and Microsoft and Google and any other numbers are seeing that we're not seeing. So I can give any list of things that have been happening just in the United States. And like I said, I use Colonial Pipeline very often as an example because most people can relate, understood it, saw it in the news. For those it didn't affect, it's like, it was done in a couple of days, right? And so the impact that is potential to happen is real. Now, we were able to recover from a Colonial Pipeline mainly because we were able to mitigate it. But that doesn't mean that that's always going to be the case. I'm from close to Baltimore, right? Their public health administration has been ransomwared a number of times. So what does that mean to us as the general public, general population? Your digits are all over the place. How are you protecting and defending them? How are you telling your friends and neighbors, your family, how to protect and defend themselves? And so we talk about that quite honestly a lot. But it goes back to partnerships and collaborations, why they're so important. Because what we don't see, somebody else is seeing. But when we get the information, we can help mitigate or learn from it ourselves to better protect and defend our own networks and our own capabilities. So I put a number of those up there that you know. Like I said, mentioned Colonial Pipeline. What's the newest one that I don't have up here? Anybody know? No, I'm staying away from TikTok. I will tell you, I have been advised not to speak about TikTok. But there's another one. It just happened. It probably flew over your AO, area of operation, your homeland here. High altitude balloons. Who would have thunk, right? You know, not really as sexy as some of the systems that you think about, the satellites and things like that. Old school in many people's minds, you know, high altitude balloon, you know, what's the impact, right? So the questions are, what were they doing? What were they looking for? I will tell you that I was in Offutt, Nebraska when they were flying over. It was kind of interesting to see the responses that were going over, because if you think about it, Strategic Command is in Offutt, Nebraska. So needless to say, it raised lots and lots of alarms on that first one that really flew over, or the one that really flew over that caused so much consternation because of where it was flying at. So we do have it in our possession now, and we're taking a look at it to see what they were trying to figure out, whether it was anything. But something as simple as that can provide a major threat because of the information that they can glean, collect, transmit, disseminate back, okay? Lost my train of thought here where I was going with this. Oh, solar winds. A little dated now, but you know why solar winds was so important? We didn't find it. I don't know if you guys can read it or not. Do you know who found it? FireEye found it. And I don't know if that's what you said or not. FireEye is a civilian company who have SIPR capability. And so they do a lot of intel work, much of it open source. But they found the anomaly and they called us and said, hey, are you seeing this? Which was phenomenal that they called us, because many times folks won't call us and they're like, twofold in that why they won't call us is because if it happens to be their own company, and I'm going to use these just as theoretical, this is not to say that this has happened to them. If it's Google or Microsoft, why do you think they wouldn't call us? Absolutely. Thank you for that. You get the coin at the end of the presentation, just so you know. And so this goes back and builds upon a number of things. Cyberspace threats, but also collaborations, partnerships. General Nakasone to me is kind of a genius, if you ask me, because I've talked a lot about industry, right? Not all industry have classified SCIF space within their repertoire and their capabilities. So how do they work with us? I work in one of the most secure facilities in the world, and it drives me nuts. Last year somebody told me, NSA, no such agency, and I was like, okay. We do have a sign that tells where we're at now, and for years we didn't. But the reason why it's important is because of that collaboration and working together. So General Nakasone is like, hey, we need to be able to work with industry to help protect and defend. And so we have what we call the Integrated Collaboration Center. And it's an unclassified environment where we can work with industry partners, and they can come in, academia, whoever the case may be, because we also partner with academia as evidenced by the fact that I'm here. And so that has a huge impact. Industry can come in, we can talk, we can collaborate, we can work on things together in that environment that's unclassified. And so that, to me, is genius in that capability. He says I'm good, I can talk all day, and I was like, yeah, no, I don't think so. And I said, if it gets that way, you guys need to kick me out. So I talked about critical infrastructures and how cybersecurity remains something that we really, really have to respond to. Malicious cyber actors, I kind of mentioned those as well. You know, so ransomware is no longer considered just criminal activity. And why is that? Because it can rise to the level of where it is considered a threat to national security. And so if you talk about, you know, ransomware, malware, or, you know, whatever the case may be, but intellectual property. And I kind of mentioned that before. I talk a little bit about espionage. It's still alive and well. Those who are getting into the systems, taking that information, that data back for them, your own personal information and data. I'm in the military, have been for 30 plus years. And you can imagine that as the DOD, my information has been compromised any number of times. And so they'll send out the little note that says, hey, your information was just tagged and you should do da-da-da-da-da to help secure and mitigate. But we talked about people, we talked about partnerships, talked about national strategy. One of the things I said as I go around and talk to folks, they're like, hey, what can I do to protect my network? I said, well, and this might be bad on me, but there's a lot of things that I take for granted that people know, right? And then I realized as I start talking to them that, well, maybe they don't know as much as what I thought they did. And so I get into VPNs, changing your passcodes, making sure, you know, that you don't keep the same one for every device that you have, and what do you do to protect those? And it surprises me sometimes the number of folks who's like, yeah, I use the same password that is the default, and don't even ask about multi-factor authentication, because I'm like, why would I want to do that? It makes it hard to get into my system. I said, that's the reason why you want to do that. So we've started tracking some of the key cybercrime actors that pose a national threat to our risk levels that we consider hard-pressed, and those that we need to monitor and to watch. We also partner closely with CISA. I mentioned a number of partnerships, collaborations, so anything from the defense industry base, other government organizations, other elements of the intelligence community. NSA is our best partner. As far as a combatant command goes, our best partner would be Special Operations Command, and so we have a number of those. But CISA, we've worked very closely with them. Of course, they're writing the policy that will drive our futures and how we respond, and then also the FBI in certain levels as well. One of the things I didn't mention, and I will right now, is one of the things that we've been tasked with is the security of the elections. Now, so I won't even bother to ask why is that important. What I usually get asked is, do you really think there's a threat out there? Well, yes, there is, and yes, we have mitigated. Since 2016, every 2 years, we ramp up to keep our elections fair and secure. And it's not that people are going in and tampering with numbers, don't get the wrong idea. It's the fact that people are going in and doing what we call influence operations. So there's a number in the room, because I already asked once, if you can think back to what we call mainline influence operations, and you think about ISIS in the Middle East, or in other places where people have manipulated pictures, for instance, picture of you. It seems very, very innocent until somebody manipulates it and changes what the message is. That happens readily on a regular basis. So be aware of that and be cognizant as you protect yourself and your family members, friends, as to those things really do happen, and what is a seemingly very, very innocent picture can be manipulated. It's the same thing with our elections. You know, very, very seemingly innocent advertisements and things like that can easily be flipped and changed, and it will change the whole outcome of those things that we do and hold dear. So be prepared for that. In terms of foreign elections as benchmarks, Sweden's approach to emphasizing digital literacy was really important, so that their citizens are better equipped to spot disinformation and propaganda, so that they recognize it for what it is. I think it would really behoove us as Americans if we did that as well. But that's something that the other countries are working on. So when I was asked to talk about threat and future threat, well, that's something to think about. And how do you get after that? We talk a lot about AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning. What does that look like? What's it going to look like in the future? How is it going to benefit us? Or ChatGPT. Probably shouldn't talk about them either. But I was thinking about that yesterday as I was reading about what the program is supposed to do for people. And anything that I can put all of my information on just scares the bejesus out of me. So I know that's not a technical term, but I am very, very leery of things like that. So we work and live in a very, very contested environment. As you can see, I put the National Defense Strategy on here. Changes every couple of years. It was just published. Cybercom, cyber security is always at the forefront on people's minds right now. Space is now coming up right there beside us. They probably in the next couple of years kind of surpass us as we bring them to the forefront of things that we need to do to mitigate in space. All that being said, for us, we think of the conflict and the changing environment of which we find ourselves. General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Stats, speak of integrated deterrence on a regular basis. What does that mean and what does it look like? And I will tell you, it is not just militarily. I've spoken a lot about partnerships, collaborations. It's going to take all of us to protect and defend our homeland as we see it. Okay? Persistent engagement. For me, sometimes this is the money slide, because it's going to bring a lot of things together. Persistent engagement. You know, there was a time when IT, network administration, was the closest thing that we got to network defense. That has long since changed, and these are some of the things that we continuously face on a regular basis. You'll see that there is this continuous op tempo. I told you, we never sleep. Cyber is always going. There's always something happening. Persistent engagement is that we are always there, 24/7, monitoring, taking evaluation of, assessing, so that we can be readily prepared if the need arises. It also mentions hunt forward operations, information operations. I talked about a little bit about misinformation and what that looks like and how it can have an impact. Information sharing between civilian sector, academia, other government agencies, other countries, allies, and partners. Really, 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 really important. All of those things combined gives us speed and agility to respond to and the need of. And so then that goes to equipment, because that was one of the things I think I was also asked to speak about a little bit. Being able to adapt, develop, and respond in the need with equipment that can actually accomplish what it is that we're trying to do. So I think the last thing, I've talked a lot about hunt forward operations, the last thing I really want to touch on is talent. Talent, and what does that look like? I brought up earlier in the presentation about, I was born in the 60s, internet, cell phones was developed in the 70s, the technological advances that have happened and the speed that they change on a regular basis now and what that means and looks like for us. But the most important thing that we have are people. Because at the end of the day, I don't care how good your systems are, AI, ML, whatever the case may be, they're not going to accomplish anything without the people behind them. Whether it's the innovators, the creators, the thinkers, those who think outside the box, as we like to call it. But that's this university, other universities. That's one of the reasons why I like going to the universities. You have innovative thinkers within your organizations on this campus who just, they think. And that's really important, right? Because with the speed that we work and live today, sometimes we just don't sit down and take the time just to think. And thinking is important because it gives you the latitude to develop something, to see something that might be missing. You know, a lot of people will emphasize diversity, as do I. And the reason why diversity is important because this one person thinks this way, this person thinks another, and somewhere in the middle are all the points that they see together. Goes back to talent again. capabilities, the ability to have the freedom to develop the things that can help us. So we, both Cyber Command and NSA, strongly support having innovative, creative thinkers. We have an, excuse me, we have an R&E shop within NSA. We have an acquisition shop within Cyber Command. But of course, we outsource a lot, right? So those are some of the things that are really, really, really important to us. And what I'm going to close with is that for General Nakasone and myself, we just did testimony 2 weeks ago because everything we do is centered through the HASC and the SAS, the House and the Senate, right? We have to have their approval for everything. It's not like most people think. We can't just go out and just do things just because we want to. We have to have that support and that buy-in. But one of the things that we mentioned as we were on the Hill is that we win with people, and they're our most important asset. And so on that note, I am going to turn it over to anyone who might have any questions. You got to have one. Oh, I see somebody back there in the back. I don't know if I can hear you or not.
I think I'll be fine.
Okay.
My question mostly revolves around the services that give you basically buy-in from the different services to help with the offensive, defensive, support side of things.
Yep.
What is being talked about to keep some of that talent supporting you guys? Because you get E2s, E3s, E4s that are doing the mission, and people who are supervising them. Some of your O1s, O2s, O3s are actually the network or officers. But the military base as it is can't compete with private stuff. How is there a plan to address that? Some of that talent on that mission set, or yeah.
Yep. I know the question you're asking. Believe me, I get asked it quite often. Let's face it, at the end of the day, you know, we spend a lot of money to create these operators, and then, you know, if we can't keep them, you know, we're paying to do it all over again, which puts you in a deficit if you think about it. So there's a number of things that need to be addressed with that, right? So each of the services do it differently about how they bring on what we call their operators. So the Air Force, it's not an O2, an E2, E3, E4. They are already established in the military before they can change over and become part of the cybersecurity force. Army assesses straight off the street. In order to meet the number of folks that we needed to generate, we had to. Navy, as Marines have just started doing it, and Navy kind of does it that way, but not exactly, and that's a long, drawn-out discussion to have a little bit. Needless to say, we're all looking at different things because we all do it differently, and it comes down to money. You know, you can do enlistment bonuses, which is the Navy has relied upon heavily here of late. You could do extended tours, which most folks, because Army was the only one assessing folks in off the street, we were looking at 6 years for initial enlistments. So if you look at 6 years and you have a most talented operator, that gives you 2.5 years. It gives you about 3.5 years left for them as an operator. So at the end of the day, we could probably win with that, except it's not sustainable. It's not. So everything from enlistment bonuses, tour links, we have incentive pay, we have re-enlistment bonuses for some, depending on whether the service is having a problem retaining them or not. So at the end of the day, what's really important to those E3s, E4s, E5s is about being on mission. They were trained to do a certain thing, and that is what they want to do. They don't want to do anything else that the services ask them to do, those requirements that we have as military. Back in the day, we called it 350-1 for anybody in this room who's military. You know what I'm talking about. Annual training that you must do, PT tests, rifle ranges, things like that. They're not bad with them nowadays, so long as it doesn't consume or take them away from everything it is that they're trying to do. At the end of the day, they just want to be on mission. Now, you can imagine that mission, depending on what part of the world you're supporting or which combatant command you're supporting, might be a little bit busier, let's say, in EUCOM right now than it is in AFRICOM or SOUTHCOM. Now, in the future, I see that changing as one of our adversaries is global, and that will have an impact on the way we do and the way we operate. But for right now, those who are supporting EUCOM, Russia, Ukraine, things like that, they are very satisfied with what they're doing. In fact, they've been fully engaged for over a year now, and they're probably looking for a little relief. Because that's the other thing that we don't necessarily have built in is what happens when you're in continuous operations and you don't have what we used to be, you know, the R4Gen cycle, where you go home and you regenerate for a little bit. Our folks don't get that opportunity because the rest of the military doesn't see them being in combat operations. But at the end of the day, they are, because they've been engaged, like I said, for over a year. So I digressed on you just a little bit, but because of the emphasis that I wanted to place on being on mission, doing what they were trained to do is really, really important to them. And they will tell you that they are happy as they can be, or happiest when they are conducting mission and getting after and doing exactly what it was they were trained to do. Does that help? So yes, we're looking at it. It's just difficult because every individual is different. They want something different. One young man, E5, he was getting out because he didn't want to live in the barracks. Quite frankly, they were pretty bad barracks, so I don't blame him. So we managed to save him, let him live off post. The thing you have to consider is, hey, make sure that they are financially responsible and can do it. So a number of the different things makes them happy. What else? I got two side by side.
Yeah, I was really curious. So, just as we talk about like the skills gap and the need for people, you mentioned partnering businesses. So, where should businesses be looking to develop these partnerships, and what are some of the limitations? I think a lot of us here are familiar with like the process of getting a clearance, and just based on your personal liberties on how maybe you can't get a clearance. But I guess just overall, again, like where should businesses be looking to establish these relationships, and where can they help out? Because I can clearly see how maybe any external infrastructure testing can really be anyone's playground, because it is right now, versus like more sensitive Michigan work.
Yeah, so the difference would be, and so don't let me speak out of turn, the difference would be is what we're looking for in those collaborations is what are they seeing as far as malicious cyber activity, whether it's ransomware, malware, whatever the case may be, you know, finding whoever's sitting on that network, observing until the time is right. So those, you're true, in those collaborations, it's a little bit harder to actually have somebody come in and discuss those things. So what we're looking for is what folks are seeing from their foxhole, as we speak in military terms. What are you seeing out there on your provider or your network? And so so people get nervous when I say intelligence sharing because of my background. But the fact of the matter is, it's exactly what you're doing. You're sharing the intel of what you're seeing. So open source intelligence, what you're seeing versus what we're seeing. And those, when you bring them together, are very, very powerful. And so, you know, not everything is going to happen on a classified network. It's not happening on a classified network. It's just the actions and what the work is being done on classified networks. So malicious cyber actors are everywhere. I can use the DoD as an example, but it's probably not a good example because, well, our NIPR side of the house is an easy target, right? We have anybody who can hit that, and you've got one service member who thinks, oh, let me open this attachment, oops, after the fact. That's why, you know, teaching about good cyber hygiene is phenomenal. But back to your point, it is painful to get a clearance and especially get into the buildings that we work in, but that's why I mentioned that integrated cyber center that we have so that we can do those collaborations and have those discussions and say, this is what you're seeing, this is what we're seeing. And again, we don't collect in the United States, we can't. So that's why it's even more important, things that you're seeing, because it's global. It could be someplace else that is occurring. So that's where that collaboration works and comes into effect. Getting somebody who can come and know all the operations that we're doing is not as easy. You're right. I'm going to get myself in trouble if I'm not careful. I'm going to say too much, and then I'm going to be like trying to back out of it, and somebody's going to be like, no, you didn't do a good job backing out of it. So that's something that we have to work through, but we do it through the collaborations, because I can't walk out and give you a clearance just because I want the information that you have. Yeah. But those collaborations are critical, and they are very, very successful. So we have upwards, I think, of 300 industry partners that are working with us now, who come to the Collaboration Center to talk about those things, develop and help develop the mitigation. One of the things I didn't mention was on the NSA side of the house, because I'm here for Cyber Command, right? NSA side of the house, we make and break code, and we do it better than anybody in the world, and that's one of our primary missions, make and break code. And so that way we can protect our networks and try to help defend them and keep them safe. So I didn't mention that, but that's also one of the things that we have to consider as well is when you look at the cybersecurity side of the house, how are we protecting and defending the network, and how are we working with partners and allies to make sure that we're defending theirs as well, because we do work with them. Industry, the same thing, we do work with them also. That did not answer your question, and I don't think I have a good way to answer it without getting myself in trouble. You had one also? Or was it the same?
Actually, you touched on it just a little bit. I was going to ask, it seems like in one way the nature of your work is that everything has to be secret and behind a concrete wall and never talked about. At the same time, the nature of your work is public and global and on the internet and interconnected in every way it possibly can be. And I'm curious how you design teams, architect systems, and processes to be efficient with your work when it has to be both classified and unpublished.
So not all of our operations have to be classified. Let's take hunt forward operations, for instance. We go at the request of a foreign nation partner who asks for our help to sit on their networks and see what is there to help them harden and defend and protect their networks. Russia, look at Russia, Ukraine. They are a prime example, right? Their network defense was for crap until we went over. And we went in just before, probably that, yeah, not a technical term, I know. That's where I get in trouble, because I speak in layman's terms. So we went in the August before at their request, and we knew that things were starting to gear up on the Russia-Ukraine border. We went in just before Christmas, and we're like, hey, we'll be out in 30 days. They went in with a small team. They got on the ground, they called back and said, hey, we're going to be here through Christmas. It's going to take us a while, and they asked for more bodies. So that's not, technically that's not classified environment. That is protecting and defending the network. It just happens that some of our networks happen to be on the SIPR side of the house and also happen to be on the NSA net side of the house, and they are classified. But not everything that we operate under is. If you think about combatant commands, they work on their operational network is a SIPR net. So it is encrypted, but not to the level that NSA net is. So there's some variances in operations, missions, what we're doing. Not everything is done on the high side. And that's why it was so important to mention collaborations, because the Amazons, the Googles, Microsoft, any number of those companies are seeing a lot. And it helps when they share with us so that we can help with mitigations and develop those with them, because that helps us defend our network and other networks of allies and partners, other academia, things like that. So not everything is done on the classified network. And the things that are done on the classified network, I really can't talk about. So, what other questions? Got one way back there in the back. Oh. So yeah, yes on both counts. A lot of times we get asked, are you guys working with AI and ML? Yes, we are, because quite frankly, everything we do nowadays has big data attached to it. It's just unavoidable. And so having big data means that there's lots of things to process through. And if you don't have something that can help you process through that, you're never going to get through all of it. And that's just the fact of the matter. So they naturally are working both sides of AI and machine learning. That will help us. And on other instances, how do we prepare to defend against it as we see it just increase every day? So yes, a simple answer, yes, we are working on those things to help us mitigate that as well. We have a big brain that really oversees all this for us, and I will tell you that he stays busy constantly, and thank God he's got a huge directorate because it's absolutely necessary. So everything we do, somebody else is doing, right? It's this tit and tat, go back and forth all the time. Whether it's AI, machine learning, you know, whatever the case may be, we develop something that counters, they develop something that counters or surpasses it and overcomes it. And so I like to tell people, I said, when you bring in a cyber operator, I said, hey, I want you to think like the bad guy, and I want you to figure out what they're going to do next. What would you do next? And sometimes that's hard. For one, they don't want to think like the bad guy, right? But you can't get to the left of something that's bad without having the capability to think a little bit about that. So yeah, it's a necessary evil that we have to do.
Any recommendation for the topic of how to protect themselves?
Oh, for AI? I do not. In fact, that's why I was reading it yesterday on the one, I can't name all of these. I was reading about it and I was like, okay, so what do I need to do now to be able to protect and defend myself as these things continue to increase? You know, so for the basis level, and you'll talk to folks, you guys are pretty savvy. Anybody in this room is pretty savvy, but think about the people who aren't, the people who get upset because, you know, whatever program you happen to be running on your computer pushes a new update, so now everything that you did, you know, has to be reset. For the most times, they're unseeable, right? You don't even notice them. But then every once in a while, there's a glitch that's put out, and you're like, hey, you need to do this because they pushed a new update last night. And they're like, well, I wish they'd stop pushing updates. Well, no, you don't. You want them to push updates because they found you know, a weakness, and they're trying to mitigate against it. So that is part of you all helping your family, friends, neighbors understand what the programs are all about and how they really work. You know, back in the day, you would find a system. Let me get my numbers right. Army had to switch out of Microsoft 2010, I think, and they had to do an update, and everybody was up in arms. Why do we have to do this? I said, well, it's pretty simple. We can no longer defend that other program, so now we have to go to this new one. And they're like, oh, so it kind of registers in their head. You talk defend against, and you can see the lights coming on a little bit. You know, but at the end of the day, we were no longer secure, so we had to go to the newest one, and we just had to kick off everything else. And like, oh, can't stand the changes. I said, well, you know, maybe they could have kept it looking exactly the same way it was before, but they decided it was a time to upgrade everything. So, but you're more secure than what you were. So those are some of the things that you have to help with your folks to have them understand. They're not as savvy as you are. They don't understand it as well. And I'm going to have to watch back here because I'm going to get the hook pretty soon. Oh. So in that respect. And I had someone way back in the back. Give me just 1 minute, and I'll come right back to you. Sir, way back there in the back.
You're not getting yourself in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Talking bad guys. You like to think of them always outside. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about some of what you do in response on inside threats, where either people intentionally go in bad or turn bad.
We had we had one of those a couple of years ago, right? Must have moved it closer to my mouth. We had one of those a couple of years ago, not necessarily NSA Cyber Command. Well, actually, no, it was us who turned, right? Was selling secrets. So if you want to go back to why it's so hard to get a clearance, well, there's your answer right there. it is a tough job, and I don't envy anybody who is in the security departments who have to determine who gets a clearance and who doesn't based upon things like that. I mean, we have any number of instances that we can use to demonstrate that it seemingly looks easy to get in, get your clearance and have access, and then later on turn. It's the question of finding the turn. I'll be honest with you, quite frankly, when you look at it, the one that was a couple of years ago, they actually saw it and noted patterns of actions that brought attention to the individual. I would be in trouble because oftentimes I'll work until 7, 8 o'clock at night, and I go in at like 7 o'clock in the morning, and I'm one of those who's there all hours. And so that is supposedly an indicator. I was like, it's a wonder I haven't been arrested throughout my career because I'm forever doing that. But there's patterns of behavior that start to manifest, that start to be noted. And guess what? In a secure environment, any type of environment, quite frankly, for even a semi-regular employee, right? You clock in and out, right? I could go as simple as somebody made a IG complaint about fraudulent time cards. And I was like, okay, not really one that I wanted to be thinking about. But they're like, hey, Sergeant Major, it's this simple. We can just go and pull, when they were logged into the computer and when they weren't. Because guess what? You got that little access card you have to take in and out every time you log in and out. So it was easy enough to find. There are ways to see things like that. So we have to be aware. I will tell you that the University of Maryland, Baltimore County president came to visit and speak with us about a year ago. And this is one of the things he said to us. He says, we don't have the capacity to truly grow the STEM fields as we need to. So we have a lot of students that come from other countries, right? Many of them go home and, or they get jobs here, and we have to be concerned about them because of the fear that they still have family ties, familial ties, and wherever their home country is, and that they're taking what they're learning from where they're working at currently, and that's very, very vague, right? I could name names, but I don't want to. And we have to be very, very concerned about them selling secrets back home or having obligations that have caused them to do that. So we do see folks who turn. It happens. And we have to be very, very cognizant of that. So to the best of our abilities, we try to make sure that we vet anybody and everybody that we grant clearances to. But, insider threat does happen. Fortunately, not a whole lot, so that's good. But there's ways to find it, ways to mitigate it, ways to see it, if people are watching, and there's always somebody watching. Does that answer your question, sir? Okay. And there was somebody right here. I'll come back to you in just a minute, ma'am. So I think the incentive that we use, quite frankly, is the fact that we do have the unclassified environment that we can work in, but also the fact that through working with us, they know that they're helping to mitigate for everybody. So that has worked well for us. When we started out with maybe, in that integrated cybersecurity space, we started out with maybe like 20 companies that we knew that were hard, there's a number of them that we, right there in the Beltway, that are part of the defense industry base. And so they quickly came over with us. And it was some of their subsets that we really were concerned about for their level of security because they subcontract out, right? So it was a question of education. We're not out to steal your secrets. We're out to all of us work together to make it a better product at the end of the day so that we can mitigate against everybody. And so that seems to have worked because we've grown from 20 to about 300. And I think we will continue to grow. But the initial thought was those subsets or those subcontractors at the big contracts. You think Northrop Grumman, SAIC, any number of those that are right there on the East Coast, close to that region for a reason, because that's where a lot of the contracts originate at. So they can subcontract out all over the country, but that was what we were aiming for. Incentivize, publicity, maybe, and I have not seen us, publicize any of it on a big scale yet, other than to advertise every time we bring somebody in that we take folks over to visit, so they can see it and how it works. It's pretty fascinating. I think I had two right here. Yes, sir. Well, I think, sir, that's why CISA was developed, was to help us take a look at that. So, for us, it comes down to sharing that information. That's part of it. Technically, we can't monitor within the United States. That's why we must do collaborations with industry in order to be able to propagate that out to everybody. But that's how we look at that, and how we're trying to get after it is those collaborations, and that's why they're so important. We technically can't do the inside, but we can help develop programs that help mitigate against them. That's not us going and collecting on somebody. That's us getting the information from somebody to say, hey, let us help. Because we do have some clever minds there at both Cyber Command and NSA who work those big, heavy problems. So they do phenomenal work. But that's how they have to do it and how they have to get after it, sir. So, and I think I had one right behind you. Did you have your hand up?
Hi there. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
This has been fascinating, and I'm a former vet for cybersecurity, so it's great to be out. It's great to still listen. And that you've had enough days in your career. Let folks know top-line messages, what's been kind of the top lessons you learned, and how come you stayed. These are hard jobs.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So I've been doing this for 30 plus years, and apparently I love what I do, or I wouldn't have stayed. And so I've been asked any number of questions. Why did you stay? I truly enjoy what I'm doing. I enjoy the people. It's what I'm going to miss the most, because I'm coming now near the end of my career. In fact, this will probably be the last time I get to do one of these, if I can ever get my paperwork turned in. It's amazing, right? So I have young folks who come up to me on a regular basis, and they ask, how did you do it? I said, well, when I sit and think about it, it's like, I really don't know. All I do know is that I loved what I was doing, I kept after it, and I always tried to do the very best that I could do. And that has an impact when you're trying to get promoted in the military, and I think in any job, just always perform well, right? But the other thing is this, opportunities. So in my career, I have been blessed with opportunities. Opportunities, they abound. I've worked for what we call special missions units. I've traveled all over the world. And probably my daughter has sacrificed more than I have, but she's always been a huge supporter. So much so that in the fact that she is now a major in the Army, and she's in the Veterinarian Corps. And so she kind of followed in my footsteps, but a little bit differently. I have a number of firsts behind me. And as we look at those, first female combatant command, first female ASCC, Army Service Component Command, a number of those things. No offense to anybody, but it's still a man's world, but we're making progress. And it all should be based upon capabilities, much like anybody in this room. What are your capabilities? What do you bring to the table? What is it that you can do? Be unique, be yourself, contribute to. And that, I think, pays huge dividends for what it is that you all can do as you, especially those who are students here, as you start in the next level of your life. What is it that you want to do? Don't ever forget to look and see maybe where you want to be at in 5 years from now, 10 years from now. What is it that you want to have accomplished? Because the opportunities are there. And most of the things that limit you most of the times are yourself and your innovation and getting after it. It's not always easy. It's not necessarily meant to be. But it makes you appreciate it that much more when it's been hard and it's been tough and you've overcome and you've endured, and you kind of come out a little bit on top. So my congratulations or thanks to General Nakasone, who saw potential in me and let me take this job, because he didn't have to. So quick synopsis on that. Thank you for the question. And it was definitely not supposed to be about me, but I think I am getting the hook now. Still got 6 minutes. You're making me nervous. You need to put a clock in the back. But I think others are coming in. You're pointing down this way for... Oh, I'm sorry. I see it now. So we really don't know why they were using them. We haven't determined that yet. You know, I said we've got it in our, in our possession. We'll figure it out. Whether it'll be more prevalent, I think there were 4 that week that were seen. Some were shot down. People got to the point where like, hey, you guys are just overreacting now. But there was a lot that went into that. As we saw it move, do I think it's going to overcome satellites? So remember what I said when we first started talking about if space were here, they would tell you that one of the first things that's going to happen is somebody's going to shoot down a satellite and you're going to lose all comms. For the military, we're like, what's your alternative? What happens when or if that happens? And are you prepared for that? Let's go to movies here for a minute. Let's just think about some of the disastrous Armageddon movies that we've watched in the last few years and what they're predicting is going to happen. What's your response for when you can't speak because your phone is dead because the satellites are all shut down? Or they're shut down for an amount of time. So think about that, just as a general public. It doesn't matter whether you're military or not, whether you're Space Command or not. What happens to you when and if that happens? Think about when your phone goes down now and you just lost power. Your whole life is in that little device that you hold in your hand. For military, we've gone back to maps, HF radios, making sure that they work. People laugh, but we're talking about the signal flags that the ships, the coasties, the Navy and the coasties, and also tankers use, if you didn't know it. When they can't see each other or they can't talk to each other, they have to be able to have some form of communication, right? So think about that. That's one of the things that you have to consider is what's going to happen. So in response to your question, I don't know if that's going to be a new mechanism for them, but it sure would be an alternative to anything else, right? So innovative, creative thinkers, think about those things. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why we need you. And I said a little bit, thinking on the bad guy side of the mind for a little bit, what are you going to do in those instances and how are you going to contribute? Because it could affect us all. What's the alternative, right? I personally like my freedom. This is the hook as we watched everybody else come in. So, thank you all very, very much for the opportunity. I truly appreciate it. Nathan, you guys have been phenomenal. I do speak in layman's terms, so watch when you quote me. Just bear that in mind. But again, thank you so very much for being here and being such a great audience.
Thank you so much to CSM Lion for experience, expertise, and letting us peek behind the curtain a little bit. But with that, we're going to split out into 2 tracks now. We're running a little bit off at this point. So everybody feel free to move around where you need to go. I think we're going to try and get started here momentarily around 10:05. So we'll go ahead and get going with that. Thank you very much.
Probably go that way, yeah. Johnny Xmas. Look at first name? Yeah. Yeah. I was like, what? Oh, shit. Is this good to go? I just got here.
Oh, okay. Oh, that one, does that work?
Well, it has a green light.
Okay. Well, what's the number on that one? Does it say?
8.
Mic 8, so I think that's L2. It might be this one, actually.
Or lapel 2.
It might be. Here. Maybe there.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello?
This one.
Found it? Oh, yeah.
So, I'll go run that up. Do you want to run fader on that one or slider? I'll just get him set.
You're doing great.
Thanks. Yeah, that, I don't want to wire you up here, but I'll go ahead and Johnny Christmas, couch to compromise. Roll
How to pwn. I think it's in the that's how it is in the thing, the site, the website.
Should I show?
Yeah. Should I? No, we're good. Okay, cool. I'm hot. We're hot. Hey, everybody, you're going to want to sit towards the front. There is a lot of small text here, which normally, I know under certain normal circumstances, that's super boring. I'm going to be directly telling you how to leave this room and hack an insane amount of stuff. You're going to want to see what's on the screen. So maybe you want to move up a little bit. It's not like a crappy magic show. I'm not going to be pulling people from the audience to do embarrassing things. Like, you can sit here. It's okay. Well, that's different. That's not, you don't get to volunteer for the squirt gun. It just happens. Okay, that's gone. I have an intro slide. It's fine. Yeah. Is AV ready? Are we streaming? Are we recording? Okay. Yeah, cool. Cool. All right. Are we good here? All right, welcome everybody. I guess this is as close as everyone's going to get. That's cool. I understand. I too like to lurk in the back. I've stolen the only functional mic, so the downside of that is I have to introduce myself. But that's fine. I'm good at that. I've been doing this for 20 years. So this is, I've retitled this presentation Couch to Compromise. because that's literally what it does. It has you go from 0 to domain admin at so many large enterprises. That's what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about how to own large enterprises, the enterprises with large attack surfaces that they don't keep an eye on, and how to bust into those. It is going to be very actionable. You may want to take notes. That aside, most people want the slide deck. Slide deck is up on my GitHub. You'll see links for that later. Please feel free to take photographs. Please feel free to post them on social media. This is all very fine. I have, up until April 1st, I have one of the last remaining Twitter verified notable public figure accounts. So they're discontinuing that, but that means that if I retweet you, the entire planet sees it. So if you want free visibility, go ahead and tag me in photos. But other than that, get ready. This is a very nutrient-dense talk. It is a 2-hour keynote that I wrote in 2017 that I'm going to get down to about 1 hour for you guys by skipping over all the defensive stuff. And also, why the heck am I talking about something that I wrote in 2017? It's because I update it every year. And the big inside joke, is mostly to me, is that I have to change almost nothing. So many things in here still are so effective. And until that's changed, I'm going to keep doing this, and I'm going to keep telling everybody how to exploit those things so that we can stop this. So real quick, this is who I am. I'm Johnny Christmas. Nobody really cares what I've done. You want to talk about how to hack things. I'm trying to save some time up here, so also I'm going to be talking very fast. I'll be around the conference all weekend. There probably won't be time for questions during this, but please stop me in the halls, ask me all the questions you want. I will talk to you for longer than you wanted to talk to me, I guarantee it. but don't worry about interrupting me. People always say that I look busy and they didn't want to bother me. I don't know what the hell that is. I'm not busy. Please bother me. Here's a bunch of links. You can take pictures of that. The GitHub is where you're going to be able to find the, let me move this. GitHub's where you're going to be able to find the slide deck, so make a note of that. I just pushed that origin like in the back of this room just now, so it should all be up there. If you want on my socials, you can find it here at my Linktree /JohnnyXmas. Most socials, you can just guess my screen name. It's a 0 and a 4. You can guess how old I am because I use the phrase screen name. But that's where you'll find me on Twitter and Instagram. And this is just noisy as hell, isn't it? Let's see. All right, we'll find it's probably better up here. Is that me? I'm not moving. No, okay, I don't know what that is. Okay, overall, I work for the company Grim. If you don't know Grim, you certainly should. We are a predominant leader in securing both our nation's and the globe's critical infrastructure. We focus heavily on transportation, but we do all the critical infrastructure. We are currently also moving into space, which is super cool. I am leaving here to go directly to Washington, D.C. to help train people. That's the I have to pull a Cheryl and watch my words. I'm training people there in incident response and host forensics to help secure our global infrastructure. Here's a whole bunch of things I've done. Technically, you guys all know what those things are. I went to music school. I'm a musician who ended up in this field. So if you ever think like, oh my God, there's so much to learn here, I am falling way behind. I don't understand any of this. I'm never going to get anywhere. I'm going to be a broken homeless. I went to music school. And the whole time I was in music school, I'm going, I don't get any of this. I'm not going to get anywhere. I'm going to be broken homeless. I'm going to go work in the IT lab. Look what I'm doing now, 20 years later. And most of it was just armchair hacking. So let's get into it. This isn't why we're here. So why am I here? I used to be a pen tester. I was a pen tester for a long time. Kind of still am. I do it, I help out at Grim all the time. I do a lot of security research, which kind of counts as pen testing. I do a lot of auditing of pen tester reports there. I still kind of do it. Why don't I do it anymore? It's right there. Being a pen tester is freaking boring. How surprising is that? How many people here are like, what, that's all I want to do? What are you talking about? That's why I'm going to school. First and foremost, I'll tell you, being a pen tester, 60 to 70% writing. technical writing, writing reports, writing reports. If you are not good at conveying information, if you're not good at writing those reports for specific types of audiences, you will be a worthless pen tester and no one will hire you and nobody will want you to work for them. You have to be able to explain why what you did matters to the company that you did it to. And that's where I see most pen testers fail. If all you did was just come in, wreck the place up, shoot everybody, deuces, I'm out, that's worth, you didn't do anything. You didn't help anyone. You have to be able to explain why what you wrecked up mattered. And going all the way back to, why did I think being a pen tester is boring? Is it because of all the report writing? No, I actually really like the report writing. It's because I was doing the same thing over and over and over and over, often to the same companies. I would come back in next quarter, next year. All right, let me look at the last report. Let's see what we did. Okay, I'm going to try all these things first. Cool, all these things still work. Why am I here? Why are you spending $125,000 on me to be here for a month instead of $125,000 fixing these problems I told you about a year ago? It's frustrating. Clearly, I'm still frustrated. And so I put together this presentation of where I guess I'll go hang out here for a bit, where I talk about what I call the magician's secrets. For those of you who are ancient like I am, you might remember a show on Fox, probably mid-90s, maybe early aughts, where they like had the masked magician, and he'd come out and he'd show you how all of like these famous magic tricks work. And he had to wear a mask because all the other magicians would get angry at him. And he's like, they'll kill me, the Magicians Guild will kill me. Like it's a D&D Wizards Guild or something. And I got a lot of pen testers who are mad that I do this presentation because I'm giving away all the super easy, what I call cheater bullshit tricks for hacking into large corporations. And they're like, dude, you're making our job hard. We don't want to actually do work. And I was like, that's garbage. Your job should be fun and exciting, and you should have to innovate. You shouldn't have to just do the same thing for 40 years and then retire. That's my mentality. Yours can be different. That's cool. But that's what we're going to be doing here. We're going to be going through that magician's code. The steps that I list here are not going to be effective against all environments. Upside is, the larger the environment, the larger the company, the larger their attack surface, the more you're going to see more you're going to see effective things coming out of this. They are effective against a huge portion of everything that is currently on the internet, which is a real shame. We're not going to have time to discuss defenses against all of these. I do have slides in here. You will watch me actively skip over that talk about defenses. You can grab those off my GitHub if that's something you care about. And I'm also not going to have time to like do deep dives into all of the tools that I talk here. I'm going to skim over the tools that I talk about here, what they're doing. It's going to give you what to Google, basically. It's going to say, use this tool in this context, and then you can go look on YouTube, how do I use this tool? I promise you, everything I mentioned in here has 1,000 very good tutorials on YouTube on how to do it. Why also am I doing this? Because as a defender, if you're looking to be a defender, you have to understand the attacks. If you do not understand the attacks, you will never be able to develop effective means of defending against them. You're just guessing. You're taking shots in the dark. You have to be able to attack as a defender. So let's talk about how we do this. How do pen testers do this? And you know, when I say like how do pen testers do this, what pen testers do is we do attack simulation. We do adversarial emulation. We are actively doing the exact same thing that the attackers are doing. There is a framework that we use, a framework developed by Dave Kennedy, Nick Prococo, Chris Nickerson, a few others, called the Penetration Testing Execution Standard. I'm a big fan. Overall, it follows this flow that you see here. And it makes sure, it was mainly developed to make sure that every penetration test that was going on followed the same flow. It made sure every step possible was followed and make sure everything was done properly. You start with your intelligence gathering. You start from zero. You start doing what those with military backgrounds called OSINT, or open source intelligence, intelligence that you can gather from freely freely available, sometimes paid available means, but publicly available means one way or another. You start gathering intelligence based on what you can see. What does the attack surface look like? What does the entire footprint of this organization look like? And then what can I exploit based on what I've found there? Once we determine what this footprint looks like, we've determined a few different ways that exploit what we're looking at. We move into performing that exploitation. And that exploitation, that might be a bunch of different things. It might be, it might allow us to actually penetrate into the internal network. It might allow us to exfiltrate some data from that internal network. Exploitation can be a lot of things. And depending on what the end result of that is, we go into our post-exploitation. That post-exploitation could be, okay, I'm inside of this network. I'm on a computer inside of this network. What am I going to be able to do with this computer? What is this computer doing? You kind of move, I thought that would go back to the initial one again. But, way too far back. So that post-exploitation is what next? It's often a real quick step of what next? What do I do now that I'm in here? And it's either, you're either hitting the big red button, you're doing your kill attack, or you're moving back into your intelligence gathering phase again. Okay, so I've made it onto a computer inside this network. What can I see from here? Okay, so I've exfiltrated data off of this network. My post-exploitation would be, let's start looking through this data. What was that data? Was it a bunch of manuals? Was it a bunch of, that I was able to dump a network share? Something like that. Let's start looking through that. And then once I've parsed all that, I start doing my intelligence gathering once I've parsed through that. All right, is there any intelligence in here? What can I do with this intelligence that I've gathered? Can I exploit something I've found in this documentation? Things like that. We go in the circle over and over and over and over again until our time is up as a penetration tester or an attacker, or we've done what we set out to do. Cool, that's the fastest I've ever gotten through that slide. All set. A big thing I want to point out, since we're talking about exploitation, post-exploitation, intelligent attackers, when we hear about APTs, when we hear about nation-state XYZs inside of our network, they're not coming in and spinning up virtual machines and installing Kali on them. They're not running Kali inside of there. They have to live off the land. Lost our signal up there. And I'm sure it'll come back. Two reasons for that. One, just running, especially Kali. Running Kali inside of an environment that you're not supposed to be in, or an environment that is actively looking for you, is a nightmare. Kali is one of the noisiest operating systems on the planet, and it's built like that intentionally so that you can't do this. It's a nice collection of tools. It's a great thing to spin up if you just need to have access to some tools already installed and you want to play with them. It's phenomenal. Absolutely do it. Does not make a great daily driver operating system. There's much better things for that. And it's not a great attack operating system because it is just constantly screaming at the top of its lungs that it's there. So you don't want to do that. Two, as a real attacker, you often don't have the opportunity to be doing that. Like if you can get into their ESXi host and spin up a new VM with a Kali image on it, you can do a lot worse things, and you are wasting your time middling around with this. Also, third thing, so many of the, forget, spinning up Kali and using Kali and all that. Even if you're on a box, yeah, all right, I'm on a Windows host. I need a bunch of tools. I'm going to go download a bunch of tools to use, and I'm going to make my own Kali out of this host I'm in now. So many, effectively, one would hope all attack tools that are out there are going to be caught by any kind of endpoint detection and response that is running on these systems. So you don't want to be downloading these tools and running these tools. It can be a nightmare. You're going to get caught really, really fast. So you have to get really good at utilizing what is already there within the environment. And I'm actually going to go through a bunch of tools here that will allow you to leverage that without actually having to install the tools on those systems. A lot of times, what we're going to be doing here is setting up a VPN link into the environment and then running some of those tools locally, at least to our system. But even the way those systems work, or those tools work, is by communicating in a normal natural manner as any other machine on the network would, looking for network shares, authenticating against services, logging in as valid users, things like that. Things that endpoint detection and response, SIMs, SOCs, MSPs, whatever you got, looking for attackers aren't alerting on. Whose environment is alerting on every valid user that logs in successfully in one attempt? That's a worthless data set for them. That's what we attempt to do. The primary thing that we attempt to do as intelligent attackers is become an employee of the company. And whether that means creating an account for ourselves that's valid or stealing somebody else's, that's the end goal. Become an employee of the company, become the insider threat. I like to say that all intelligent attackers are an insider threat because that's what they strive to be. That is step one, is become the insider threat. Then, as an insider, go about what looks like normal business until you have succeeded in what you're trying to do. So let's start out with our recon. Let's go back to what I was talking about with passively discovering what is publicly available for these companies. Where do they live on the internet? What is their internet footprint? A great place to look is ARIN. Who's familiar with ARIN? A-R-I-N? Sure, just throw some hands up. Make me happy I'm up here. Cool. That's a lot of hands. I like that. That's really exciting because a lot of times it's no hands and it's really depressing. ARIN, the American Registry of Internet Numbers, is who assigns public IP addresses to organizations. And that database is absolutely public. I'm just looking up here, so you're like, oh man, this guy's dropping docs on City of Chicago up here. This is all public information. And so, what can I pull out of here? I can pull out, they've got a /16. So I know every possible IP address of public-facing systems that they have on the internet. Cool, that's nice. I can pull out email addresses. Cool. What are email addresses good for? I talk about that a little bit. If not, I'm going to drop spoilers now. Email addresses, of course, yeah. Phishing, for sure. They're also good for authenticating. And we'll talk about how they're good for authenticating later. Going even back to the phishing. So like I got one guy here. He's probably pretty big if his name is up here in ARIN as like the point of contact for their /16. But it also tells me the format of their email addresses. I see first name, dot last name, at this domain. Cool. What can I do with that? I can brute force a whole ton of potential email addresses and just try them all, Whole ton of common first names, whole ton of common last names at this domain. I've already generated that list. It's a few gigabytes. And I just change the domain, and I can blast things out that way. So now, just by knowing this, I've already, got an attack I'm starting to prepare. A tool I built a long time ago to help with things that are like a /16 is called ScanCannon. It's up on my GitHub. I'm really excited how many people use this tool. Every now and then somebody starts at Grim, and I'll get a Slack message like, "Hey, did you make ScanCannon?" And I was like, "Yeah, why? You use it?" "Yeah, I use the shit out of it." "Oh, man." Cool. I thought I was the only one. What this does is it uses the speed of a tool called Mass Scan, which was developed to scan the entirety of the internet. And I've got some tweaked methods in there of using it that allow you to figure out what hosts are actually listening on, say, an entire /16. And then, given that, start doing separate, very pointed Nmap scans against those individual IP addresses. Nmap is extremely slow, extremely noisy. There are a lot of things you can do. There's a lot of switches in Nmap you can do to make it far less noisy. And if you are using Nmap, you should absolutely be very, very, very familiar with all the command line arguments for it. It can be a very stealthy tool. Nobody realizes that. Everybody goes, Nmap, IP address, go! And then it's just, you can hear the cannon going off from half a country away. ScanCannon, you can go in and tweak and make even more quiet, but overall it does exactly what it needs to do. And it doesn't just scan hosts. It also goes through and it finds out what, based on what IP addresses are up, it goes and it gathers a bunch of information about those hosts. It gathers names for those hosts, publicly registered names that might be associated. You might have multiple names associated with one IP address. You might have multiple IP addresses associated with one, host name. We're talking host name, domain name, something like that. Subdomains. It goes all the way down to subdomains, and it creates different kinds of flat files that have all of this different information in. Here's a list of IP addresses that are just all hosts that are up. Here's a list of IP addresses that are all hosts that are listening on port 25. Here is a list of IP address and host name that I found. All different files. Why am I creating tons of different files, flat files like this, instead of putting them in a database that might be easy for a human to read? It's because you can feed those tools back into you can feed those files back into other tools that you're using. I wanted to make a whole bunch of flat files that are like, here's, what am I doing? Am I trying to do some kind of SMB share-based attack? Cool, I gotta take this flat file that ScanCannon generated that is just all SMB shares that it found, and I can feed that right into my next tool. It saves you so much time in having to parse a lot of that out. So ScanCannon, we're gonna go back and we're gonna look up that /16, which if you throw out /16 in Nmap, you might want to come back in a couple days. And also they're gonna block you. But you throw ScanCannon at it, a few hours, maybe a day, it depends. But you're gonna get a whole ton of really cool output of what the entire attack surface of this organization looks like, including all the different ports, all the different servers are listening on, what their host names are. What's cool about host names? Host names are often very indicative of what the system does. There's a lot of open source intelligence leaked in just naming your systems. So we're gonna get all that. And that's gonna allow us as human beings, intelligent attackers, to hone in on like, oh yeah, I don't care about this, don't care about this. That looks interesting. VPN.cityofchicago.org. I certainly want to go talk to that system. Things like that. And so now, like, we found what are we looking for? What's as far as going back to, like, how do we own this organization? How do we quickly, what are we trying to do? We'll say we're trying to become the domain admin in this organization. What are we looking for? We're going to be looking for means of authenticating against that network. And I mentioned VPN. Sure, VPN is great. But oftentimes you're going to find, especially these days, you're going to find a VPN. Actually, these days, mid-pandemic, the real problem is that so many companies have stood up VPN concentrators that they didn't have before. They didn't stand them up properly. A lot of them don't have multi-factor authentication on them. So we're back actually to seeing that you can just try brute forcing a lot of VPN logins and getting onto the network. Failing that, you are going to find a lot of larger organizations do have that multi-factor authentication or something like that, and you're going to go, this is not great. What we're looking for, that aside, is places to attempt to authenticate against their internal Active Directory. Places where we can figure out what credentials we have or can generate that are valid for use somewhere inside of there. And things I look for are, I have this old dude habit of pointing at screens when I have this thing that could do it for me. What we're looking for is like, I'll just magnify this. Office 365. You're looking for something that says like Office 365. You're looking for something that's like RDP, remote desktop. You see port 3389. Remote desktop is all over the place. What do we got up here? Is this VPN? We're looking for VPNs. We're looking for something that definitely is going to have Active Directory authentication. And you go, well, who the hell who's putting a remote desktop on the internet? That's stupid. What tool am I using here? I think we all, I'm not going to say I think we all. That's an insulting thing to say. I'm using a tool called Shodan here just to get the graphic representation. This information is from 2021. That was the last I updated these numbers. So what am I looking at here? Port 3389. What is port 3389? Just screaming at me. There it is. I don't want to be the only one screaming in this room. It feels weird. Yeah, it's RDP. It's remote desktop. It's a way of directly authenticating against an active system inside of a network and connecting to it and communicating with it. What do we got here? What are we looking at? Oh, about 5 million of them. Oh, cool. Most of them in the US. That's great. That's real exciting. Just sitting there, just waiting, just asking, literally asking you to authenticate against them. We see our VPNs up there. We've got Office 365 down here. Office 365 is often not obvious because it lets you white label it. You can brand things. You can stick stuff on that. But on the back end, when you're looking at the banners, you're going to see that Office 365. Cool. So this is what we're looking for. ScanCannon tries to find all of these as well. That's the bottom line. we're compiling all of our logins here. This is what we're trying to do. Should have brought some water up here. What else are we doing? We're trying to find other information about the organization. Oh, that was a bit. Anyway, yeah. So let me talk about VPNs real quick, like I haven't been talking about VPNs already. Because VPN is a technology that's been around for a really, really, really long time, large organizations, especially organizations that have gone through multiple mergers and acquisitions, have a lot of old crap just dangling off the edges of their networks. And a lot of times that old crap is real dangerous old crap like VPN concentrators. One of my favorite stories was I found a VPN concentrator and I was able to log in to it. It wasn't using multi-factor authentication, even though their other ones were. I was able to authenticate against it, connect my machine to the network, and then I was in. And so, when we're talking through the report, I go, yeah, I was able to find this thing. What is this? Why is this there? And they're like, oh, that one's decommissioned. And I said, well, okay, I'm able to authenticate against it, and I was able to log into the network. And they go, yeah, but we know about it, and it's been decommissioned. And then they pull up my laptop, and I'm like, I'm able to do it right now. And then they go, right, but it's a decommissioned one. So for those of you who want to be a penetration tester, I suggest meditation, some Zen, take a step back, regroup. Those conversations happen a lot, and like that's not an isolated incident. That happens a lot. Oh, we decommissioned it. I can talk to it. It responds. It's not decommissioned, and so you'll find those a lot dangling way out there, and it's like, oh, I was attacking Cydia. Anyway, I don't want to get into stuff that's still out there. You'll find old stuff just don't be deterred by, it's got MFA on it, so I'm not even going to bother trying to authenticate against it. Going all the way back to the results from ScanCannon, you may find some other way of logging in or authenticating that the customer did not tell you about. Because oftentimes as a pen tester, customer will go, here's our network map, here's how people can connect remotely, make sure you test these systems. Go look for the ones the customer doesn't know about. Asset inventory is the #1 security problem in every organization on the entirety of this planet. Nobody knows what they have, and how do you protect what you have if you don't know you have it? ScanCannon does your asset inventory for you. You're going to end up with a better asset inventory, at least the edge of the network, than the customer has. And that's more and more true the larger the customer is. I use the phrase customer a lot because we like to pretend like we're legit. What else are we looking for? We're looking for documents. Anything that might be hosted publicly in a document format on their website, and not just things that have hyperlinks just sitting out there for you to click on, but sometimes so. There's a bunch of tools that'll go through and just scrape through websites, and you can set them to get however granular. Without getting into these tools. But you can scrape through and start grabbing lots and lots and lots of documents. Documents are useful for 2 reasons. One, obviously, the content of those documents. Do those documents leak any information that is useful for me getting further into this organization? i.e., did I find a publicly hosted document that informs employees of how to connect to the VPN? And it goes through some system maybe I hadn't discovered yet. And I go, oh, that's where it is. Now I can start messing with that system. That's a thing that's happened. That's real. 2, documents have metadata. Metadata is a whole bunch of stuff that is usually automatically added into the, say, the back end of documents. It's hidden-ish data. It's very easy to pull out, but it's data that's not just directly handed to the user. And the data is often username of the person who created the document, full name of the person who created the document, computer name that created the document. Sometimes, yes, an IP address of where that document was created. You can all put together why all of that information is very useful. Again, just going back to the usernames and full names, we're going back to, like, I'm still making valid usernames for this environment. All of these tools I also have listed in an appendix on this slide deck, so you can go check that out too. One of my favorite tools I like to use also for gathering usernames, like I said, we're still gathering, we're just trying to gather usernames. What are we doing? We're trying to authenticate. We found our places to authenticate. Now, how are we going to authenticate? Well, what's the first step in authentication? It's the something you are. It's your username. So I can, like I said, I can brute force the usernames by guessing based on formats that I've discovered. I can use tools like this, one of my favorites, hunter.io. Why is hunter.io one of my favorites? It's because it does things like this where it blurs out certain parts of the names. But it's not that good at it. And so you can really easily scrape a ton of valid email addresses, and Hunter finds these email addresses all over the internet on its own. If you have an organization with a Salesforce license, or you can just go buy I think you like monthly, like minimum Salesforce license, like $100 or something a month. Salesforce will just give you everyone's email address at a company. An email address is often a valid means of authenticating. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. So I'm still scraping through there, and I'm finding, what am I finding? I'm finding valid usernames too. I'm finding, once again, confirmation of the format of those email addresses. What do we got here? What do we got here? It just looks like first initial last name at google.com. Another common way of doing this. You should never do this. You should never have a username or an email address that is able to be guessed based on information that's known about you. First initial last name, garbage, because I can guess it. Especially if I am targeting an individual. If I know you work at some company and I know their format, now I know your email address. Real easy. This goes back to, yeah, we're just talking about, I already mentioned this. You can go back to figuring out what members in an organization have elevated access. So if you're trying to do spear phishing or log in as a very specific person because you don't want to blast an organization with 6,000 login attempts, go back to this. Oh, we got a nice phone number there. And I don't mind putting it up there because Chris Kirby put that up there, or Kevin Kirby put that up there. Not my problem. So I'm not going to talk about defense because we don't have time. You guys can go, you can guess, you can go back and look and see if you're right. You can Google how to defend against that stuff. So now we've got an entire footprint of this organization. We have knowledge of a whole bunch of different places we can attempt to authenticate against Active Directory. I want to really emphasize that that's what's important. Why do we care about Active Directory? Because that's the core user base of the network. If you can authenticate against Active Directory, you can authenticate against tons and tons and tons of their internal services. And those internal services are often things that allow you to then modify, access things that you're looking for. You don't want to be able to authenticate against their Slack. Slack can be extremely useful for further phishing, as we saw in, who remembers the Uber leak that just happened, the massive Uber hack? That was all through somebody just in the Slack like, hey, I don't know how to access this thing, can you help? I work here, I promise. And the company was absolutely destroyed by it. But we're trying to get the most access the fastest. We're trying to become an insider threat. We're trying to become an employee of this company. How do you do that? Well, you need an Active Directory login. This is how we're doing it. So we've got our footprint. We've got places to attempt to log in. We have a whole crap ton of usernames even. What haven't we done? We haven't done a vulnerability scan, right? Seems like, you think I'm like forgetting something? We generally don't do vulnerability scans. Vulnerability scans are super critical, and they're something that you as a defender and defensive team, as IT administrators, should absolutely be doing constantly inside of your organization. Why does an attacker not do a vulnerability scan? One, it's the easiest thing on the planet to catch. It's noisy as hell, intentionally. Two, ScanCannon already found anything we actually care about. Your vulnerability scan, let me go back to talking about vulnerabilities and why the whole concept of this is kind of stupid for what we're doing to begin with. How many, and I don't know how many people here actively keep an eye on like vulnerabilities that come out every month and the CVSS scores and things. How many CVSS 9 or 10 vulns do we have come out monthly? How many, let's say in major operating systems, something Active Directory related, whether it's Outlook, whether it's Windows, whether it's Red Hat. How many Sev 10s drop where like it's on the news and you need to drop everything and come in and work on a Saturday so we can get this patched? How many times a year does that happen? Perhaps once? Perhaps? And even then, it only affects a very small subset of systems. So vulnerabilities that are useful to that extent, vulnerabilities that allow us to bypass authentication, like what makes something a Sev 10? Authentication bypass, remote code execution as an elevated user without authenticating. Those are the things that give you that Sev 10. Those almost never exist, and when they do exist, they get patched real fast. Intelligent attackers do not exploit software vulnerabilities. It's the lottery if you're able to do that. Oh man, it's a banner day. You laugh your ass off. You can't believe it. Because it doesn't happen. Because those things don't exist. Because when they do exist, they're often very quickly patched. And if they're not, it's not on a useful system. It's a perfect storm to exploit a software vulnerability. What are we doing then? We're exploiting, I used to say lazy sysadmins, and that's not fair. We're exploiting overworked systems administrators. We are exploiting people who have cut corners because they needed to get a system stood up and working as fast as possible for some team somewhere. And again, the larger the organization, the more this happens. It's crazy. The larger an organization is, the easier of a time you will have attacking it. It's like, what other scenarios is where that's the case? It's nuts. We're exploiting these people who were forced to stand up a system and get it to a base level of functionality, and then they go, I'll secure it later. I don't have time for this right now. It's up. I'm busy securing this thing from 3 years ago. I'll get to that in 3 years. I come in a year later and start exploiting all these cut corners. Things they didn't have time to put two-factor authentication on. We'll get to it later. It's up. You can authenticate it. I'll get to it later. That's what we're exploiting. We're exploiting that scenario. And the bigger an organization is, the more that scenario exists, right? So, what do we got now? We got places to authenticate against Active Directory. Let's say we've got a whole flood of usernames I've figured out. What are we missing? Well, we got half the credentials, right? What are we missing? What other half? We're missing the passwords. We don't have any freaking passwords, right? I like to do a trick here. I told you all this isn't going to be a cheap, crappy magic show, and I lied. How about that? The hacker up here lied to you. I'm going to psychically deduce the top passwords used in large organizations, very large enterprises. We're talking Fortune 500, Fortune 100. The top, and I'm going to put them on the screen here. And I forgot to update some of them, and you're going to see the trick real when I show it. It's going to be real funny. I've psychically pulled this from the entire planet, and I've compiled it by sitting, and like I said, best part about, like, if you're going to be a penetration tester, you're going to want to learn to meditate. If you get real good at that meditating, the passwords will come to you, and they've come to me, they've been presented to me, and they look like this. This is psychic. This is not, I don't expect all of you to be able to do this. I understand. I'm not telling you, oh, we're all just psychic and you can do this. This is something only I can do, okay? But feel free to ask me, and I'll psychically look up in the ether and tell these to you. And you'll see, you know, I haven't updated these in a while. Why is this? Who knows what? And I want to talk specifically for these on the side. What causes this? Password rotation. How often do you got to rotate your passwords per the NIST standard? Every 90 days. Every freaking 3 months I got to come up with a new password that's not the same as my old password, and I have to remember it? And no way in hell you're going to get me to use a password manager. It's preposterous. Can you imagine having to use a password manager? It's like one extra step, and it already took you 15 years to convince me to start using MFA. Now I got to use a password manager? Forget you. Every 3 months, the season changes. Every 4 months, the year, or every 12 months, the year changes. I have an infinite list of passwords, and then what do? Oh, yeah, man, everyone thinks they're crafty with this, right? I should use a magnifier. Throw in the exclamation point. Oh, I need a special character. What's the first special character? It's the exclamation point. Just stick it at the end. There you go. Shut up. There's your freaking special character. Are you happy? Fine. I'm trying to go to work. And like people think they're crafty. What else do people do? Oh, they'll put a 0 instead of an O and an at instead of an A. Come on. It's real easy for me to figure out. And what's the other one? You know, you're like, nobody does this anymore. Everyone does this! Capital P, throw a number at the end, number and exclamation point. There, I did it. I got one uppercase, one lowercase. I got a number. I got a special character. I'm trying to work. This is how this happens. Passwords are garbage, and we need to stop using passwords. And I do not have time for that rant. This is why passwords are garbage, because people think they're cute, and people hate you when you make them use it. How badly do people hate you when you make them use it? This is how bad people hate you when you make them use passwords. I didn't make this up. This is something actually Chris Nickerson, a tip Chris Nickerson gave me. I don't want to use, so there's some young folks in here. I'm going to watch my mouth. This is real common because people think they're cute and they're angry. And cute, angry people are the most easily exploited. Write that down. Quote me on that. Tweet it out. Yeah. Oh, and then what do? You stick on your little 20 or 21, 22. Oh, I need an exclamation point. Passwords are stupid. This one in the middle. Company activity and QL. There's a tool called QL that will scrape terms from a company's website, and you can kind of use that to figure out, like, oh, what does this company do? What is like a common theme in the company? And people will make passwords based on common themes in the company, especially if they have a help desk. That help desk is gonna, so many times, is gonna have a default password that they're gonna reset everyone's account to. And I'm getting hand waves over here. And they're gonna set it to something that's like company thing, 21, exclamation point. Anyway, we can guess it. You guys would get what's going on here. What do we use? Now we've got our credentials. We've got our logins. What do we use to start doing that? Burp Suite is a great tool. The Community Edition doesn't do this anymore. It's pretty easy to do brute force attacks when you've got these two word lists to do. You don't really even have to use Burp Suite anymore. It's so easy to do with like Python. Learn a little bit of Python. You could do it that way. Another way to do it, Mail Sniper. Mail Sniper lets you use what I've been talking about, email addresses, as a valid username. So even if you can't figure out internal usernames on the AD network, Mail Sniper lets you use, pending that they're using Outlook Web Access or some kind of Exchange backend, lets you use those email addresses as logins. And it works for Office 365 now. Black Hills keeps updating it. It's amazing. In many cases, it bypasses multi-factor authentication. It's okay. We don't expect you to. And Mail Sniper is also an amazing tool for being able to quickly rifle through people's inboxes. Why are we rifling through inboxes? That's probably the single most important place where company-based information is stored, like real critical information. It's users sending it back and forth. What do we see people emailing back and forth the most that's useful? Credentials. Constantly sharing credentials. Everybody loves to share credentials, and they do it in email. Failing that, over in Slack or Teams or whatever. And especially if it's in Teams, you can log into Teams. So I won't hang around on this too long. We gotta phishing. I don't got to tell anybody about phishing. It's kind of dumb that I mentioned phishing. Anybody who has had a job has had to go through anti-phishing training, and we all know, okay, we don't look out for phishing. But it works. It's the #1 thing that works. If you go look at like every compromise that has had publicly documented information on the kill chain that was able to compromise that enterprise, it started with phishing. This is still how we're doing it. We're still emailing people and getting them to click on shit. Forget everything that I've said up until now because just phish them. That's so the clip art I use at the top. I like to call out this woman. That's the person in the sock going, why would you click on this? These aren't even words. Why did you click? And you do. I did talk about how we don't really exploit software vulnerabilities, except in rare circumstances where you're kind of hitting the lottery and you can. Well, a way to do that without doing a vulnerability scan is to do little feelers out there for This is CISA's top 10 vulnerabilities for 2022. The top 10 most exploited vulnerabilities CISA sees actively being used successfully in the wild against companies. These. What's super interesting about this? Somebody tell me something you didn't expect to see in a 2022 list of actively exploited vulnerabilities. There's 2020 in there. That's a 2-year-old vuln, isn't it? In the top 10 globally on the internet. So you've got a great chance of something from 2020 working. And you can go look up what those are. Going further down that list, outside the top 10, there's a 2012 in there. Skipping over the defense, I think we're going to be okay on time. So we're able to brute force our way in. We were able to log in. We had credentials. We have, let's say, long story short, we've RDP'd in, we're on the VPN, something like that, right? What do we do now? One of my favorite things to do, so we need persistence. We need to make sure that we can't get caught. We need to make sure that we have elevated privileges to execute the things we want to execute. We want to make sure that if we lose our connection, we can come back. And so generally what we'd have is a little kind of mod, some kind of rat, something like that, that phones home back to our servers. And when it gets disconnected, it keeps trying, keeps trying, keeps trying, keeps trying. They're real easy to build. There's a trillion of them. Don't worry about it. Where do we hide it so that EDR can't find it? You hide it inside the EDR. You inject your code into the endpoint detection and response agent's code so that the antivirus becomes the virus. And the system inherently, like these antivirus, these endpoint detection and response applications, A, they're often real easy to do this to. B, they run with system level privileges. So that effectively lets you execute whatever the hell you want on these systems. And this is, you can watch a 2-hour YouTube video just on how this works. But that's one of the first steps we do. I want to get through all this, and I got 12 minutes. Next thing we do, run this, next thing we do in between is now we've got our host system connected to the network. I like to use a tool called proxy chains or something like that. It's basically a tool that lets us run a bunch of tools locally from my couch and proxy the communications from them back and forth across the VPN. So that's how a lot of this goes now. I'm going to use a tool called Responder. Who's familiar with Responder? Cool. I like this because then I don't have to spend way too long on these things. Responder is a tool that, guess what it does? It responds. It listens for things on the entire network that are going, hey, I can't find this system. I'm trying to find this SMB share. I'm trying to figure out how to get out to the internet. Is there a proxy server I can use to get out, to send my traffic through, to get out to the internet? I'm looking for this, this file share that used to be here, and I can't see it now. Does anyone know that file share's IP address? If you just fire up Wireshark and just passively listen on a system, you'll see that. If you fire up Responder -A, you will see that. What Responder does is it responds to those things. Oh yeah, that file share, that's me. What's up? I'm looking for this file. Okay, I got to make sure you're who you say you are, though, so please send me credentials. Okay, now you can come in. That's what Responder does. It says, hey, that's me, but please send me credentials. And then the computer sends credentials. And then what do you have? You have credentials. It sends them often. It tries to get them to send them in what are NTLM hashes. The hashes Responder collects cannot be passed. For those of you familiar with pass the hash, what they can have done is be cracked. We'll talk about cracking in a little bit. But another tool that I like to use in conjunction with Responder, and by the way, Responder has a lot of associated listeners that you fire alongside of it. I like to use Responder in conjunction with Impacket. If you're familiar with Impacket, I-M-P-A-C-K-E-T, Impacket has a lot of tools that will provoke questions on the internet, and then Responder will respond to them and collect the things, so just remember that. So then after that, another thing I love to use is CrackMapExec. CrackMapExec primarily exploits unsigned SMB communications, which is by far the most common communications across these corporate networks. It keeps getting expanded. This is probably the most powerful tool that I mentioned inside of this talk. Overall, what it's doing is it's looking for any systems and shares or anything that you can log in with a null session, that means no credentials, and get something out of. looking for it does various exploits to get into systems in various ways, and I'm trying to speed this up here for you guys. It can be used to both steal credentials, and also you can give it credentials, which it will then use to log into to see what other systems can those credentials log into, and then what can I steal off of those systems, and it kind of goes in this loop like that. Exceptionally powerful tool. Crack Map Exec. You're going through, and what we're doing now is kind of a combination of post-exploitation, and we're going back into that recon loop again, right? I'm in some system, I'm seeing what other systems I can get in, and exploiting things. I'm exploiting null sessions, I'm taking cookies, I'm taking session tokens, I'm taking credentials. Can I use those credentials to log into more systems? Okay, now I'm in those systems, what can I do? This is a crazy amount of stuff for a human being to have to do, so we have tools like Crack Map Exec that do that for us, and they're very easy to use. Speaking of passwords, if I'm trying to crack passwords, what do you, like, brute force cracking passwords by randomly generating strings and hoping they work is the absolute slowest way to do anything on the planet, and you should never do it unless you have absolutely exhausted every other possible avenue. I will say you don't need an 8 GPU cracking rig to do password cracking. You do need it if you are doing the random string generation garbage, you'll never get it method. But on so many gigs, I have cracked passwords in organizations with this thing. It's like a 5-year-old MacBook Pro. You don't need a massive GPU for this. What you need is to understand the password policy within an organization, which will allow you really narrow down the key space of what will and will not be a valid password, and you tell your cracker to don't even generate invalid passwords for this organization, stick to just this. But first and foremost, people are all the same kind of cute, and they love to reuse passwords all over the place. And so these are some screenshots from my torrent server where I am actively seeding, so many leaks, so many password leaks. And I just, let's talk about, y'all know how well text compresses. I have 364.65 gigabytes of compressed text passwords all leaked up there. These are the word lists that I use to start doing password guessing. If you have word lists, your password guessing and your cracking is going to go way faster. And you could use these word lists, and then you can start doing permutations, like, change all of the O's to zeros, change all of the A's to @ symbols, the trash that people who think they're cute do. And it goes way faster. That's how real password cracking happens. You can use Mimikatz once you're inside of a system to directly dump plain text credentials sometimes, depending on the operating system. And people respond to a lot of this and go, oh yeah, but Windows patched that out. Windows patched this out. Microsoft made it so that doesn't work anymore. This doesn't work anymore. You can't do that. There's a lot of times where the patching out that Microsoft does is just a registry setting, because a lot of organizations have to change that registry setting back to work with older technology that still exists in their environment, and the bigger the company is, the more common that is. And so just because something's been patched out, no, it doesn't work anymore, in a default brand new installation of Windows Server 2024, doesn't mean you should not try it, because you're going to have tons of ancient crap, and you're going to have tons of workarounds that systems admins have gone in and flipped and made vulnerable again to work. So Mimikatz dumps plain text credentials right out of memory. It dumps session tokens. Session tokens are effectively things you can use to prove that you're supposed to be logged into a system right out of memory, and then you have those Mimikatz. Do it. Then we use a tool called Bloodhound. So this tool just goes around the network asking all of the systems, including the domain controllers, who's logged in here? What's the name of the system? Who's logged in here? What level of access do they have? What is their privilege level as a user within this system? And what is their privilege level within Active Directory? Are they a regular user? Are they an administrator? Are they a domain administrator? And it will just create these really nice maps for you. This map here, this is one I personally made for an actual live organization. They can get really big. What are the red ones? I want to point out all of these red ones that we have here. The red ones that we're looking at are all systems where the user who is logged in has local administrator privileges. That means if you just go into that system and take over that user's account, you can execute pretty much any kind of code you want on that system. Those are the ones we're looking for. What kind of things can you execute on that system that are super useful? You can run Mimikatz. You can dump session tokens. So what we do with this is we go back, we trace a little map, and what we're trying to figure out is what systems have, at the very least, a user whose credentials or session token I do have is also on a system that has, oh, see, in these little groups here, these are Active Directory groups. It says what group they're a part of. So we're looking for what system has a user that I have become or can become and a user I want to become, both logged in with active sessions on that system. And so we hop around our little bloop, bloop, bloop until we get to that system. We hop onto a system, we grab a session token and then we log into the next system, and we grab credentials, we log into the next system. And we kind of do this, and the tools I've been telling you about help you do that real fast until you land on a system that, what you're trying to do here is find a system that has a logged in domain administrator account. And then, yeah, this is what we're doing. We're just yoinking. We hop in a system, we go, oh, credentials, yoink, certificates, yoink, cookies, yoink, and then we just keep running. Another thing we can do once we have local admin privileges on these systems is what's called Kerber roasting. I'm sure you've all heard a ton about Kerber roasting. Not going to go deep into what Kerber roasting does. There's no time. Kerber roasting effectively lets you authenticate against application services within a network by pretending to be a user whom you actually aren't. You can do this. There's a couple of ways. One is called Kerber roasting. One is called ASREP style Kerber roasting, or just ASREP or something like this, using this tool called RubeAS. Long story short, we're doing the same thing. We're hopping around and we're yoinking session tokens. We're yoinking tickets that allow us to authenticate against other systems. Where I'm just about wrapping up. I see you. I told you, this is real nutrient dense. So we're just yoinking things that allow us to become other employees of this company. And this stuff's not hard. And this stuff is real easy, especially Kerber roasting. And do I get into, yeah, this is certified pre-owned Active Directory certificate services. This is another thing that just exploits, everybody was told like, oh, you got to start signing all your communications. You got to encrypt communications between all your servers, and your SMB needs to be signed. And I'm sure you've all heard about all this. People had to rush to do this, and they screwed it up real bad because it's real hard to do properly. And there's a lot of tools out there that exploit that allow you to, say, steal certificates and become a server that users will authenticate against because their machine has verified that you are the one they should be authenticating against. It allows you to steal end-user certificates to become that user and say, let's start encrypting communications using my certificate so you know it's definitely the person you think you're talking to and not some outsider threat. So this is a whole other thing you could do at this point, too. And there's a tool called Death Star. Who remembers PowerShell Empire and Death Star? Show of hands. It's been a long time since we've heard that used, right? It's because their whole goal is they wanted to show that PowerShell can be used as a devastating exploitation framework inside of an organization, and you should turn PowerShell off. They did that. They succeeded. They stopped supporting the project like 4 years ago. It doesn't matter, because in large organizations, you're going to have a whole ocean of stuff that's way more than 4 years old, and the stuff that Death Star does is going to be nuts. What Death Star is it's stupid. It's a one-click, please. You're in the network, and you start the time bomb, and you run, and you go get a sandwich, and you come back, and then you have domain admin credentials. It does everything that I just walked you through from post-exploitation on. It attempts so many hacks, so many exploits. It's noisy as hell, but it's real funny when it works. And just because it's not supported anymore, say so this repository's been archived, doesn't mean you should write it off as broken and non-functional, because if you're dealing with old tech, it might work. All right, so once you've done all that, go back, buddy. Anyway, so now you're able to get your domain admin credentials. You get your domain, you've gotten onto a system, you see this domain admin logged in there, you steal their cookies, so what? One thing you can do is just start exploiting your control of that domain admin account. What I like to do is make myself my own. Make yourself a brand new domain administrator account so that if somebody else realizes, oh, the other account's been compromised, change the password, all that, doesn't matter. Now you have your own. Now you're a domain administrator who works for this company. Nobody alerts on new domain admin account creation. Nobody alerts on domain account successful login. Well, you always should. Why do they not alert on that? Because people are using their domain admin accounts to log into crap all the time, all over the place. They should not be. And then what do you do once you're domain admin? Now, this is where you launch your kill chain. What's your goal? What are you trying to do here? And back in the day, it used to be steal credit cards. It used to be steal corporate information, steal intellectual property. What is it these days? You drop your ransomware. You're domain admin. You're allowed to authenticate against every system in this corporation. You use that with your little script to push your ransomware out. You move to Belize. You're a billionaire. And that's often how it goes so many times. You know, when we see ransomware in the news and we say, oh, phishing led to ransomware. I just walked you through how that very often works. So all this is defensive stuff. I'm going to skim through. Know that it's all in here. You guys can read the slides up on my GitHub. I'm super out of breath. Like I said, huge appendix of all the tools that I talk about in here and links where you can go download them, read more about them. And that is everything. Thank you so much. I've been Johnny Christmas, the director of training over here at Grimm. Please check me out on the Twitters. Check me out on our website. I will be around the conference all day. Ask me 1,000 questions, please. I could talk about this until they tear me off the stage, have you seen? So thank you all. I'll see you around.
Thank you so much to Johnny for that. Next up, we have Mike Saunders from Red Siege, who will be covering Roll for Stealth, Intro to AV, EDR Evasion. So if you want to take a quick shuffle, scoot out of here, got about maybe 3, 4, or 5 minutes, and then we'll switch over. Thank you much.
DakotaCon.
Yes, awesome. Yes, especially you, sir. I am so happy that there are people here for their first DakotaCon because, you know, I think it was DakotaCon 2 was probably my first one. And the people that I met here at DakotaCon, like giving me the encouragement to go out and do talks and like get active. I'm where I'm at today because of the people I met at DakotaCon. So even though I'm not a DSU alum, like this place has my heart. DakotaCon, so happy that you guys are back. I've missed you. I've missed all of you. It's really bright, so I can't really see anyone. I fly up, flies up, all right, that's good. I don't know why, but lately I've had a problem with like, the fly is down. My wife's like, your fly is down. It's like, it's a good thing we work from home. All right, so we're getting, oh, okay. All right, wave from somewhere over there. How you doing? Yeah, it's good to see you. Ever notice it doesn't matter what way the badge is, how you put it, how you hook it up, it's always backwards. Like, doesn't matter the badge. Physics. All right. I can't see anything. All right, we are good to go. All right. Hello, DakotaCon. Welcome. I am so happy to be here. I am Mike Saunders, and today we're going to talk about Intro to AV and EDR Evasion. Right up here, redsiege.com/stealth. If you want a copy of the slides will be up there, so feel free to take a screenshot if you need to, but you can always download the slides later. If you have questions, I'm Mike at redsiege.com, Hardwater Hacker on Twitter. Just a little bit about me. I am the principal consultant at Red Siege. I've been in IT a while. I like to do stuff. Side note, if you are in IT and security and you do not have a hobby that is outside of a computer, please do so. Like, please get away from the computer. It's so good for your health. So, to get started, I wanted to tell you, one, what this talk isn't. Okay, this is not an advanced talk. We're not going to be talking about how to unhook EDR. We're not going to be talking about how to get past like runtime analysis and evade things there. We're not going to be talking about obfuscating our communication channels so that you can't inspect those. What we are going to talk about is the first phase, because before you can do those things, you need to get your payload onto the computer. So whether that's getting it on disk and running it, whether it's getting it into memory somehow and running it, we need to get our payloads onto the system. So we're going to talk about how to do that. We're going to talk about how to evade common detections, and these detections are usually very brittle. So like, this is the signature and I change 1 byte and now it's not being detected anymore. And we're going to talk about evading entropy checks. I'm not going to tell you what entropy is right now if you don't know. We're going to talk about it in a little bit, but those are the things that we're going to be talking about today, so just to set some expectations. I wanted to start out with things that get you caught. So these are things that we do on assessments that if we don't change the things I'm going to talk about, we are going to get caught. We are going to get detected. So sticking with the defaults, like how many here know about the MS build technique, using MS build to execute code, right? Okay, there's a couple of people. It's a really great way. You take a specially constructed XML file, you pass it to MS build, and MS build will execute that code for you. Very commonly, people use what's known as the 3G student template for doing MS build execution. 3G student template's a great place to start. However, it is very well signatured. And there are things in there, variable names and function names, like class example and the function address that we're using for virtual alloc is called funcadder. We're putting our shell code in a variable called shell code. So if we just take the 3G student template and we pop our shellcode in there, very likely every EDR and AV on the planet is going to be like, no, sir, you shall not pass. But we're going to talk about ways that we can change that. Even comments. See, a lot of people say things like PowerShell is dead, but PowerShell isn't dead. Like, PowerShell still works great if you know what you're doing. There's a lot of places it will still work. Will you be seen? Yes, but it will work. And one of the things that can set off detections is comments in things like scripts. Like, not even functional code. This is an old blog post from 2016. But this guy talks about getting caught by Symantec. And the thing that he got caught on was not that he was running PowerView. It was these 3 lines of comments that are in PowerView is what Symantec detected. Literally just removed those comments, and it worked. So one of the things we do when we're running something like a PowerShell script is just strip out all the comments before we run it, because that's one less thing that can be signatured. Black Hills has an interesting article talking about the same kind of, along the same lines of taking Mimikatz, the Mimikatz PS1, getting it running, and how do you tune that? How do you tune that script so that it still works, but doesn't get detected? Not changing common code execution patterns. So, talked about the MS Build template. We need to be able to use that to execute code. And we can write C# code and take this C# code and stick it in this XML template and then use MS Build to actually execute that code. So this is part of the MS Build template. And one of the things we got to do, we got to import our functions. If I want to use virtual alloc or I want to use create thread, I need to do what's called a DLL import. And for the MS Build technique, you don't even have to, like with Defender, you don't even actually have to have a functional XML file. If you just have these 2 DLL import statements and you don't actually have, like, you're not using them, Defender will be like, no, this is bad, because it's an XML file that has these, that's structured like the MS Build template, that has these DLL imports. And it's like, I see what you're doing and you're going to do something bad. And so it'll signature. But there are ways around this, and we're going to talk about how to get around that. But the important thing, you can't really see this, but it's right here, how it's structured. We're going to talk about how to change that. Another thing that you might not think about, strings that are in your binary. So like the help messages. For instance, if you're going to run Rubius, like you run Rubius tac h or whatever it is, and it prints out the help menu. That text that's in there is sometimes signatured. So sometimes we need to actually go through and like completely change the menus. It'll make no sense when you run it, but the strings will be different. This, if you're not familiar with it, I'm using a tool called Defender Check. There's also another tool called Threat Check that does about the same thing. The way they work is they do what's called a binary search analysis. So they take your file that you want to check to see if it's bad. They split it into 2 chunks. They split it in half. They submit each half to Defender. And then if one of those halves is bad, it takes that half, splits it in half, submits both halves to Defender. And it keeps splitting that in half until we get down to the exact bytes that Defender is signaturing on. So in this case, I was working on getting Mimikatz to run on a system with Defender. And Defender Check's telling me, hey, at this byte, these bytes right here, so these many bytes into the original file, we found these bytes here, and we think it's Mimikatz. And what it's signaturing on is module not found, the Mimikatz underscore do local, module not found, error Mimikatz do local. So that's what it was detecting. It was detecting the error message when Mimikatz runs into a problem. So we could change that to Mimi Dogs. Works a lot of times. Like, that's a common thing. Change it to Mimi Dogs, Mimi Ducks, Mimi whatever. And all of a sudden, as long as it's not Mimikatz, this is fine. So sometimes we have to change our strings. Oh, did we turn off the remote? Entropy.
I promise you, entropy will get you caught, and we are going to talk about what it is, but we're not going to talk about it right now. So now, those are some of the common things that might get you caught. So how do we avoid getting caught? We need to make our malicious code look like something it's not. We need to make it look like it's not malicious. We have to blend in and evade detection. So some of the ways we do that. So this slide here, I have a shellcode loader that has worked for years, and it uses a XOR function to decrypt my encrypted shellcode. And it's not just doing XOR with 1 byte, it's using XOR with a multi-byte key. It's worked for years. One day, just making some tweaks to it, run it through Defender, check again to see if it's still not getting detected. And I'm getting detected. I'm like, what is happening? So like any good developer, what I do, if I'm not debugging with printf statements, is just start commenting out functions of the code and see, does this work? Does this work? Does this work? And I get to a point that the only thing that's in my shellcode loader now is the XOR function, and it's still being detected. So I know that that's what Defender is flagging on. This is odd. So I start trying to change it up. And I take my XOR function and I do the first piece, and then I sleep for a little bit, and then I declare a new variable and I add some value to that variable, and then add 2 values together, and then do some other things, and then continue on. So I'm doing all these things to try to change up my XOR function, trying to change its signature. But if you remember looking at the Defender check or threat check output, it tells you exactly where the bytes that are being detected, and it shows you what bytes are being detected. Well, I kept having the exact same bytes at the exact same offset, no matter how I modify this function. So can anyone guess what the problem was? It's in the name of the slide. Compiler optimization. So if you're not familiar with compiler optimization, when you compile something, the compiler looks at your code and says, hey, I know that you're probably not the most efficient developer because you didn't write this in assembly, so I'm going to try to make this better for you. I'm going to make it use less memory. I'm going to make it run faster. I'm going to make it more efficient. And what was happening, even though I made all those changes to that XOR function, it looked at it and realized that the end state wasn't changed. I was just putting in fluff. So it kept removing all that fluff. And it turns out using a XOR with a multi-byte key is not something that's done in legitimate software. I'm guessing because they've got a signature for it. So that started getting us detected. I was like, how do we fix, what is going on? And one of my coworkers was like, could it be compiler optimization? And my first response was like, no, no, it's a stupid idea. But once I got to the point where I realized that no matter what I did, I was getting the same output, the only possible answer was compiler optimization. I recompiled the payload again, XOR not optimized. So I compiled it without compiler optimization, no threat found. So when you're compiling your payloads, disable optimization. It is not your friend. What's in the name of an entry point? So I talked about those DLL imports. There are ways to change up the signature. Some documents from Microsoft that will tell you how to do that, but we're going to take a look at it. So you can see here, this is a bad DLL import. DLL import from kernel 32, private static extern, int pointer, virtual alloc. So this means I am going to import the virtual alloc function from kernel 32, and I want to use that in my code. This is a bad signature. This is a good signature. We still have DLL import, kernel 32, and we've got private static extern int pointer, Splendid Dragon. Now, Splendid Dragon is not some magical cheat code that will make your code work. It's just 2 words that were put together by my random word generator. The thing to take away here is entry point equals virtual alloc. So do this for every one of your entry points, whether it's create thread, virtual alloc, create remote thread. Entry point equals, and then there's a couple other options that you can use in the setup. Set last error equals false or true. Exact spelling equals false or true. Read up on what those do. And then know that the order that they appear isn't necessarily important. You can change those up. So if now they release a signature for DLL import kernel 32, entry point equals virtual alloc, set last error equals false, exact spelling equals true. If they send that signature, or set that signature, what happens if I put exact spelling before set last error? I've changed the fingerprint, and if they've got their typically static rules, that is not being detected now. And now when I want to call virtual alloc, I call Splendid Dragon instead of virtual alloc. So when I want to actually do a virtual alloc, I'm just doing a Splendid Dragon in my code. Note that I change this up with my random word generator every time so that I never have the same signature. Okay, so we talked about a couple of ways of making our payload blend in, our shellcode loaders. But we also need our shellcode that's in there. And our shellcode can get us caught. Because if you look at a typical, unless you're writing quality artisanal shellcode loaders with shellcode written by hand, you're probably using something like Cobalt Strike or Nighthawk or Metasploit, something like that, to create a payload. And those shellcode bytes that you have in there have a shellcode loader that's built into them. Like you have a shellcode loader that loads the shellcode, but the shellcode needs to have its own bootstrapping because it's a program. And so it needs to have some of the things that a program has in it. And those bytes are going to be signatured. And so if you just take your shellcode, throw it in your custom shellcode loader that has never been seen before and uses all the new hotness tricks so nothing's going to get detected, but you have an unobfuscated Cobalt Strike beacon in there, you're going to get caught. So we need to blend in. We need to make our shellcode not look like shellcode. So when was this? Back in 2021, 2 decades ago, we had some research come out from the NCC group. There was the Lazarus group. They were out doing lots of ransomware, threat actor type things, and they did some analysis of a campaign that Lazarus group was doing. And there was a couple of cool things. One, the way they were executing the shellcode using enum system locale A. Awesome. If you don't know about it, take a look at it. Great way to execute shellcode. But also, the other really, really interesting thing is that their shellcode was structured as a UUID. I think it's universally unique identifier, sometimes known as a GUID, a globally unique identifier. A string that you might use instead of ID equals 1 for a user. You'll give them their own unique GUID, so you're never going to have, one, any collision, and two, no one's going to be able to guess that. You can't brute force those key spaces. They're too large. So they structured their shellcode as a UUID. And by simply taking a known signature, but sticking it in a different format, like just putting dashes in a different space and breaking it up, they made it something else. So it was shellcode, but it wasn't shellcode. So Bobby Cook, Bobby Cook's a wizard, does a lot of cool things. He's got this Ninja UUID runner that combines the enum system locale A way of doing code execution with the UUID structuring for a payload. I just ran this like 2 weeks ago. Built the payload for it. It is, Defender does not see a thing. 2 years later, Defender does not see a thing. So know that it still works. So this is what it looks like. This is shellcode, but it's structured as a UUID. So this is some shellcode that would pop calc and has a standard shellcode kind of prologue to it, and this is how it would be structured. But it's structured like a UUID, and because it's structured like a UUID, a lot of AV and EDR says, oh, this is a UUID. Come right through. This is not the droid you're looking for. Some other things that you can do to obfuscate your shellcode. So you can take your shellcode and you can reverse the bytes. Just put them in reverse byte order. Sometimes that's enough. Just having it backwards makes EDR look at it, well, I don't know what this is. It doesn't work for all of them, but it does work for some. You can try breaking it into chunks, and it does work, but the thing is, I talked about there being kind of fingerprints in the shellcode loader. Those have specific fingerprints. And figuring out exactly where I need to break up my chunks so that I don't have bytes that are next to each other that are going to be a fingerprint is challenging, and it's tedious. You can do it, but it's really tedious. Another way that Justin Polk on my team came up with is divide your shellcode into 2 bytes, even and odds. And I'm not saying by the value, right? Like not even and odd in the value, but by position in the array of shellcode. So the first byte of shellcode in position 0, because we're not heathens, we start numbering at 0. At position 0, that is going to be, even, actually. So this is going into our even array. The second byte at position 1 goes into our odd array. The third byte in position 2 goes into our even array. And we iterate through our array so that now we have 2 arrays of bytes, even values and then odd values. And then we put that in our shellcode loader with a little routine that will peel through those 2 arrays and reconstruct our shellcode. And now our shellcode is unsignatured, but it's still in there. Like nothing's going to detect that for the most part. I'm not saying it won't. I haven't tested it against everything, but I don't think it would. Steganography, anyone know what steganography is? A couple of hands? Yeah, you guys know what steganography is. Hiding data in an image by manipulating bytes of the image data. It's typically the least significant bit of either a color channel or the alpha channel, which is kind of like the brightness. And you can manipulate those bits, and essentially for each pixel has a value that can be manipulated. You can stuff a ton of data into an image without degrading the image quality at all. If you don't care about the image quality, you want it to look a little grainy, you can stuff even more information in. And now your shellcode loader just goes out and grabs an image from Twitter. Like, I don't know if anyone knows Hacking LZ, Justin LZ from Trusted Sec, but he just had a tweet about this the other day. It still works. Like, it's perfectly valid. You go out and grab something from Twitter or go grab an image from some website that you control and load your shellcode that way. Threat actors are still doing it. So, also, you could write code in a different language. We write a lot of shellcode loaders in C, C++, C#, because we know those languages. They're just like the frameworks are out there to develop in. They work great. But because they work great and they've been around for a long time, there's a lot of instrumentation to allow visibility into what's happening into programs that are written in these languages. If you use C#, you can just use something like dnspy to essentially decompile your payload and analyze it. You can see what's going on in there. So there's a lot of instrumentation, a lot of visibility, so it's harder to hide. But you could write something in Rust, you could write something in Nim or Go. Those are some hot languages. Chris Trunser is doing a lot in F#. I haven't looked at it, but apparently it's like C# but unsignatured. So there's a chance to learn a new language. I will tell you, though, that this works to get around some EDRs, but in some EDRs, they look at it and go, hey, I don't know what this is, but I see you wrote it in Go. You must be malicious. I was doing some testing, writing some new shellcode loaders in Rust a couple of weeks ago, and I could not get it working. It turns out what Defender was signaturing on was the simple fact that I was loading and calling an encryption routine. So if I tried to do ARC4, if I tried to do XOR, if I tried to do AES, use those routines to obfuscate my shellcode, that was what it was detecting. As soon as I took those routines out, it was fine with everything else. So we're going to talk about a way of encoding your shellcode that won't get detected, most likely. We're going to release that here. You'll see it. So I promised you we would talk about entropy. So now is the time we're going to talk about entropy. Disclaimer, I am not a mathematician, so I may not be explaining these things correctly. However, the things that I'm going to talk about are entropy as it relates to information theory and computer science and stuff like that, not entropy as it relates to the heat death of the universe. Not that they aren't related, but we're talking specifically computers. I'm also going to talk about something called Kolmogorov complexity. So Kolmogorov complexity is related to entropy, and I'll talk about how those work. So roughly, we can say that if something has a lot of entropy, it's high in entropy, it is very random. If something is low in entropy, meaning it does not have a lot of entropy, it is less random. So if I measure the entropy in two different things, and one has a higher amount of entropy, means there is more random data in that thing. And we can test this by using, there are a lot of tools. You can do it with Ent. You can use binwalk to do it. Binwalk will also do an entropy check for you. You can just do a simple thing with DD and gzip. So in this example here, I'm reading in 1 million bytes from dev urandom. On a system with a good random number generator, this should be significantly very random data. Taking 1 million bytes, I'm going to pipe it into gzip. I'm going to try to compress it. And when I try to compress it, gzip is going to give me some statistics. Hey, I was able to reduce the size by this amount. You can see it reduced the size of that input by 0.0%. So I took highly random data, I tried to compress it, and it was unable to compress it. That's where Kolmogorov complexity comes in. Kolmogorov complexity says that the more random something is, the less we are able to compress it. The less random it is, the more we are able to compress it. That's why if you were to take an encrypted zip and try to zip it again, you're not going to be able to compress it very much. But you can take all of Wikipedia and compress it down into, you know, I don't know how many meg text file, but it's not very big. Like, text is not random. And you can compress it a lot. So knowing this about entropy and Kolmogorov complexity, we realize we have a problem. I said we need to protect our shellcode. We need to obfuscate it in some way. The most typical way we do that is doing some kind of encryption. Whether we use AES or XOR or ARC4 or something, we're going to encrypt our shellcode. All methods of encryption end up increasing entropy. We have more random data. So now, when we encrypt our shellcode, we increase our entropy. That may be a problem. We're going to talk about why. But a little side trip here. So I talked about you should change up in scripts, changing default variable names and function names and things like that. You should change those. However, you should not just replace every one of them with a random string. Because what's wrong with randomness? What's that? It causes higher entropy. Why is that a problem? Because some things measure entropy. And I have run into EDRs that I had a PowerShell script. I replaced all of the variable and function names with randomly generated words. Not even words, just randomly generated character strings. And the EDR flagged it because it measured the entropy in every one of those variable and function names and said, hey, you were obviously trying to obfuscate something. I don't know what you're doing, but what you're doing is suspicious. I took the same script and I replaced the variable and function names with randomly generated word pairs. Same script, no detection. Because it was looking at entropy down at just like a little variable and function name level. You could use single words. However, depending on the language you're developing in and the word list that you're using, there could be collisions in there, especially with Visual Basic. There's a lot of reserved words in the language, but you do not want to have a function name called create thread, right? Like that is something that is something that's going to be a collision with the create thread function. You have a better chance of avoiding that. My technique could still result in a collision, but it's a lot less chance. I take a dictionary, I read in a bunch of words, and because this code is going on client computers, I've spent a lot of time removing certain words from the dictionary because words by themselves might not be bad, but all of a sudden two words next to each other and it's an embarrassing situation. So always read what you're generating before you send it off to the client, because there's been a couple times like, whoopsie, I hope they don't read that. Generate random word pairs, put those in for your variables and function names. We now do not have the entropy problem, and we have changed up our signature. All right, back to entropy. How can we change our entropy? As you might have suggested, or surmised from the last slide, we can use words. Why do words work? Languages are not random. So whether it's English or German or Spanish or Canadian, it doesn't matter. Languages are not random. We can test this. We can do the same thing. We can use the gzip. Yes, all right. We can use the gzip technique to measure this and test it. We take the English dictionary, we compress it, we reduce the size by 64.7%. We take the German dictionary, we compress it by 75.9%. So that tells me German is even less random than English. So now I know that because I can compress it more. So along these lines of using language, these are some really interesting papers that are kind of mind-blowing about just embedding shellcode in Shakespeare. Like the position of words in Shakespeare is your shellcode, right? Like it's mind-blowing. You should read these. I'm not that smart, so I came up with something different. We're going to talk about it. Before we get to that, one day I was on a test. I was testing a system that had CrowdStrike. It had CrowdStrike's machine learning AV component on it. And I tried to run my payload. Double-click on it, nothing happens. So again, like any good programmer, I recompiled my code with a bunch of printf statements. And so it should do a printf for every single thing that's happening in there, so I can kind of trace execution. Nothing happened. I didn't even get the, hey, I'm entering the program message, which tells me it wasn't being terminated because of something suspicious. It just wasn't being executed at all. Why would it not be executed? Like, what is it about this file? Because it's not removing it from the system. It just won't let it run. So I talked to some peers, we got talking about it. We thought it's most likely entropy. It's looking at entropy in this file saying, you were obviously obfuscating something. I'm not going to allow it to run. So I tested that. At first, like, what? I tested that. I took this array. This is a portion of it. Unsigned character array, anti-entropy, contains 7,740 words. There is no significance to 7,740 words. That is just how many words are in my dictionary. I created this array, and I compiled it in. Remember about compiler optimization? I didn't use this array anywhere, so a compiler would normally be like, I don't know what this is, let's get it out of here. So I left it in, turned off optimization, and my payload ran. You've got to be kidding me. So it worked. So let's look at why. The first one on the top is my shellcode loader using AES encrypted shellcode and has no words added into it. It is only 362K. This is good. This is good. But I can only compress it by 18.4%. Take the same one with the words compiled in. It's 15 megs, not ideal. But I can compress it by 97.8% because words, languages are not random. Things that aren't random are highly compressible. When things are highly compressible and not random, they're low in entropy. And if something is measuring entropy as an indication of something being bad, the entropy is really low, please come in, sir. And my payload ran. Interesting kind of Side note to this, a couple of years back, some researchers came out with some research on Cylance. They used strings. They found out that basically taking these strings from a very popular game at the time and stuffing them into their payload got past Cylance. This wasn't an entropy thing. In fact, Cylance was looking for specific words and adding a confidence score because they knew that they couldn't be blocking this game. So they took these words, attached it to the 500 top malware samples at the time, and every one of them, Cylance was like, this is fine. So not entropy, but also very interesting research to take a look at. Another diversion, file size. This doesn't work on all AVs or EDRs. It doesn't work on all of them by default. They don't all have the same number. Some of it's configurable. Defender, for example, this trick doesn't work on. But take a file. Take my little, I've worked a lot of craft into it, and I got this 15K shellcode loader. It's awesome. It's going to execute my rat, and I'm going to be good. But it's 15K, so EDR is like, I'm definitely going to inspect you. But if I was really sloppy and I wrote one really inefficient, let's say it was 150 megs, EDR may look at that and go, it's going to take too long to scan this. That's a performance hit. We are not going to scan this. This in no way would work against CrowdStrike like 2 weeks ago. So this works against, and I'm not picking on CrowdStrike. Like, they're great. They're a great product. I hate seeing it on my assessments because they're great. But this does work. It's an old trick, but it still works. A lot of the patterns that will do this, there's, Mangle will do it. Mangle by Optiv will do this. They will pad with either null bytes or random data. And some EDRs will look for that. Like, is there a bunch of null or random data appended onto this file? They may be trying to increase the file size artificially, so therefore this might be bad. So, and if we're padding random data, we're increasing the entropy. So I created a tool called DigDug. DigDug will take a file, it will read it in, and then append non-random data. Basically takes a dictionary, says what size do you want me to be, and then reads in enough words padded at the end. And you don't need to use words. You could use a picture of a cat. You could use any non-random data that is not binary data, pad it on the end of your executable, and it'll work. File size, big enough now, some EDRs and AVs will just nope out and say, I can't do this. It's too much of a cost. More evasion. Jargon. So jargon is when people use words or expressions, typically within a profession, like InfoSec, we have our jargon, that's hard for people who don't know the jargon to understand. So I created a way of obfuscating shellcode that I call jargon. I want you to know that I'm not the only person that has come up with this technique. When I was coming up with this, I talked to other people that were doing this at the exact same time. A friend of mine was developing it like literally the exact same time, completely independently. I'm just, as far as I can tell, the first person that's released code about it. But there are other, it's been discussed in like the Art of Hacking Volume 3 or something, someone told me. Let's take a look at it. What is jargon? Let's take some English words. It doesn't have to be English words. It could be the strings from kernel32.dll. That would work great. But let's take words that aren't random, and what if we could take our shellcode and represent it as words? We would solve multiple problems. One, our shellcode isn't signatured. We avoid using encryption so we don't increase our entropy. Those are two good things for us. And in some cases, we really make our file size a lot bigger, which might cause some AV and EDR to nope out. So how does it work? This was a mind-blowing thing for me when I figured this out, like when someone explained this to me. We typically look at shellcode as hex characters, 00 through FF. But all those really are ints that represent the numbers 0 through 255. We have 256 possible values that can be represented as hex, or they can be represented as ints. Now, earlier I talked about storing data in an array, and I talked about the positions. And the positions are just what? Ints. Position 0, position 1, position 2. So how can we use that to our advantage? Let's create a translation table. 256 unique words, because we need to represent 0 through 255. As long as every one of these words is unique, there's no repetition, each word in this table, this translation table, represents a byte of shellcode. So, attending. Attending is at position 0, int 0 or 0x00. So that is a 0. So anytime I have a shellcode value of 00, I'm going to insert the word attending. If I have 01, I'm going to insert the word promptly. Again, source words could be anything. Doesn't have to be an English dictionary. It could be kernel 32. That might really mess with an analyst's head. So we talked about how this position works. Now we just need to encode our shellcode. So we loop through every byte of the shellcode. We look at the value. We see that it's at position 0, so we insert the word attending. Position 1, we insert promptly, so on and so forth. So now we have a gigantic character array of words. Each one of those words represents a shellcode byte. When we want to go use it, please ignore my ugly C. When we want to use it, we simply need to have a couple of loops. We have 2 character arrays in our code, our translation table and our translated shellcode. The first loop here loops through every byte of the shellcode. You can tell by the size this is a Cobalt Strike beacon. The second for loop loops through each byte of our translation table. We look at our first byte of shellcode and we look at our first byte of the translation table. Does this match? Is this a match? If it is, insert that position in the shellcode byte into that same position in a payload table, shellcode index. So now we are reconstructing our shellcode byte by byte and throwing it in a new array, helpfully called payload here, should be called shellcode, might be more clear, but we're taking shellcode, reconstructing it into a new character array, or a new array of shellcode bytes called payload. Does it work? I think so. We're going to take a look. We're going to look at why it works. Again, we've got our AES.exe, that's our loader with encrypted shellcode, 362K. Using jargon, we've got it down to 1.7 megs. That's not bad. Like we see a lot of programs that are, Outlook is way bigger than that. Let's measure the entropy. Again, 18.4% with AES encrypted shellcode. The same shellcode loader, the only thing I've changed is I now put jargon encoded words instead of random encrypted data. 85.8% reduction in size. So it is very low in entropy. It is very not random. And as a result, if something is looking for randomness as a way of making an assumption about the trustworthiness of your code, you can get around that using this. Now, I said at the beginning, this is only about getting your payload on disk or getting it into memory. If you're trying to just do a completely unobfuscated virtual alloc, RTL move memory, and create thread, you're going to get busted. Like that's the advanced talk, because now you need to talk about how do we evade detection in the way we call code. But before you can call that code, you need to be able to get it onto the system and use it. And this is the first half of that. So jargon will help you out with that. Let's take a look at it. Double click on English.exe. Hey, we're translating stuff, and boom, we get a beacon. So it does work. We've used this on a lot of tests now. For the analyst saying, how do I detect this? I'm not really sure. The only thing that comes to mind is frequency analysis. You know that certain bytes are going to appear in certain positions in shellcode. If you do a frequency analysis, you would start to figure out, okay, this represents this represents this. This is probably shellcode. That's the only way I can think of detecting the evasion by encryption or encoding, but not with, I don't know how else you would detect it. But I still have to execute the shellcode, and you can detect those techniques. You can get it at my GitHub, github.com, hardwaterhackers/jargon. Miscellaneous stuff. What about storing shellcode as emoji? Someone did this at DEF CON this past year. Released, I think they were doing RISC-V architecture so it wouldn't translate immediately, but you could have a payload full of emoji and it would work. You can take some of these techniques and throw them into the Cobalt Strike artifact kit, and I highly encourage you to do it. People say Cobalt Strike is dead. That's because they just don't know what the Arsenal kit and the artifact kit is. There's a lot you can do. If you want to learn more, take a look at Sector 7's Intro to Malware Dev and Advanced Malware Dev courses. I'm not getting paid. I just think they're great and they're cheap. Take a look at them. With that, if you want the slides, you can get them at redsiege.com/stealth. Please get a hold of me if you have questions. Mike Saunders, Hardwater Hacker, Mike at Red Siege. Check out Red Siege on Twitter. We've got a Discord, redsiege.com/Discord. Please come to our Discord, ask questions. We've got a great community, great people there. You can get the tools on my GitHub, and that's it. Any questions for me? Yes? So the question was, I talked about replacing function names in code, and do I have a tool? Yeah, I spent a lot of time writing generators so that I don't have to write my payloads. So if you're someone that has to do this, you're a red teamer and you have to do this on a regular basis, write generators. So I've got a bunch of Python programs that I will feed it a payload.bin file, and it will spit out an MS build or a C# formatted thing that I can compile and install util type of thing, generates it automatically, and it does that substitution for me so that I don't have to do it by hand. Yeah, because trying to do it by hand is very tedious. Any other questions before Nathan throws me off the stage? All right, yes? Yeah, so taking jargon instead of using just English words, running like Johnny talked about, running cool against Robin Wright's tool. I think it's Robin Wright. DigiNinja. Take his tool, cool, run it against the company website, and get a corpus of words that are unique to that company, and put those words into the payload. Yeah, that's definitely good. Or, yeah, against their software, take strings from their software. Absolutely, that would be a good way. All right, I have stickers if you want them. I'll be around. I'm wearing the Red Siege clothes, or the cyber shirt if I don't have the hoodie on. Come find me. I'm about to get tackled off stage. So thank you, DakotaCon. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Great day.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for choosing track 1. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, so hello again. I'm Joel, aka the Techromancer. I work for the best company in the world, which is Black Lantern Security, and I'm a pen tester. So the thing to know about me is that I love building things just as much as I love breaking them. So this talk is about Bbot. What is Bbot? It is a big, huge OSINT tool. So I'm not going to get too much into what OSINT is, just because this talk is mostly demos. So we're basically going to be doing OSINT the whole time, and it's going to be very apparent what it is. So Bbot is the culmination of years of pen testing. So it's written by pen testers for pen testers, and I'm super proud of this tool. Sadly, I couldn't fit all the features into one talk, but my hope is that I can just show you how powerful it is and hopefully convince you to try it out, because it's awesome. All right, so first demo, what we're going to do is just a simple scan, and what's going to happen in this scan is I'm not enabling any modules, so it's just a DNS resolution scan. Bbot is a command line tool, so press enter to execute. Okay, so what we're going to see is a whole bunch of IP addresses and host names. Not super interesting, but now what I'm going to do is I'm going to output it to a graph. Try this again here. Well, the graph demo is not working. Demo gods are angry with me. Okay, well, that's okay, because I have recorded videos just in case. All right. So, okay, so here we're executing the command. Okay, here we go. Okay, so what you're seeing now is the exact same thing that you just saw in the command, except what it's meant to illustrate is it's showing how Bbot is discovering the data. So what's important to know is that Bbot is recursive, and so every piece of data that it discovers, whether that be a DNS name, email address, an open port, whatever, it's basically going to feed that back into itself and operate on that to find even more data. So even though in the scan, what you see is just a big list of IP addresses and host names, the way that it's actually working is it's sort of recursively crawling through all of those. Okay, so in the next demo, we're going to do the same thing, except we're going to enable subdomain enumeration. And so this is just the same thing, but bigger. So it's kind of satisfying to watch. Looks kind of like bacteria growing. But yeah, basically, whenever I talk about recursion, just keep this in mind and sort of visualize this, because this is how Bbot is discovering its data. And what's happening right now is, what's sort of taking form right here is an attack surface. So this is the attack surface of dsu.edu, and it's discovered by Bbot. So that's basically, bbot is an OSINT tool. It's designed to map the attack surface of an organization, so that's what this is. Okay, so on the topic of subdomain enumeration, bbot is very good at subdomain enumeration. Shortly after we released bbot, we did a blog post where we benchmarked it against a whole bunch of other popular tools, tools such as Amass and the Harvester and Subfinder and Spiderfoot and poor little Sublister down here at the end. But basically, yeah, what we found, we scanned Tesla.com, and we found that bbot was able to find the most subdomains out of any other tool. And I'll talk more later about why that is. Okay, so I want to talk briefly about Spiderfoot before we get into the other demos, mainly just because it's hard to talk about bbot without first talking about Spiderfoot. So once upon a time, there was a pen testing firm called Black Lantern Security, and whenever a new hacker came to work at BLS, they would ask, what OSINT tool should we be using? And we would tell them the most unhelpful thing we could tell them, which was whichever ones you want. Because each of us had our own favorite tools that we like to run. We all had our own little workflow. And we could never agree on which tools were best. So it was kind of a free-for-all. And I guess you could say it was sort of fragmented in the way that we were doing our OSINT. So our OSINT was begging to be automated. What we needed was a single tool that we could use as a framework to basically build and automate our OSINT from start to finish. We needed it to do subdomain enumeration, port scanning, web screenshots, ideally vulnerability scanning. And also, we needed to be able to trust it. Like, we needed to be able to know that we could just run this one tool and not, be afraid that we're missing stuff. Oh, maybe if we ran this other tool, we would have found this one thing. So it needed to do all of this, and it needed to be good. So I went on a quest to find this one OSINT tool to sort of like make it, like a one-stop shop for our OSINT. And I ran every tool out there. Like, I swear I ran every tool on GitHub. I read a lot of source code until my eyes were bleeding. And there was one specific tool that caught my eye, and that was Spiderfoot. So Spiderfoot, what interested me about Spiderfoot was that it had something that none of the other tools did, and that is recursion. So I apologize for this GIF. I know it's a bit weird, but basically this illustrates the point of, every time Spiderfoot would find a new piece of data, again, whether that be a DNS name, open port, an email address, it would take it and it would feed it back into all of the other modules to use to discover more data. And it would do that infinitely. So that's what recursion is. So Spiderfoot would go down these crazy rabbit trails, and it would come up with data that none of the other tools did. Now, I mean, if you go back to this graph, Spiderfoot didn't perform super well on the subdomain enumeration. But what was interesting to me about Spiderfoot was the fact that it found the things that it did find, the other tools did not find. So it would find unique things. So for example, this is like an example sort of trail that Spiderfoot would follow. So for example, you would give it a target like evilcorp.com and say it would query an API, and it would give you back a subdomain of that, and then it would perform DNS brute forcing on the subdomain, and it would find a subdomain of the subdomain that had a website on it. So it would go and visit the website, and it would extract a URL from that website that had another subdomain, and it would resolve that subdomain to an IP address, and then resolve it back to a different subdomain, and port scan it, and find an SSL cert that had a different thing at the very end. So like, it just went down these crazy trails, and that was really what blew me away about it. There was no limit to the depth. It would just keep going. And ideally, if you're a human and you're doing OSINT manually without any tools, this is sort of the process that you would take, right? Ideally, you would be able to, as a human, you'd be able to drill down and investigate and follow these sort of trails of breadcrumbs, as it were. So, and normally automated tools don't dig that deep, but Spiderfoot did, which was amazing. It was awesome. So, also, something to note is that the stuff at the end of this trail, is usually more interesting. So as pen testers, we're interested in finding things that other pen testers haven't found. So this stuff on the outer edges of the attack surface is much more likely to be never have been discovered on a pen test before, or even sometimes forgotten by the sysadmins. Maybe it's sort of a neglected resource that's just hanging out there, right? So that's the juicy stuff. And so yeah, so Spiderfoot is awesome, but it had some problems. Mainly, it was slow. So anyone who's run Spiderfoot may have had this experience where you start a scan and the scan runs for days or weeks or even longer, and you're probably forced to cancel it. So it's single-threaded. It's also not really geared towards pen testers. There are modules that are good for pen tests, but there's a lot of other stuff too, and it's hard to know which modules to enable and which ones to not enable. There's incident response stuff, and then there's also like weird like stalking your boyfriend stuff. So like anyway, it does a lot, but it's not. Pen testers aren't like the main target audience of it. And again, like this talk isn't to discredit Spiderfoot. That's not the purpose. Like Spiderfoot is awesome. And when I picked it up, I basically was blown away by it, and I saw it had a lot of potential, and so I wanted to take Spiderfoot, and I wanted to use it as the framework to build our OSINT process. I wanted to fix it, so I spent a lot of time deving on it. I wrote some new modules, I built a new threading system, so I converted it from being single-threaded to being multi-threaded, and I was able to boost the performance by almost 10 times. But after working with it for a while, I realized that it still couldn't handle like a target as big as some of our bigger clients. So if we have a week to do OSINT, like the scan has to finish within a week, and some of them were not. So in the end, I realized that it would just be more work to try and make Spiderfoot what we needed it to be than to write a new tool from scratch. So that's Bbot. So that's how Bbot was born. So Bbot, again, is recursive. It's a command line scanner. It's inspired by Spiderfoot. It is not a fork of Spiderfoot. It shares no code with Spiderfoot, but it takes the recursive idea behind Spiderfoot and it builds on it. And most importantly, it is by pen testers for pen testers. And it's written in Python, so you can just pip install it, pipx install Bbot. We have Docker images too. It's super easy to get. Okay, back to the demos. Okay, so the next demo is going to be showing off a few different things. The first thing I want to show off with it is the fact that you can scan more than one target at one time. So this is one thing that it can do where Spiderfoot is only one target. You can specify an unlimited number of domains in Bbot, and also you can target like IP addresses, IP ranges, emails. It accepts any of these as targets. Okay. So the second thing I want to show off in this demo is the ability of Bbot to output to Neo4j. It has native integration with Neo4j, which, if any of you have ever used Bloodhound, it's the same database that Bloodhound uses. So it's a graphing database, meaning instead of representing data in like rows and columns, it uses nodes and relationships, similar to what we saw in the first demo. Okay, so that scan finished. So now if we go to Neo4j, okay, I'm going to move things around so we can try and make sense of them here. Okay, so at the top we have our scan. We had two targets, right? On the left we have gencyber.camp as our first target, and then on the right we have dsu.edu. So I should explain that the orange nodes are DNS names, and the tan ones are IP addresses. So as you can see from this scan, these two domains are related. And so it looks like they share the same name servers. So you can see that because they're both using the dsu.edu name servers, it would be reasonable to conclude that they're both owned by DSU. So this is something that this sort of graph gives you that the console doesn't, where in the console, it's just a list of sort of like data that doesn't connect at all. But in the database, it's easier to see how that all works together and what the relationships are. Okay, so finally, the last thing I want to show off with this demo is the fact that, yes, it outputs to Neo4j, it outputs to the console, but it also outputs to other formats too. So if we go and we cat the output file, so this is what that looks like. So, so the point is that it just saves it in a lot of different formats. So if you ever find yourself needing to go back and parse it and ingest it into another tool, or open it in Excel, or grep through it, however you want to do it, it saves all of that, and it does that automatically, outputs to all these formats at the same time. Okay, Web Spider. This is kind of a fun demo. This is my favorite one. And hopefully it'll actually work this time. Also, I should explain, you may have been wondering who Sneaky Kathleen was. So Bbot generates a random name for each scan, and it's just a random adjective and a random noun. That last one was Sneaky Kathleen. It's just a funny thing to help you remember like what the scan was, kind of like Docker containers. But disclaimer that they are random, so there might be some weird ones, and if there are, it's not my fault. Okay, so this one's going to take a little bit of time to run, but we can watch the results come in Neo4j here. That didn't really work. Come on, demo gods, come on. I think maybe my Wi-Fi signal's a little bit spotty. All right. Anyway, so basically what we did, the difference between this scan and the last scan was that in this scan we enabled HTTPX, which is the module in Bbot that visits web pages. So if we zoom in, we can sort of make sense of this data. So we started off with dsu.edu, and then you can see that. Let's see if we go out to. So it's finding. So it's essentially finding URLs on these different hosts. So the idea here is that it's going to go out to a host. It's going to find the open port. It's going to find the URL. It's going to visit the web page, and then for every URL on that web page, it's going to spider out to that as well. So I think the reason this is not working is because I'm on the guest Wi-Fi, and I got deauth. So give me just a second. I'm going to see if I can fix that. All right, well, we're not in luck. The demo gods have not been kind. But that's okay. Okay, so I'm going to just go and play the video then. Apologies. Okay, so we're back in Neo4j. Okay, so here we go. So basically, if we were to begin at where we started the scan against the root dsu.edu domain, we could basically trace how it was able to go first to the main dsu.edu website and then find a link to catalog, like a totally different subdomain, right? Catalog.dsu.edu, and then all the way up, spider that website, it would then find a link to scholar.dsu.edu. And so what it's basically illustrating is how, even though you specified only a single domain as a target with only one module, which is the web module, it will still spider recursively and find all sorts of different subdomains just based off of the web content that it's finding. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Demo gods, why do you despise me so? Yeah. All right, are we good? Are we good? All right. So another thing you may notice in the output of the scan, let me go back a little bit here. It's confusing because there's two cursors now. So you'll see in the output of the scan a lot of email addresses. So that's another thing is when Bbot crawls a website, it will automatically strip out anything that's interesting, and that includes URLs, but it also includes other things like email addresses and even things like API keys and like passwords embedded in JavaScript. So anything that would be useful to you as a pen tester for OSINT, it will strip that out. Okay, so the second part that I'm showing off here is the other feature of Bbot, which is the word cloud. So the word cloud is essentially just a word list, and its purpose is to, during the course of the scan, look at all of the data that's gathered and accumulate a list of all of the most commonly encountered words. So this can be useful. You can look at, this is the contents of the word cloud from that web spidering that we did of dsu.edu. So as you can see, it has words that you would expect to find on DSU, like DSU, and articles, and academic, and programs, and things like that. This is useful to a pen tester if you are wanting to, say if you have a password that's difficult to crack and you want to build a customer-specific word list. That's exactly the type of thing that this is meant to be used for. The other thing is the word cloud is used internally by Bbot as well for things like DNS enumeration. So Bbot has a mass DNS module, and its purpose is to brute force subdomains. So Bbot will scan. During the course of the scan, it will accumulate all of these common words that are specific to your target. And then at the end, it will make a mass DNS run, and it will take all of the subdomains that it found and generate mutations of them based off of the customer-specific words. Okay, final demo. All right, so in this one, we're going to be doing a subdomain enumeration, and also we're going to be enabling Wapalizer. So again, we're just visiting the website just like you would in an internet browser, but the difference here is that we're enabling Wapalizer, which is parsing that response, and it will analyze what web technologies are in use. So we have lots and lots of subdomains. So if we look at the data in Neo4j, it's this giant balloon of like orange ones, right? The orange ones are DNS names. But basically what we're going to start seeing now is these technology events. So these technology events will tell you what sort of server the website is running on. So these are the, let's see, the technologies in this one. They're yellow. So the yellow ones at like the far edges of the graph, you can see this specific one is running Windows Server and IIS. Another one, might be running Nginx or Apache. So this can be useful if you're a pen tester. It's useful because it allows you to sort of see the attack surface of the organization at a glance and see what technologies are in use on all their different assets. So if you're a pen tester, if you're on an engagement and these web apps are in scope, you're able to go after them. This can help you basically figure out which ones to go after first. For example, if you're more experienced hacking Windows than hacking Linux, you might go after the IIS servers first. So it helps you prioritize and helps you sort of inform your path of going after the web apps. So it gets pretty big. The one downside to Neo4j is that if you're just browsing in the interface, like in the web interface, if you throw enough data in there, it will get a little bit laggy. But the nice thing about Neo4j is that you can always still run queries on it, and the Cypher query language that it uses is very robust. So you can do a lot of really cool things and pull out exactly the data that you need, even if you have a large amount of it. Okay, moving on. So one of the other features I want to highlight of Bbot is the feature that allows it to download dependencies automatically for its modules. So Bbot has a lot of modules. It has over 80 modules right now. These are things like modules like GoWitness, Wapalizer, which you just saw, modules that enumerate subdomains from APIs and all these sorts of things. So a lot of these modules have dependencies. For example, the GoWitness module, which I'm going to be demoing next, requires a binary to work. So you need like that Golang executable on your system, that GoWitness executable, in order to do that. And you also need Chromium. You need a web browser for it to use. So we use Ansible to automate all of this. So when you enable a module in Bbot that has a tool attached to it, like Nuclei or GoWitness or whatever, it will automatically download those for you in the background and install them for you. You don't have to do anything. That includes Python packages, binaries, and OS packages. Okay, so here's our final demo. In this one, we're also going to be doing subdomain enumeration, but we're going to be, instead of doing Wapalizer, we're going to do GoWitness, which is it's taking web screenshots. So you can see that right now it's installing GoWitness in the background. If it needs to install an OS package like Chromium or whatever, it will prompt you for a sudo password to do that. Okay, so we're starting to see results come in now. So you can see the main one. We've got dsu.edu. Basically, this is sort of a different way of looking at the attack surface. Instead of looking at it on a graph with all the technologies, it can be useful to see it at a glance as web screenshots. And part of the reason for this is because if you're looking for something like a web page that has a login, that's a very common one. It's like, hey, I need something to password spray. It's a quick way to find those. Also, if you're a web app hacker and you've hacked enough web apps, you can sort of develop like a spidey sense that will tell you how vulnerable a website is likely to be just by looking at it. So if it looks sort of like crusty and old and like 90s, you're going to think to yourself like, oh, that's probably vulnerable. I'm going to go after that one first. So anyway, that's sort of an advantage of doing it this way. Yeah, I'm not going to go too deep in any of these because I promised DSU I wouldn't look for vulnerabilities, but I couldn't help myself with this one. It's nothing. It's nothing funny. It is a little bit funny. I had to click on it because I had to know if it was actually a 12-hour video of cats sleeping, and it actually is a 12-hour video of cats sleeping. They're pretty adorable. I love cats. Look at that. All right. Anyway, that's enough of that. Okay, so the final piece to all of this is vulnerability scanning, and this is getting out of OSINT, right? We're like far out of OSINT at this point. I can't demo that. I'm not going to scan dsu.edu for vulnerabilities, but there is a nuclei module, and nuclei is a awesome tool written by Project Discovery. It's a web application vulnerability scanner, and we use it on every assessment. It's awesome. So it integrates with Bbot. You can pair it with Bbot subdomain enumeration so that every subdomain that you find with Bbot will get scanned by nuclei. Again, the interesting thing about this is that if you enable the subdomain enumeration and nuclei, especially on a big domain, it is very likely that you will find things. And the reason for that is because Bbot is going to find some domains that probably have not been scanned by nuclei yet. So this is exactly why we're excited to see people use it in the bug bounty space, because it's still a pretty new tool. It's only a few months old, so there's a lot of bug bounty targets that probably have not had Bbot run against it yet. So everybody who's in bug bounty knows that if you find a target that no one else has looked at, you struck a gold mine. Like, you're very likely to find something there. So yeah, highly recommend it if you're into bug bounties. Give it a try. And finally, this is the punchline of the whole thing, right? So we did all these demos where we showed off different things. So the first thing that we did was simple DNS resolution. Then we did subdomain enumeration. We did web spidering. We did web screenshots. So the punchline is that you can do this all at once, and you can do it in one command. So in this single command here, we're scanning evilcorp.com and a /24 IP range. We're enabling subdomain enumeration. We are port scanning with Nabu. We're enabling the web spider up to distance 1. We're taking web screenshots. We're analyzing web technologies with Wappleizer. And we're running nuclei. So yeah, and we actually, this is a good way to do it. We actually recommend doing all of it at once. And the reason is because Bbot is recursive. So everything that it finds, it uses to find more things. So the more modules that you enable, you almost get like an exponential effect. So yeah, everything, everywhere, all at once. All right, so thank you, everyone. We had a lot of fun writing Bbot. We hope you try it out. We hope you have as much fun with it as we do. And I will take questions, and then after questions, we have a whole bunch of funny stickers and stuff. So come get your stickers. All right, any questions? Go ahead. That's true, and that's a good question. So, okay, so the question was, it's good to run everything at once, but what if I want to run it in phases and save each thing to disk, right, and use that to seed the next scan, and so on? Would that be the same? The answer is that would work, although it wouldn't be quite the same. And the reason is because there are certain situations where If you, for example, let's say you start off with a subdomain enumeration that's passive, okay, without the website, right, without the web component. So it's very possible that you might find a subdomain, but because you are visiting the website in a different phase, that you would miss out on the subdomain enumeration. Maybe it would find an affiliate domain that resolved to the same IP range that you're targeting, and it would have done subdomain enumeration on that if you had done it all at the same time, but because you split it into phases, it's not going to work quite the same way. We made it recursive, we made it this way on purpose, because phased OSINT is like the standard way to do things, right? So like, you start by doing subdomains, and then you do port scanning, and then you do websites, but like, the value of it is that if at the very end of that whole process you find something new, the process starts over for that, and it does all of it to it again. So that's the value of it. Good question. Go ahead. I can't imagine that. I don't know who told you that. The question is, there's a pay what you want training for Bbot. That is true. Yes, today or tomorrow and the next day. Yep. Please sign up if it's not full. All right. Thank you, everyone. All right, come get your stickers.
Thank you. All right, as you guys are coming to steal some stickers up here,
doing a mic check.
You know, launches go off on time, right? There's never a scrub. That was the T-minus warning. I know. 10, 9, 6, 1, 0, 1, 0. I figure I was speaking computer. Great. We will start a minute or two early. It's always good to start early. And then you can stare at the people that walk in not late, but late. Right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Renee Wynn. And my final stint in the United States federal government was the NASA Chief Information Officer, where I delivered IT services across the globe, including Moscow, and that still happens now, and Kazakhstan, Baikonur, which is an outpost of Russia, or Soviet Union 2.0, if you ask Ukraine right now. Or maybe you look on the web and get some things there. The 2 o'clock alarm's just gone off. And I also, besides delivering IT services across the globe, delivered IT services to the International Space Station. And the CIO of NASA still does that. I'll tell you some fun stories about what we got to do and how I was trying to celebrate a birthday during one of those momentous moments. And yes, all disasters in cybersecurity happen at 4 o'clock on a Friday. Doesn't always have to be a holiday weekend. But the first place is you could look me up and you see, how do you go from environmental policy to being the NASA CIO? And the NASA CIO is located at our headquarters offices, and all the CIOs in the centers reported to me. So I had this global reach. And I've been to all the centers multiple times. To me, the coolest thing about NASA was all the way they handled food. And I can probably, if we have time, I can share some stories about looking at the food differences and how that's evolved over time, because crumbs in space on station means the astronauts get to do a lot of cleaning. And Pringles, they loved their Pringles, and they got to clean not once but twice because somebody said yes. The first time, forgot about the first time, they brought Pringles the second time up to station, and they ended up having to vacuum for quite a while. But a vacuum doesn't quite work the same way it does at your house. There's no Roomba because it won't stay down on the ground with that one. But how do you do this? How do you go from one place to another? Can we bring that down a little, please? Thank you. And that is I see what I worked in Environmental Protection Agency, saw a lot of data. I saw what we were doing to this planet. And I really needed to make sure I could find a place with red wine and chocolate. And NASA has rockets, and they were already on another planet, so I signed up. Just kidding. Actually, I'm not kidding. I do know that, but there is no other planet with red wine or chocolate, at least at this point. So a few things about me, and then we are going to talk about cybersecurity in space and emerging threats in space. That'll be at the tail end of it, so you have to stay for a little bit. The funny thing about careers, and I think you heard this from Sergeant Major Lyon too, they are not linear, and frankly, they don't go as planned. There are some people that go for planned, and that's a small percentage, but not many people do. I vowed that I would never be in the United States federal government. How could someone vow so clearly that they wouldn't do that? Both my parents and my stepfather. My father worked for NASA. When I joined NASA, I now know why they have people that get their PhDs in metal. You know, as a kid growing up, really? Who cares, right? I get it now. Believe me, I get it. Second thing is my mom was covert operations for the United States federal government, NSA before you could even speak that. And so was my stepfather, and then cryptologists. We have a long line of cryptologists in the family. So I saw what they did, and there was like, no, that is not what I want to do. I don't want to be anywhere at 4 a.m. dealing with anything. I want a nice little 9-to-5, high-earning, high-paid job. And then I fell in love with the mission. And I had to find, after I retired, I had to find a new thing to like light my internal torch to continue to work, because working is my hobby. And that now is helping other people and other businesses be successful. I get to be behind the scenes. I didn't go political along the way as well because I never wanted a congressional hearing. I've had 6. You see where this is going? I didn't want to be technical. I was highly recruited to go to Duke Engineering School. Heck no. Sorry, almost did that. I wasn't going to do that. I was tired of being the only female in upper science and mathematics classes. Like, only. All my girlfriends are over there doing girlfriend things. And I'm sitting there, sorry guys, and myself included, all we are a bunch of dorks in high school. We think we got the world figured out, but we don't know what we're doing in that one. And so I left the technological field. I was back in it within 15 years of my career, doing IT, but I was doing UX and CX long before UX and CX was a popular thing to do. So when I talk about careers, I always like to tell people, talk about capabilities, and you heard that this morning with the keynote speaker as well. It really is about what are you prepared to be able to do that sets you up to do something better. And you get a set of skills, and maybe you want to keep working within those set of skills, or you want to pivot and go someplace else. Now for me, I pivoted way, way beyond environmental policy. But all of my IT career kind of starts in environmental policy, because what I had to do was justify to Congress in writing, not in person. You know, when you give us, I worked in a program that was well over $1 billion. They give you $1 billion, they want to know what they're getting for it. So we set up a data system, and we mailed 5¼ floppy disks. How many of you have touched a 5¼ floppy disk? Not bad. I was so excited when we went to 3½. I was so excited because the mail would come, and we'd have to do all this loading and stuff like that, because I could do that. It was manual labor. I can do manual labor. And all the more technical people would do that. And from that data, I would work with programmers, and we would crunch that information to turn that into the outcomes, the environmental outcomes, and the outputs associated with billion-dollar programs. So then we built that out to a wide area network, and we had a mainframe. And I'm going to tell you from a cybersecurity perspective, I would love to go back to a mainframe. Just because not so much stuff gets plugged into it like you get when you have phones and computers, and they have these ports. And all the ports, just so you know, in mission control centers are disabled. And it used to be considered special IT, but we'll get to that in a second. And so that's how this all started, is in order to write environmental policy or justify billions of dollars, we needed to have information in the fields. Perhaps you've heard of the Badlands bombing range. Right, so that's the areas we were collecting data so we could tell the story to Congress and beg them to continue to fund these programs. And that's how I got started in the IT, was really trying to enable moving data, because it's not different, and enabling that information to come back to Washington, D.C., which nobody ever likes, but I love, and that is come back, and so we know how to spend your tax dollars, and thank you very much for that one. And your tax dollars have gone to some amazing things. And that's how it all started, was I was a big believer in enabling technology. And then software could be enterprise software, not just loaded onto your computer. Oh, and by the way, did you all know that the computers used to have drink holders? You know, that little CD thing, it would come out and you could put your drink there. Honestly, I did have to tell people. And I wasn't even the CIO, I wasn't even IT. I'd walk in to somebody's office in the environmental protection area, and there was their tea or their coffee. And I'm going, what are you doing? Isn't this cool? It comes with a coffee holder. And I'm like, that's not a coffee holder. I said, that's for your CDs. And I said, you could play music. I said, at least just use it for your music and stuff like that. But this is how computers come into the workplace for non-technical people. This is real stuff that happened. My phone messages used to not be voicemail. It used to be little yellow slips of pieces of paper, which could be conveniently lost if you didn't want to return a phone call. Kind of hard on a voicemail. You can accidentally delete it, but you can't use that excuse so often. So that's how it all began for me. And then one day, I had to start complaining about how IT didn't work for me. I was doing system design, not the coding, but I was working with the users, okay? IT and drug people are the only ones with users. We've all heard that joke. And I would work with them to figure out how could we design the front of the whole system in a way that was easy to do input. Why does that matter? Data integrity matters when you deal with enforcement cases. The faster you get data into your system, the less time it has to go stale in here. The engineers, the groundwater engineers and all of that would come back to the office in order to do their data entry. And so we also dreamed one day that you would be out in the field and you could have your computer with you. And that came true. And so we redesigned the systems in order to be more field presence, because you know, oddly, oil spills, train wrecks, they never happen where you have good connection. They always happen in places you don't. So we were working on ways to set it up to satellites, for ruggedized computers in order to gather all this information. So you see where here I am writing environmental policy, but I'm touching all that. And then that fateful day, I was like, this stuff on my desk wasn't working. So being just a little bit bossy, I wrote out what I thought needed to be improved, and that was the beginning of the recruitment for me to become the deputy CIO of EPA. The CIO position at EPA is a political position. At this point, I still did not want congressional hearings. I had not had one yet. And that's when I moved into the operations part, and I loved it. I loved it because I loved the pace and I loved the chaos. And this is when I got introduced to cybersecurity. And I looked at my CISO, and I'm like, I have no idea what you're telling me. I'm like, explain it to me. And I pushed him to make a picture. I'm like, could you draw it for me? We all love our whiteboards, right? This participatory part. Go ahead. We all love whiteboards, right? Yeah, okay, you can nod because I can somewhat see you out there. All three of you. Oh, good. Actually, that was probably more than three I heard. Thank you very much. That was a good call and response to do that. So yeah, and that's when he drew the picture. And then I went, it was an aha moment, right? Because he said, here's the part you want to protect. And it looked like a fireball, you know, the cinnamon fireball, right? Actually, it looked like the earth, too, because there was this red glowy thing in the middle. He's like, this is what we want to protect. And then he talked about all the layers of defense, and he labeled them out instead of using all these letters. I'm like, what do these letters mean? And so he drew the whole thing out. And that was one of those moments that helped convey to the rest of the agency why cybersecurity mattered. Because then we showed them, somebody has that ignosecond, you know, they click on that link because they swear they're going to win that Apple Watch. They know it, right? In the United States federal government, even if you win it and you're using a US government computer, you have to give it back. It's like you're briefed on ethics. Why do you click on that link? Even if you win it, you're not keeping it. And if you keep it, they're going to come after you. So really, it's a bad idea for you to go clicking on these links to get something. And he demonstrated that how a link, a bad link, could really penetrate all through this because the user is on the inside in the firewall part. And I went, bingo, now I get it. Thank you very much. And I used that to educate folks and all of that. So I've had the chance to, because when the government shut down, we found on our network, and this is when I was at EPA, a lot of noisy things going on. When you take that noise down to the level of maybe a few hundred people working instead of a couple of thousand, we helped Interpol get an international arrest because of the stuff that was going on in the networks. And this is early government time periods in the 2000s. I've always been on the civil side, so it was very, very different. And this path is how I got to NASA. You know that part where I say that I would vow never to do something? Well, one, I said I wouldn't work at NASA ever. Why would I work where my dad is working? My dad's a geek. He was an engineer, a metallurgist. Why would I do that? I didn't want the job. They offered me the job, and I said yes. And so I went in as the deputy CIO, and 2 weeks later, because I was doing so poorly as the deputy CIO, they asked me to be the CIO. And I'm like, I kid you not, earlier that week, I failed what all the letters actually stood for NASA. Like, the first A is aeronautics. I was like, A, the first one's aeronautics. S is space. Administration, agencies, probably that last one. I'm like, why do I have to spell it out? Everyone knows what NASA is. And they're like, well, because we wanted to make sure you worked there. And I'm like, clearly I don't work there because I don't even know how to do the letters. But they still let me get through, and I had all the clearances too. So now you really wonder about who they give clearances to. So I went there, and they offered me the job of the CIO. And I was like, I don't think so. I'm not technical. And that's the one thing about a CIO job. You're not supposed to be technical. Because if I can do your job, one of us is redundant. And since I sign the paychecks, guess who doesn't get to be the redundant one? So that's when it all really started. And why did I even pursue another job outside of the EPA? At this point, I'd spent 25 years at EPA. All of my life's big, giant moments happened. You know, getting married, having a child, losing some of my parents, losing my grandparents, right? All of this happens there. And so people you're very close to. But I wanted to be better at something. I was a generalist of everything. And I knew at NASA, I would get to be better at something. But what I got better at is not what I thought. What I got better at was leadership. You plan to do space work, safety is paramount. And I'm also happy to say that safety and cybersecurity are now paramount at NASA. And we're going to talk about that a little bit, because the two are intermixed. Over 40 people have died in the pursuit of space exploration. And if you don't know the story, you probably know some of the story. I can tell you of an amazing podcast. And it's called 13 Minutes to the Moon by BBC. And they do it in multiple episodes. And they even talk about Apollo 1. The 50th anniversary of Apollo 1 was in 2017. We lost 3 astronauts. And you know what? They knew there was something wrong. Just like the Columbia shuttle accident. They knew things were wrong. And because the environment lacked the safety to speak up. I said safety, and as our chief safety officer, amazing Marine, said, it should not take courage to speak up. And people didn't. There was ineffective communication. And that's what I learned at NASA, was effective communication, how to deal with crisis after crisis, how to testify before Congress, and how to brief the Vice President of the United States office a couple of times. So let's talk about NASA's cybersecurity journey. So I get there, innocently accept the job, naively accept the job of being the CIO. And within a couple of months of joining NASA, the first ever federal CISO calls me. I'm sure it's not, hey, Renee, congratulations on your job. How does somebody that writes environmental policy get your job? Are you stupid? It's like, no. Greg Tuhill was the first ever federal CISO, and he calls and he says, listen, glad you're there. Never, never like those words. Write that down. When someone says they're glad you're here, worry. You should worry, not go, hey, yeah, thanks, that's appreciative. He says, NASA's posture is a real problem for national security, and you're about to get, and you could be getting cut off from a lot of your customers. A lot of our customers. Well, I'll give you an example of a customer. All right, how many know of uncrewed, not unmanned? If it's unmanned, I could still be flying it. Uncrewed autonomous vehicles, right? We've heard of them, right? Come on, we're going a little after lunch here exercise, even if it's one arm at a time. Right? So we studied urban traffic management. If no one is in the vehicle and an organ like kidney, needs to be delivered, how do you yield? How do you protect your buildings now that everything is above the surface? There's research done at that. NASA helps with that kind of research. Right, so now you see where NASA is connected, all these different places. We partner with the Air Force, but we're definitely in the civilian space, not the military space. We're not in law enforcement, but we do partnerships with FBI and things like that. But we want to be clear that we do the really fun, sparkly stuff. Don't put that little enforcement stuff on us. Don't put the military things with us, and in part because we work across the globe. And I mentioned we're in Moscow, and we are still working with Russia, which is interesting to say the least. Bacanor is interesting too. And that, so he calls and he gives me the rundown on all the things that we've got wrong. I mean, rundown, what was I doing? I was just trying to take notes. The list was so long, 4 pages later, I'm going, okay. So basically we have no cyber posture. He's like, yeah, that's probably a pretty good summary. And he says, so I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna talk to your boss. Oh, great, yeah, that's great. I'm excited about this conversation. So I let my boss know, okay, former Marine Corps general, former astronaut, now administrator, Charlie Bolden. Thank goodness it was him. Charlie is the best person you ever have to brief. I'm sure the Marines didn't think this, right? Because I talked to some Marines that worked under his command. And they're like, oh, no, he's not soft. I'm like, well, he was with me. So I go in, I'm like, hey, Charlie, you're about to get a visit from another former general. Greg Tuhill is another former general. That's all that floats around Washington, D.C., I think, is a bunch of old former generals, and then the rest of us are in between there. And so I said, we arranged the meeting, and I tell Charlie, I said, they're basically going to tell us we suck at cybersecurity. He's like, okay. Yes, finally a boss where I don't have to get yelled at. What do you mean this happened? Explain it to me. I don't get it. So they come in, they brief us, and they say all this stuff, and I'm like, okay. And Charlie just says, look, Renee, why don't you just go make that happen? Sure, I'll do that. Don't mind to remind you, some of our cybersecurity posture is not on this planet. So let's talk about that. What is possibly possible for cybersecurity in space? Uplinks, downlinks. Connected to Earth. Oh, did you know that NASA could actually have a catch and release program for satellites, like you do with fish? They can catch them, fix them, release them. Do you think that might be a problem in security, physical security and cybersecurity with your satellites? No, couldn't possibly be. Oh yeah, never, never. Did you know? Japan and the United States, we landed a robot on an asteroid. Asteroid travels like 17,000 miles per hour, something like that. You can Google that and you can get it right. All right? Yep, we're gonna go in, we're gonna put a little robot on that, and we're gonna dig into that. We're gonna get a sample, and that sample is on the, one sample's already back. The ones from Japan are already back, and in fact, the Moon Rock Library at NASA has a piece of an asteroid that Japan brought back, which would be the first time an astronaut has come to this planet without burning up in the atmosphere. Cool stuff, bursts, everything. I'm like, we did what? So we're dropping IT on an asteroid, we're grabbing these samples. You don't think anything could go wrong on the bad guy side? No, not possible. Yes, possible. Yeah, so this is all the cool stuff, right? This is the cool stuff you do in space, and then you have to talk to people that, like, they're imagining things, like, did you know the universe is getting bigger? And then they try to explain it to you, and I like, boy, talk about looking like a cat or a basset hound, like whoop, right, whatever. I'm hungry. They're explaining all this stuff, and it just goes over your head. But this is awesome, right? This is why you have these diverse teams, because they explain these things to me, and I'm like, this is awesome light side stuff, because these inventions make a difference to humanity here on this planet. Well, what does an asteroid mean? How about space mining? Space mining is actually a real thing now, because we've taken a sample and we've brought it back. Now we just need to scale it. Now, I recognize now we need to scale it is not like having a software platform for 10 and then making it for 20, then you do a redesign on the whole thing to make it for 100. There's going to be a lot of trip-ups and experiments to get you there. But you see, because we can do these things, we've now opened up a new space economy. And in that new space economy are new cybersecurity threats. Internet from space. Participatory part, use a different hand maybe. Are you nervous about the internet in space? You can say yes or no. Yeah, you should be, because they're going up without protocols. It's going up without cybersecurity protocols, basic ones. Is it a good thing? Absolutely. Does it make you nervous? Absolutely. How about the new iPhone? We'll just get a satellite subscription. This is not a satellite phone. This is the iPhone that you can make phone calls for to the satellite. And I'm like, great. We thought we were worried about tracking our military personnel with their watches they can no longer wear. Yes, that's an Apple Watch. We were worried about that. Yeah, I'm just gonna whip open my iPhone 14, make a phone call, and zip, I know where you are. Now, they pretty much strip them of everything now when they go anywhere, except the little RFID to find their bodies. No, I'm just kidding. To do that. But you see where this is the light side and the dark side, and that's what was so much fun about being at NASA. You just sit at these meetings and you go, this is awesome, and you walk out and you pull your cyber guys, go like, do you know what we're getting ready to do? Do you think you could put together a team of astrophysics experts in cybersecurity and join them over there to make sure that the data integrity is top-notch? Because that's what this is about. It's also about not making our hardware go do bad things by taking control of it. Non-classified, but at least I will tell you, yes, satellites have been hacked. And we haven't even gotten an insider threat. And that's an easy one. The insider threat's a really easy one. So the numbers of satellites that we've got operating, I used to know the number, I don't remember it now, but it's well over 100. There's a couple of those called Voyager that were launched when I was in elementary school, barely in elementary school. I'm not going to update. They're 12 plus million miles from here. They're not getting an operating system update. They get their data strength back to the, back to our mission control centers is so weak it would do it. But the science is worth bringing back down because these are satellites that are going places that we haven't had sensors before, and we're discovering such cool things. James Webb Space Telescope is retracing the steps of the Hubble Space Telescope, and it's showing us things we didn't even know were right there too because its capabilities are just that much better. So it's great things that come back. And what we do with those things is we just figure out what kind of physical controls we can have to access the command control computers, because that's all we can do. And now, it's 12 million miles away, so we were not worried about the risk associated with that particular satellite and a hack and what it would mean to anybody else's satellites. And everything that you see here down on terra firma, with regard to skirmishes and all-out war, we are beginning to see in space. Space is crowded. Space debris. As of 2020, 25,000 pieces of space debris larger than a softball. And there's near misses. 2021, make sure I got the year right, Russia does an anti-satellite test, an ASAT. The astronauts aboard the International Space Station, including cosmonauts, are awakened to take emergency shelter. The debris field created came perilously close to station. And fortunately, it didn't hit. On a regular basis, International Space Station is making maneuvers to avoid space debris. Can you imagine if there gets to be more and more kinetic work, whether it be cyber-oriented or kinetically oriented? Can you imagine what can happen? And we're planning to put in other labs in space to take over for International Space Station. Russia's like, it's our satellite, we get to do what we want. We were very fortunate. If humans leave International Space Station on an emergency, we will never go back, because it has to be, the way it was designed, has to stay manned. Now they're crewed. It almost got me on that one. Has to stay crewed at all times. So we're doing Gateway, which is going to orbit, is going to be more lunar-oriented to go back and forth from the moon. Regolith could be a resource. Space mining, I mentioned earlier. Right? And so now you see where our risks and threats begin to change, because we're going to go a lot more autonomous with this. We invite and we encourage international participation. They're plugging everything into, based on international standards, lots of IT associated with running these laboratories. Glad I'm not there anymore, because the opportunity and the risks associated with it, I mean, come on, the Russians are on space station. We could figure it out, and it worked out okay, and it's still working out okay, and there have been some tense moments. But you see where the new space economy is creating all sorts of new threats, all sorts of new risks, and all sorts of new job opportunities, right? You guys are in that place. I'm on the sit back and enjoy part. But moving into cybersecurity and into space operations is a huge field for a variety of reasons. And it is mission-oriented. And now, with the government seeding new opportunities and the private sector taking them over, it isn't even just a government-based job, although I think the government side is kind of the cooler, because you get to do a lot more hands-on stuff, although there are lots of private sector that are doing hands-on as well. But there are lots of opportunities in space and cybersecurity. Now that we've gotten over one of the biggest challenges I faced at NASA, the definition of IT. On-off switch, processes data. Yeah, that's what satellites do. But that's not IT. Really? Did you not see the report in the classified environment that we got in the same way we get into our networks in that? 7 months, we finally decided on the definition of IT, and that's when things really actually got to be a lot better. Because then we could all agree that these assets, space assets, in fact, were vulnerable to hacks. Even though a few people knew about them, they just didn't think theirs was hackable. How about a story about our stuff's not hackable on a fateful Friday evening? Honestly, it was 4 o'clock. If I say deep space network, are you imagining something that has something to do with the assets flying in space? And you're probably thinking, okay, it's way beyond low Earth orbit. Low Earth orbit is the one it's easiest to see. It's most crowded as well, right? That's exactly what it is. And it's got international people on it because there's a lot of data that comes down from space, terabytes a day come down from space to be analyzed, and it's given out to the public and to international scientists in order for them to do research papers, collaborate on really cool things and stuff like that. Well, that 4 o'clock, my CISO walks in. Now, my CISO comes in like by 6. I'm just getting up at 6. And he usually leaves like 3 or 4 and takes phone calls on his way back. But at 4 o'clock on a Friday, he walks in and I'm like, yeah, you know, I told you about not staying so late. Yes, ma'am, I know you've told me about that. We've got a problem. I'm like, yeah, you standing at my door 4 o'clock on Friday, guess what? I already thought we had a problem. And then his deputy peeks behind and says, hey, ma'am, I'm with him too. I'm like, oh, we've got quite the problem. And boy, did we. And never let a crisis go to waste, because this is this story. So I'm like, all right, come in. We've got a problem, and I'm pretty sure you're not thinking this is the problem I have right now, because right now I just can't really decide which red wine I want to have. What kind of week was it at the office? Do I want one of those big, giant reds that are brooding and, you know, down in the dumps, or do I want something bright and cheery? Maybe like a Sauvignon Blanc, that's not a red, but something on the bright and cheery side, or something like that. And they're like, no, ma'am, we're not here to tell you about what wine you should be drinking, but you're probably going to want some. And I'm like, I'm already thinking that I want some. Come in, sit down, and they shut the door. Now, I don't have a classified office or anything like that, but we can still have this story. He says, ma'am, this is first story. We just found out, we found data on a signpost. And it came from the Deep Space Network. We found data on a signpost, IoT signpost, right? You know, I'm trying to get out of this as fast as I can. I don't want this story. I know this story is going nowhere. Yes, it was an IoT, Internet of Things signpost. I said, please don't tell me it was the lunch menu sign. And he's like, no, it was more sophisticated than that, but it was still Raspberry Pi. He says, he says, yeah, of course, at Jet Propulsion Lab, they have a post out there that follows the space satellites that are going over and tells you what's overhead. Oh, okay, so we have a signpost. Yeah, they put it on the wrong network. I said, oh, yeah, they did put it on the wrong network, Deep Space Network signpost. Should they be on the same network? Leading question here, right? No. Okay. I said, did we see any activity of anybody picking it up? And he says, no, we haven't seen that yet. I'm like, okay, that's great. Well, let me back up a little bit. We had been on a trip recently to meet with the heads of the Deep Space Network. We've got this. We know what we're doing. Did I tell you we argued over the definition of IT? This, we've got this. And they're smart people. There's no question they've got this for what it needs to do. But I'm not sure they've got their backside on the cybersecurity stuff. And I said, okay, so these are the same people that we met this, and they told us they had all this stuff under control. Yeah. I'll quickly get to this story a little bit faster here. Credentials. Compromised credentials. We thought it was the signpost that created the entry into that network because they put it on the wrong network. No. That was our indicator. No monitoring on the Deep Space Network. Basic, right? Yeah, that was one of the first things I did at NASA, was to get monitoring. We didn't have it. So we didn't have a problem because we didn't know about it, which actually, blissfully naive, is a really fun place to be sometimes. So it was not the one way, it was the other way. And it was because it got onto a network that was monitored that we knew about it, and it sent the signals, you know, the anomalous behaviors that were being done back to our security operations center, that they quickly notified us and that. And then that weekend, we sent multiple three-letter agencies out to do an investigation. We ended up doing 2 rounds of investigation on 1,800 servers. We had a list of things to do. The head of Human Exploration Office, at the time this is what it was, the recommendations, he took those as a list. There was no discussion. And then they turned around and hired an amazing female cybersecurity person to be their lead cybersecurity advisor in the Human Exploration Office. Those are the changes that crisis can complete. Now, how does one get to go to the vice president's office? Well, that was the first time, was that incident, was to brief the National Security Council, the Space Council, and the vice president's office on what had happened. The Deep Space Network is an important government asset, and it's an important asset for research in space. And a lot of research in space turns into benefits for you and I. Great, all right, did that. Don't want to do that again. Was I wrong? How did I get in front of the vice president? Well, this time. Boeing, have y'all heard of Boeing? Yeah, same here. I got a knife in my back from Boeing. I don't think it was personal. Oh yeah, actually I think it was personal. Vice President of the United States, Pence, calls my administrator, new one now because political change, Bridenstine. Bridenstine, the administrator, calls my office and says, I need to see you. Again, if your boss calls down and says, I need to see you, don't get all excited that you're going to go up there and chat with the boss, because I'm sure he's not going to tell me, way to go, 65,000 people are on the network and I didn't get one complaint in the hallway. Nope, that's not what it was. He says, hey, Renee, good to see you. Yeah. What am I supposed to say? Like, right, smart aleck me goes, yeah, great to see you too. What's the bad news? I'm like, no, like none of this comes out. This is the point where you listen. Yes, sir, good. How you been? How you getting settled in? Because he's not been in his tenure for very long. He says, I'm doing great, but I got a call from the vice president. I'm like, but one, I'm pointing towards the White House. I don't think I'm pointing right now, but I was then because I knew where it was. He says, yeah, that one. I'm like, ooh, how is he? He says, yeah, it seems that you and your organization are the reason the Space Launch System, the SLS, which recently launched, isn't launching. Again, smart aleck, inside voice says, yeah, right. Renee Wynn is the reason a huge giant rocket can't leave the face of the Earth. I am not a rocket engineer. I have never seen it, and I barely could remember what SLS stood for. Those inside voice, that was not the outside voice. I was like, yep, okay, wow, ooh, boy. I'll look into it. And I did. And let me just, well, I'll tell you, we were not the only problem with this SLS. It's the second largest rocket, right? So there's going to be lots of technical issues. When you try to do the impossible, or what is believed to be impossible, and stretch those arms, it's hard work. There's going to be failures. There's going to be lots of learning. But there ought not be finger pointing. That's another thing to take away. Don't finger point. So ultimately what we did is I went down to Michoud, 1 million square foot manufacturing place. It was built for World War II, built for World War II to help with manufacturing in support of the war. So it's old. So you can imagine its communications lines might be just a little old. And so ultimately what we did is I asked Boeing, I had to find who my counterpart was in Boeing, call them, and said, hey, we're going on a field trip, and us and one of the telecoms who delivered the telecom lines into the building, I said, hey, we're all going on a field trip. And I'm like, why? I said, because the vice president is complaining to my boss, and my boss has now put that monkey on my back, and so we're all going on a field trip because this monkey is coming off my back as fast as we possibly can make it get off my back. So we did, we went down, and it took several months, but we finally used data to know what the issues were, to figure out, and there were problems. There's no question that there were problems in this one. But do you really have to go to the Vice President of the United States to complain about your problems? Could you not have, I mean, they meet all the time. Boeing meets with NASA all the time. We couldn't have said, hey, can I get to your lead IT person and have them work with us on our problems? For whatever reason, that just wasn't an option. That should be an option for you. If you've got a problem, find the person and talk to them first. You don't need to go to the vice president. You don't need to go to the vice president of anything to solve the problems. So ultimately, we all go down, and we have several visits to go down there. New Orleans, so I get to see New Orleans quite a bit. Drive in the Bayou area quite a bit. And ultimately what we did is we created a chart of the issues that we had, and we all agreed on them, and we did a joint report. And then, ultimately we used the same report all the way up to, and this report would go to the vice president. And we used data, and there were some cybersecurity problems, and there were some significant issues associated with data moving in and out of the facility, and so we just kept working and working and working. So that was the second time that I got to hear from the vice president about my organization. And I had choices. I could run from it, because why? I didn't create this problem. Or you can lean into these and learn and get greater capabilities of how to do teamwork and things like that. And so I was really glad that I did, because I will tell you, I even got the chance on our last visit when we were working on, we were getting down to the customer experience type issues. At that point, the rocket was horizontal build because the building wasn't tall enough to do a vertical build. So it was still horizontal, and at this point it had all its really cool stuff in the middle of it. So I got to get inside that rocket. And I said, I better be allowed to get inside this rocket, because that rocket has been hanging on my back for the last 8 months. And so I got to do that. So you get to celebrate some of these hard things that you get to do. And we are getting close on time, so I'll tell you one more story, and then I think we'll wrap it up. I'll ask some questions. So another time where cybersecurity came into play, and I got to do things I never dreamed that I would get to do. This is back to the congressional hearings. I had 4 when I was at the NASA CIO, and I had 2 as a private citizen. No, it wasn't anything illegal. I was friend of the Congressman Hurd, so not an actual friend. I was a witness for friend of. It's kind of a short terms that we use with this one. So I stepped in. It was all of our end user devices, your computers, and there were 30,000 of them that are all under this authority to operate. And the service being provided wasn't that great, so I had a team working on that. And then it was time to sign this authority to operate. And by the way, there was a bunch of these expired authorities to operate, and all these systems should get shut down if they don't have it. That's how serious it is, especially if they haven't had one for years. So this one is run by my organization, always fun. And the cybersecurity professionals, they were coming in, the CISO and all that kind of walked in. They're walking through the thing. Half of it's in English, half of it's not in English. And I just finally look at them and I went, I'm not hearing good things here, am I? No, we're not telling you a good story. I got that part, but I don't understand part of the story. And I looked them straight in the eye, and this is a tactic you ought to use. And I said, can you recommend that I sign this document that these devices should continue to operate? No, ma'am. I looked over the other cyber one. How about you? No, ma'am. I said, then I'm not signing it. Don't sign something that isn't true. I said, the law says you have to have one. The law says that I have to have one. Yeah, I get that. But that also means that the risks are identified in that document, even if you haven't pounded them flat, those risks, you know what they are. You guys haven't told me that you don't even know all of the risks because, for a variety of reasons, because you don't know them. I said, I know you're good people, you're trying to do the right thing, but we have a serious problem, don't we? Yes, ma'am. I said, next time you brief me and we have a serious problem, please open with, we have a serious problem. Don't make me figure it out. And they're like, okay, yeah, we can do that. But you know how bosses are with bad news? I said, we've been sitting here for an hour. Did the bad news get any better? No. So be straight, bottom line up front. Now get to know who you've got to tell this to. I'm like, just tell it to me straight and we'll figure it out and we'll fix it. There's not much we can't fix with time and money. So I didn't sign it. That tore through the press. Tore through the press because someone leaked it. Letter came within weeks. And I told my bosses, I quickly send them. At NASA, we had the first story thing. I'd use this line with you guys. First story, you need to know I am not signing this, and the law says I have to sign it, but I cannot sign it. There is nothing we can put in this document that puts a parameter around the risks that we're sitting on, because we don't know them all. And they're like, he's like, okay, right, memory. Now this is back under Charlie. Charlie's flown the shuttle. He knows what risks are, and he knows also about the responsibility of putting men and women in harm's way. Those are huge risks. Those are lives. I was not dealing with lives, but I was dealing with big risks, and I was also dealing with NASA's reputation. And I wasn't going to do it. So I get hauled up for my first testimony. That's when I find out NASA's got this long list of problems it's been testifying against, and we still hadn't done things about it. So I turned to one of my assistants, like, make a list of those, because we're going to pound those flat. We're going to get those flat, because we're going to reorder priorities here, because, by the way, we were told our cybersecurity posture was non-existent. Those are cyber issues. I at least know that, and we're going to go deal with that. And do you know that I went up to testify to get praised? Praised for doing the right thing. Even though it said we couldn't operate. Now, I should have shut down 30,000 laptops. I'm not that dumb. I said, you guys have 6 weeks. Now I said, you have 2 weeks to give me a plan. Because nothing had been done. There was no, I could say over the weekend, and nothing would change between Friday and Monday. So I said, you got 2 weeks, and you're going to put together a document that I can sign that is a non-existent, non-appropriate document, but at least acknowledges that I'm responsible for these problems to get fixed. And then, in 6 weeks, you're going to have a get well plan. And we're going to meet every week. And I'm going to look you in the eyes, and these are contractors too, and you're going to tell me when these things are done. So I got praised. And I'll tell you, I'm sitting in these seats. This is real stuff. The seats, they look all nice and cushy and puffy, and you're going to sit up tall in them. They dent. The minute you sit down, the testimony desk is right here on me. The microphone is 4 feet away. I'm like, I can't even reach the button. I'm 5'5", I'm kind of average height, right? So I'm like sitting down like small child at the table. We used to use phone books, but that's useless now, right? Just sit me up. So I'm sitting in this dent, really uncomfortable chair. I have to lean forward to bring the microphone close to me, and you know not to drink water because you are sitting there for as long as they want you to sit there. So you're like, okay, no water. Because then otherwise you'd be like, are we done yet? Are we done yet? Because it was 4 hours. It was 4 hours. And all they did was praise and talk about the importance of CIOs having authority and insights into what's going on and to be able to communicate and all of that. So that's a little bit of my career journey. And in the end, I will wrap with this, and then we can do some questions quickly. And that is this. It's first about capabilities. Don't strive for a job. One, because you probably don't know what the job entails. I never knew what a CIO was until I was that, and then I didn't want to be that. A CIO job didn't exist even 15 years into my career. So I couldn't even have wished for something that didn't, I mean, you don't wish for something that doesn't exist. Well, actually I do. Like, you know, could I win $5 million? But I don't play the lottery. So I am wishing for something I'm not doing anything about. The second thing is negotiation skills, communication skills, conflict management skills, communication skills. You have to have them. When you are in a technical field especially, you got to communicate with somebody like me, who's just going to look at you like a cat or a basset hound. I don't know if any of you have had cats or dogs, or maybe a hamster, right? They're just going to run on the wheel, not even look at you, right? They're just going to squeak, squeak, squeak all night. And that is you've got to bridge that communication. And if you aren't that person, this is where teams come in handy. Find the people that can do that. But it's probably a good idea for you to find your way, your voice, your way to do that. So focus on the technical, be able to bridge the technical into this, because someday you could be the manager or the executive of all of them, and then you've got to help them come along and be able to look you in the eye and make recommendations on whether you can sign something or not sign something, and make sure that if you ever have to testify or tell somebody the hard stuff, that you can do it, they can do it. If it's your boss, they can do it with the best integrity, with the best intention, and deliver it, the bad news, as just as well as they can deliver the good news. And my final thing is jobs in the government are really fun. I've traveled the world. On this day, many other years, I was in Moscow. On this date, March 24th, make sure I got that right, here, South Dakota. I was in Moscow several years ago on this date. On this date several years ago, I was in Tokyo. On this date several years ago, I was skiing in Park City, which was a lot easier than where I was in Tokyo in that, because we were dealing with cybersecurity issues with that one. So working in any government office gives you an opportunity to do things you never thought possible. It exposes you to some amazing people, and it reminds you why your taxpayer dollars really are going for some really cool stuff. So with that, questions? Yes, I did root for Kansas City. Yes. Yes, I can talk. Yes, so the question was about the attack vectors associated with satellites. I'm going to make it simple so I don't get into some of the classified information that I used to know. I probably still know it, but try to forget it. The first thing you've got, and this is the more expensive version of it, and that's your uplinks and downlinks. However, if those uplinks and downlinks aren't encrypted, it's a lot easier. And yes, some uplinks and downlinks are not encrypted. Yeah, I was like, what? Huh? Right? At least make it hard to do that. Then you've got your mission control centers. Now, your mission control centers in science, I like to think of them as apartment buildings. You know, you've got, so if somebody makes curry, which I love curry, but curry is a strong smell, and you're in an apartment building, and you're actually on a different floor, you know someone's making curry in that building, because you can just smell that, right? So you've got, you know, this satellite and that satellite and this one, and from other countries, this one and this one. So it's a big apartment building of satellites. Lateral movement. And then once that lateral movement starts, you've got the embed. You've got the same attack type stuff that you would see in a network, but now you've got it confined into a mission control center. You have, you've got insider threat, which I mentioned. And let's see, which do this. And then you got a couple other vectors, and I'm going to stop there because I was like, darn it, no. But think of it as a network, and there's a lot of similarities to your attack vectors into a network, human-oriented as well. It happens within a satellite. And now you've got greater capabilities in space to hack from space. Yeah, thank you. Other questions? I didn't do my Final Four in time to get in, and I would not have picked Furman or the school in New Jersey, which all of us fairly learned about. I didn't do the women's either. I was skiing. Yes? Yeah. Yep. It's not hard. Basically, he was asking about ham radios and their capabilities and what they've seen and discovered. And what you've said is a ham operation takes a lot of capability and skill. But I think you've just given a perfect example of the ease of which you can do this. And in part, for some of the satellites that are flying right now, they were developed in the 70s, 80s, and even 90s when cybersecurity was not at the forefront that you see right now. And then you have satellites that are so ubiquitous in our everyday life, Colonial Pipeline, there's satellites on the pipelines, your trucking, your shipping, your airlines, getting on one of those today. Those all rely on satellites and things like that, and these are the older systems that are still in operation, and they don't have some of the basic protections that you see in some of the newer satellites. But I will tell you, there are companies choosing not to do some of those things, which makes me go, you're going to wreck what I just led and turned over to my deputy who's now the CIO, and my poor CISO, I'm trying to make the world better for him. So yeah, so that's the other thing is the newer generation of satellites, most of them, especially if they're critical, part of critical infrastructure, electric power and water and stuff like that, they are starting to take a look at that. And in fact, they are examining right now whether complex space systems should be a separate critical infrastructure element with that. I'm an advocate for it, but there's some difficulties associated with that. Yeah, they're doing good research on that. So with that, I think this is it, right, Nathan? Thank you, guys. Thanks. And this was by far the far more fun day than being in Tokyo or Moscow or Park City skiing. No.
I wish I could talk.
Next, we have Sick Codes, who is doing Hacking the Farm Jailbreaking Tractors. I've heard heard a lot of excitement about this talk, so I don't want to speak too much for him, so I'll let him take over. So without further ado, Sick Codes.
Hey everyone, how's that sound? Good? Yeah, sweet. Hey everyone, my name's Sick Codes. I'm a hacker or a security researcher. It's probably or white hat hacker is the best term for it because you can get away with anything, right? Today I'm going to be presenting a talk called Hacking the Farm, and it's a pretty in-depth talk. It's actually quite long. I think the slides are available later, but yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. So if you're related to ag, you know a little bit about ag, it's probably going to be pretty funny or interesting to you. Some companies that are talked about in the talk do not find it funny, but it's a little bit, yeah, we'll see how we go. So a quick disclaimer, I wasn't paid for this research. The contents of the slides are CC0. It's all good faith hacking. There's no bad faith here. So I don't know if you've seen the new CFAA laws, but they mentioned specifically good faith. And if you act in good faith, you can pretty much get away with anything, right? Quite literally, they say we do not bring charges if it's in good faith, and that's quite a broad term. All the content is Creative Commons 0, and any brands and stuff that I talk about belongs to the owner of those brands. I'm Australian. You can probably tell by my accent. I'm not from here. Pretty far away from home, but yeah, there's all my socials. Just at sickcodes, or sick.codes is my actual website. That's where I got my name from as well. It's kind of weird, right? If I could go back in time, I'd probably change it. But yeah, that's how hacker handles work. They just stick forever. Also do penetration testing, things like that, and hardware hacking, and probably some training soon as well, because I was asked recently and I thought it'd be a great idea. So who's this talk suitable for? It's pretty suitable for anyone who eats food. So if you don't eat food, you could probably just leave. It's probably not relevant to you. It's also not a lecture. It's more of like a thought-provoking session. And I want you to read between the lines. And what I mean by that is when you see me do things with certain hardware, it's kind of like, just imagine what I'm sort of not telling you because I don't want to get in trouble by companies such as John Deere, and obviously upper companies that have 3-letter agencies is the best one, or 4-letter agencies. It's also not very technical. There are technical parts, and you know, it's just a given. Some of the stuff's pretty low level. You'll hopefully understand it, and some high level stuff. I'm also not a farmer. I've never even been inside a John Deere tractor, although I know the insides of them probably better than they do. And I'm not an expert. You know, it's just one of those things. I'm also a good faith hacker, like I said. And most importantly, I'm just the messenger. I'm not the, what's the word for it? I'm not the bad guy, right? I'm not the cyber terrorist, that's probably the best word for it. There's people out there probably 1 to 2 degrees of separation away that are doing things with maybe stuff that, you know, they could do this, but not tell John Deere, for example. Let me just check. Yeah, it's all sweet, yeah. I also have a special unit here, and you can come and have a look at it after if you can't see it real close, but yeah. Here's the outline. So current issues in ag. So ag is the first part of the supply chain. Pretty obvious. I'm preaching to the preacher today. But yeah, raw materials, corn, wheat, etc. What happens when you disrupt that? You know, what happens when you disrupt level 0 or level 1 of the food supply chain or the ag supply chain? You get gas stations running dry. This is an example from ICS, you know, the pipeline attack on Colonial Pipeline. Big hack. You know, petrol stations ran dry, prices went up, absolute mayhem, chaos. Pandemonium is a better word, actually. It's a good word. Another one, JBS, they also paid $11 million. And if you think about what agencies were involved, we're talking, you know, USDA, FBI, CIA, probably NSA, all of these companies involved, entities involved, and they still paid $11 million. So that's how you know ransomware can be profitable if you're a black hat. Same thing with a Iowa Grain Co-op, $5.9 million ransomware attack. AGCO recently, which is Massey Ferguson, etc., they had a massive hack. I don't know how much they paid, but they paid to have their data not released, which is the new method of ransomware, which most of you might be familiar with, where they don't encrypt, they just threaten to release. Extortion. So there's currently an ag task force called the FCC Precision Ag Task Force, and their job is to look at what people like me, not necessarily me, but like what people can do that aren't me, if that makes sense. Not a white hat. And you can watch these massive 4.5-hour sermons on the FCC website. I've watched a few, but they're quite long, as you can imagine. Even on 1.5, they're quite long, 1.5x. So yeah, $5 million by Colonial Pipeline, which is actually quite cheap when you think about it. 11 milli with JBS, 9 days offline. And JBS actually has a different history because they're kind of a Brazilian company, kind of unique. I'm not going to talk about the background of it, but there's been some rumors that it's a little bit more corrupt than it sounds. Ransomware with AGCO, like I said, I don't know how much they paid, but they stole company secrets, and there was massive in-depth, well, they don't even know what they took, right? It's crazy. So what's the next one in line? John Deere, right? John Deere's top priority now is cyber. So after what I did, I was the first person in their bug bounty program because I hacked them in 2019, I think, found some cool bugs with the VIN numbers. They were treating VIN numbers as if they were like tokenated access or something like that. You could submit the VIN, get the customer's name, address line 1, address line 2, postcode. And yeah, they're investing a lot in cyber now, which is great of John Deere. Like, I've got to commend them. They've got a 24-hour John Deere Security Defense Center, which did not exist when I first hacked them. You know, they've got all, yeah, that's it, 24 hours, 365. They'll say 6 years ago, but I'll say 2 years ago. So, Carl's my, I like to say he's my handler at John Deere, but nah, he's not really. So he's a business information officer, security officer, like the CISO, but the BISO. I think that's what you call it. I've met him multiple times. Really nice guy. You know, we've met multiple times to talk about vulnerabilities and things, and he's been great. They've got a competition that they ran last year, I think for the first time, Cyber Tractor Challenge. They got some students in, I believe, who I beat all of them, by the way. It's a joke, by the way, because they brought students in to hack a tractor, which I've done here as well. And yeah, it was awesome. Like they've got a lot of autonomy now. I don't know if you're aware that, you know, I've met someone here today from Bear Flag Robotics, which is a autonomy arm of John Deere. John Deere Security Digital Defense Center. All these pages, by the way, they're brand new. They did not exist when I first hacked them. And like I said, they've been working pretty hard since I hacked them. So they've got a big bug bounty program now. There's also a private program that I'm not allowed to talk about. That's a joke, by the way, because they don't tell me that I've got a private program. So 125 reports resolved. I was there when they had one report, and it was a test report because they were testing it for me because I was going to be joining it. And they don't pay any money for it, but I think the private one pays money. But like I said, I don't know anything about that. If you're familiar with HackerOne, you're not supposed to talk about programs that you don't. Anyway, so yeah, they did a couple of chats with HackerOne, and they're hiring, but I don't think they're hiring right now, but they always do because they're a massive, massive company. These are some of the jobs they had before. You know, as a software engineer, I am, because we hacked their Okta account and got their private keys for some single sign-on tokens. But yeah, we'll get stuck into it. So life finds a way. Who's seen Jurassic Park? The original one. Yeah, sweet. So life finds a way. You know, he's talking about the eggs and the frogs and whatever. And he's saying, like, you know, things just happen, right? So, you know, you put things out in the wild like this John Deere flagship model display, you put it out in the wild, people are going to muck around with it, right? People like me. And the theory I have on that is manufacturers need to get lucky every day. Every day that something's out in the wild, they need to be, you know, capitalizing on the fact that, oh, no one's going to look in there, right? And then people like me just need to get one win and it's all over, you know? It's pretty good. There's the analogy here, the criminal one. It's like, you know, criminals need to get lucky every day, and then cops need to only get lucky once. So what did I do? Well, if you're familiar with the title of this talk, I jailbroke a John Deere tractor. And there was a ton of articles about it. And a lot of issues came up, such as right to repair, which I like to be neutral on. You know, I think security is far separate from right to repair, but they do have overlap, same as a lot of things. And it was such a big thing that, yeah, lots and lots of articles. I did a big DEF CON talk about it. this is the this is the famous unit that actually was there. So this is what John Deere thinks about me, and I'll zoom in. Yeah, I've got to zoom in. So the capabilities that SIT codes, which is me by the way, that generated during this presentation were obtained through invasive, persistent physical access, disassembly of a hardware product, reverse engineering of proprietary software. I'm like, thanks. It's like a big, yeah, it's a big clout for me. I was like, sweet, they think that much of it. So, you know, what would make somebody write something like that, right? I'm going to show you exactly why someone would make a statement like that. Here's my virtual farm on the John Deere Operations Center. They have a developer account you can sign up to, and you can just add tractors, if you know the VIN number, on auction websites and things like that, eBay. You can just pick up VINs and add them in there, and they ended up, I think this is someone else's tractor, by the way. It's, you know, my John Deere welcome sick, you know, it's funny. We actually called it 0 Days and Co Farm. It's like a really funny name for a farm, so. On the left-hand side, I'll zoom in. There's a couple of tools there. For example, smart grade remote support. And you can imagine what that is, right? Remote support to a tractor out in the field from a data center in Iowa or Illinois, right on the border. So as a developer, you can actually get sort of access to that, zero connected, so if that tractor that I theoretically owned was on, maybe I could connect to it, right? Cool stuff to be done there that maybe someone who's not me might be able to do some more research on. You can see the risks that are going on with that, right? We've got remote access, it's critical infrastructure, tractors all over the place, runs the food supply chain, but you can remotely access them, so if you hack John Deere, you can hack all of them, right? It's also prone to human error. Like for example, the other day, I think I was browsing their site and I just logged in and looked at some parts thing. I think it was like serial numbers for parts or something. Anyway, I could generate payload files. If anyone's familiar with John Deere's system, payload files are files that like serialize tractors or something, parts. Anyway, I was not supposed to have access to that, and it went away after a couple of hours, which is cool. I actually asked them about it later on, and like, I think they must monitor my account. I don't know why though. So yeah, once your device leaves the factory, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, right? Imagine just shipping out a device and then just waiting. You know, it's kind of weird when you think about it, right? People just send out devices expecting that no one's going to hack them, but of course people just go bananas over things like this. There's a website called fccid.io which categorizes all of the FCC documents for websites, and you can see internal photos of stuff, software hints, style, comments, vocabulary, coding style. This is stuff that you can glean off the FCC website, and I'll show you what it looks like. So this is the search engine for the FCC website. And you can just type in there, I've typed in company Trimble. Sorry if you can't read it, but it's Trimble, yeah, there it is, massive. So they've got tons of different versions of their company, Trimble Navigation, Trimble Inc., etc. Trimble's a big one for Case IH or Case New Holland. You can get the FCC docs from anywhere. And this is the SGS, which is a popular FCC, I think, communications or something. It's like something labs or something, and L's not in there, so I don't know what it is, but they give you feedback on your radio emissions or something like that. But they also publish really clear internal photos of the product, which you can sort of look at and go, oh, wow, you know, I know what I need to get for that before I buy it, right? So yeah, be careful what you publish on those websites, right? But yeah, not worry about people like me. Like I said, I'm just the straw man or the scapegoat, right? You know, I did hack John Deere many times, multiple times, but I'm not the bad guy, right? I'm just showing them things that they could do better in a very public way. So things you can do to public code, well, things that get exported. I call it public code when it gets out there, but you can run IDA, you can run Ghidra, or other decompilers or other things like that. For example, pretty much everyone here probably knows what IDA does. But you can reverse engineer software binaries because John Deere doesn't publish source code for obviously, you know, most companies don't publish their source code, right? But you can sort of revert it back into source code with tools such as Ghidra, right? So, you know, Ghidra wasn't, I don't think it was released by 2015 when this unit came out. Maybe it was, I don't know. But companies were not expecting people like, you know, tools like Ghidra to exist to be able to revert it back into practically source code, right? And a lot of things you can do now, because you can run ChatGPT inside of Ghidra to just right-click, explain this function to me, or rewrite this function with proper variable names, and you can actually glean a lot of information out of that. And I'll show you an example of a command. This is something that I got out of it. Oh yeah, CAN Diagnostic Manager. So these are just random stuff, you know. I'm not going to show you the real vulnerabilities because I don't want Johnny to do something to me, but yeah, so, well, it's also not just them, it's also like national security, things like that, because it's, like I said, pretty important part of the food supply chain. If we didn't eat, none of us would be here today. One command here, lib command executor, pretty basic one. A lot of the comments here. I don't know if this is a generic binary, but it's in John Deere stuff, so, you know, this cool code there, like command, timeout, allotted time is blah, 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 and elapsed time is this. But there's far more exciting binaries, such as like can dump, can echo. But in the interest of arbitrary safety, I'm going to skip showing them because I haven't showed Deere yet, so. Yeah, but even if the code isn't clear, right, the general gist of what's going on inside of the thing when you look at it through Ghidra is there. Like you can sort of get the idea of what's going on. It's sort of, there's a good quote for it, yeah. Put yourself in the shoes of the person who designed it. And that's quite important when you're hacking, right? So if you're looking at shell scripts and the people use 2 spaces, and there might be people here who love using 2 spaces, but I like using 4 spaces or tabs, right? I don't like using tabs in shell. But if you see scripts, for example, that have tabs and double space, but also 4 spaces, you know that maybe multiple people have been working on this script, so it's probably got bugs, you know what I mean? Like one person's done a certain amount of work on it and just sent it to the other team sent it back, and the other team hasn't blah, 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 and it just goes on, right? And that's where you find these hot vulns. So just a quick example of Trimble. You can download any of the Trimble source code from their open source FTP server. There's heaps of cool stuff. You know, Windows 7 boot, I believe that's probably like some sort of boot sector for the Windows 7 version of it. I don't know, but there's a bunch of stuff in there. You know, Trimble has, I don't know what that means, but someone probably does. Remote update system.exe. I'm not a Windows hacker, but someone could probably reverse that and figure out how the Trimble updates and reverse it. And, you know, this stuff's all public. You can go and download it. So can anyone do this extreme style hardware hacking or whatever it's called? But the answer is yes. This is an example I give with like AI versions of it. You can rent NVIDIA A100s, which have 80 gigabytes of VRAM for like, you can rent 8 of them for like 15K a month. But by the way, that's only $20 an hour. And so can you imagine having 640 gigabytes of VRAM, which is ridiculous, by the way, to do AI models? And it's accessible now, that's the point. It's accessible to practically anyone. And in fact, those chips are banned, so those cards are actually banned for export, A100s, to certain countries. Yeah, the hardware. So this is the crux of it all. The machine, the John Deere, that's a forage harvester, the John Deere forage harvester. Looks like a chainsaw. On the bottom left, sorry, the bottom right, your bottom right, it's my bottom right too, is a gateway. That's the MTG gateway. It sits under the cab or in the roof. I don't know where it is, but it's bulletproof, practically bulletproof, right? It's cast iron or something. In fact, when you take it apart, it's so well built that it rips off one of the chips when you rip it off. And I've had it done twice, and my mate's had it done to his. But yeah, that's another thing that's pretty hackable that I haven't really sent many stuff to Deere about because I can't be bothered. And then because they don't pay me for it yet. And then we've got touch displays. This is the 4 touch displays you can see on the far right. I'll zoom in. Oh, it's the next slide, but yeah, that's the gateway. Where's the slides? Oh, we'll show you the slides. We'll show you the displays in a sec. But yeah. Oh, by the way, every part of this thing can control each other over the CAN bus, and they can each receive their own version of updates, and then they can update each other as well. So it's quite critical. John Deere might dispute that, but you know, I've got the code as well. So easily the most critical part to exploit is the gateway, because the gateway has FCC IDs and stuff like that, and you can go and find the docs about it. But the display does not, as far as I know, because all the other connection parts are part of the gateway. They do have a new model coming out, by the way, but it runs the same OS as this, so I could probably hack it as well. So gateway risks. These photos were taken on this unit right here, which is like a $5,000 unit, by the way. OEM data updates, which is obviously critical. You can do it from the John Deere Operations Center, send out malicious updates, which would catastrophically destroy a certain amount of tractors in the world. Unsigned updates, you know, like USB updates that aren't signed, you could do damage with that. You know, maybe some hoodlum in the middle of the night, or some thief goes in, puts a USB in, destroys the tractor. Pretty weird situation, right? But you know, remote would obviously do way more damage than that, and malicious updates is applicable to both of them. So hacking any part of that device hacks the entire tractor or combine or harvester, etc. But not just for John Deere. I think I've got a demo. Yeah, there's one here. This is a Trimble flagship model. I think it was the one I showed earlier, GFX 750. That's Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, if anyone isn't unaware. It's a screenshot of a VLC media player, by the way, because I didn't want to play the video for that because it's very laggy, by the way. It's like 2 FPS. It's not unplayable, to be fair. I think the hack for that was quite literally just take out the compact flash card, and I think it was Windows CE 7 or something, which I'm surprised even runs San Andreas, but yeah, just whack San Andreas on a Windows chip and off you go. It's probably useless, but because the display's probably like $5,000, so you can get heaps better displays, you know. Most of the ag stuff's moving to Android, I believe. I know that Trimble's definitely moving to Android. And Android's got a lot more, you know, accessibility in terms of developers. There's also risks involved. A lot of developers are available. You know, you've got all the mobile phones, all those things. You can, like, there's a way bigger pool of people than work with Wind River Linux. Another example, Fiat Chrysler. You know, Fiat Chrysler. I think Ford's doing Android too. So most cars are moving to Android. A lot of them came from QNX or QNX, which is a BlackBerry OS, which I've also hacked in a previous thing, but. Trimble, Android, yep, Trimble's moving to Android, and some, yeah, so again. So ADB, another typical tool that you'll find that you can just route straight into a tractor or whatever. Sorry, not John Deere, because I don't use Android, but I'll give you an example of one that I did. So alert, vulnerabilities found in TCL Android TVs. You can see my name here is highlighted. I actually saw 2 boxes of TCL TVs out there, and it's the red one. So Android TV, it had a vulnerability where you put in the IP address of the TV, and I just saw this on someone else's slide, like the directory listing. It was the Bebot dude. But this is on your TV, right? You can think bin, app, etc., etc. Think about what you can download. You can download the cookies from someone's Gmail account. You can download the Facebook account because people like to read their emails on TVs for some reason. But yeah, non-standard port 7989, and then they did a massive thing about it. And actually, Chad Wolf, the previous acting secretary, did an actual talk where he mentioned it. It's way down in the page. It's very long. There's a video of it too, and he actually talks about TCL being an arm of a certain government. But yeah, I'm going to show you how I jailbroke it. So, here we go. The displays. The far one on the right, I'll just quickly run through. These are the flagships. There's actually a couple more in between. There's like an upper version, a lower version. Far one is the 4640. I've got a 4240. One's an i7, like a literally x86 64-bit Core i7 Intel, it's like a little PC, right? The one I've got is what is it again? I've got a photo of it, but it's Intel Atom, that's right, Intel Atom. I think it's like 32-bit, doesn't even matter. But this is the original one that's not on that list, right? This is a brown box. This is still in use today. And does anyone use one of these? Or no? Yeah, we've got a couple there. A couple more, yeah, cool. So this actually does everything. And you'll notice on the far right, it's probably hard to see, but there's a JPEG, it's not a JPEG at all. It's like a dot matrix of a tractor. I'll show you mine in a bit, but early 2000s model. This guy's note has 2002 written on it. And I checked on the Big Iron auctions, $600 they sell for. Lifetime unlocks. So what I mean, read between the lines. Unlocking software, John Deere charges for certain parts of the thing that might be on the device already that need to be unlocked with a certain database change. And this one's, I don't even know what that's about, but yeah, this one I can do that with. But yeah, I don't want to annoy them. But yeah, rare device, this one, the 1800, barely in use. It was more like, people didn't really use it as far as I know. It's also running, I think it's running VxWorks, $775. It's a bit old, but CE6, here's a rooted one. So back to the desktop, it's running Windows CE6. Doubt it would run San Andreas, but you could probably run Minesweeper or something. 2600. This one's pretty popular. Who's seen a 2600? Oh, we got a few. This one here is VxWorks. As you can see, I think one of my guys in Brazil, because a lot of people overseas have John Deere stuff, right? So a guy in Brazil sent me this, and it says VxWorks development system. I think this is from him, but don't quote me, but you can quote me. It says, adding 9,000 symbols for standalone. WDB com Devon in it. What do you reckon that means? It's Wind River, probably debug, communication development in it or something. So it's probably got debug tools enabled in factory or production mode, which is kind of sus, right? It's good for people like me though. $6,000, so $5,600, expensive, real expensive. But this one's the workhorse. Who's seen a 2630? It's the same amount of people. This one here is running Windows CE 6, and it's quite a popular device. In fact, it's probably the most popular device on the market at the moment. It's practically the workhorse. It's got cool features that pretty much all of them have. Windows CE, by the way. So it's a end-of-life product, Windows CE. Out of life, no more updates, no more security updates or anything like that from Windows as of February last year, 2020. Yeah, we're in this current year. So yeah, end of life. So what do you do with end-of-life devices? Well, we'll get through that in a sec. But yeah, $8,500 these cost, second-hand. They're like 10 years old. Stuff's expensive, and it's also end of life. So crazy, right? But necessary to keep the food supply chain running, because you can't just take out a bunch of devices and just be like, okay, we're getting rid of all these now. Good luck eating. Yeah, zero OEM support from upstream. So they would, John Deere, if they wanted to support this, they would have to actually, get Windows developers in or something like that, and they would be probably breaking all sorts of licenses. But how do you balance that? Like, how do you keep an open? So how do you keep like an end-of-life product in the food supply chain, but secure it kind of? It's all about risk management. You can jailbreak it and basically upgrade it yourself, like I kind of did. I augmented mine. I didn't even know what the word augmented meant for a couple of years, but I know it means make things awesome. You can they run vulnerable software. Don't know why I wrote that, but yeah, oh, here we go, accept the risk. So basically, yeah, like I said, all about accepting the risk. So John Deere can't just go out, like I said, and just brick all the devices, that would be ridiculous. But they did, I think, recently disable the ability to add new packages to them. Maybe they're trying to sunset them, I guess. Here's an example of people hacking deprecated devices that I just sort of mentioned, was the Starfire ITC. Who's seen a Starfire ITC? The green dome on the top of a deer. There's a couple of versions of it, but sorry, it's yellow. They're hot commodities. They get stolen a lot, apparently. So this is a device here, the ITC Extend. This is made by a friend of mine in Canada. His name's Johannes. He builds like tools that can let you use John Deere products in other tractors, which John Deere obviously loves, but this one they're probably like, kind of sus. $600, you can unbrick your device. There's a project, this is not his code, but it's based on this kind of. There's a project publicly called WASSTEER, Wide Area something satellite. Who knows what WAS means? Yeah, I don't either. Yeah, so that was deprecated in some stage, but you can just download this project on GitHub, free software maybe it's just open source, don't know. But yeah, you can get this thing called a triple CAN bus header from a company called Copperhill Technologies, I think. Oh, this might be the copy version, but yeah. Triple CAN bus header, which means you put in and then out, and then you can also edit it on the way in or on the way out, even though it's a bus, but anyway. So in the code, J1939 decoding, and this basically rips it apart and says, indicates the type of GPS signal that's in that unbricking device. So don't worry about it if you can't read the code, but I'll just kind of zoom in there. There it says, if signal type is greater than 1, WAS, pretend it's SF1, and if just like the only thing different is you change the 0x46 to 0x43 and it unbricks it. How cool is that, right? The whole thing is just one little bit or byte. It's all over. Is that illegal, you reckon? Probably not. I'm going to say not in the slightest. I'll say probably not, because I don't really know. Is it dangerous? Probably a bit as well, like not necessarily the unbricking part, but using unmodified stuff and, tuning tractors and whatever. But anyway, why did I jailbreak the flagship model of John Deere? The big reason, there it is, that's it there. It's IP65. Pretty sure you can put out in the rain, I think, because this one's got rain on it, and it would be weird if they advertised with rain, and it didn't do that. Mine is susceptible to rain because I've actually ripped it all apart, and there's no Gorilla Glue or anything in between it anymore, so that's mine there on a DakotaCon flag for some reason. It's probably not static. It's like a polyester thing, so it's probably a bad idea to put it on that with 12 volts running through it too, because it's probably electric. I've actually electrocuted myself before, but yeah, it's another thing we'll talk about. But it's got RS-232 So RS-232 is an older protocol, but still in use. Basically, just TX-RX, you can hook in and hook it up to your PC, which I did frequently with this, and then basically just you get a shell. So, but you've got to know the password first, and I'll tell you a little bit about that shortly. $4.5 grand, weird. It's cheaper than the other one. What's that about? Like it's cheaper than the one before. It's kind of weird, right? Well, the reason is farmers prefer to use stuff that they know is going to work, because as you know, every day counts or every moment counts. I'm not a farmer, but I've heard planting season or harvesting season can get quite stressful. And also I like to hack this one because the second-hand fleet market, or the current fleet of like production fleets or whatever it's called, they'll probably pass those units down to second-hand market as they do in ag. And then this device, which a lot of people would consider the newest version, then they're all using the 2630, the Gen 4, that's probably the one that people will be using eventually. So that's why I jailbroke this one before everyone starts having a crack at it. Like I said, ag tech is very unique. Equipment lasts for a very long time. The brown box is 20-something years old and still sells for $800. So, like I said, reliability, proven track record, familiar, less device restrictions. Super compatible. It's got a bucket load of connections. You've got RS-232, all this random stuff, GPS, real-time correction, something, RTK radio, N-Trip, which is really cool, by the way. It's like a new version where they do corrections based on Wi-Fi and stuff and Bluetooth, USB, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, let's get to the crux of it. What operating system is it? It's GNU, Linux, it's Wind River. Wind River is a company in, I don't know, somewhere in the United States, but they do a lot of stuff. This is what it's the Linux that goes in these things, which is pretty cool. We've got Stingers, we've got, what do we got? There's some really funny ones in here. Tomahawk missiles, yeah, Type 45 destroyers, got cool names. A lot of that stuff uses Wind River or derivatives of it, such as VxWorks. And so does John Deere, right? So does John Deere, because John Deere's got some cool products that need to be securely ran, right? And that's a secure version of Linux. You can test out John Deere's thing, so if you can break out of it, like I've done with mine. Mine's a little bit different because I've manually done it, but if you can break out of it, you can probably do something there. But yeah, this is my virtual farm. They got 446 hectares. It's actually some dude in Italy. It's actually his farm because he sold it to me. And all of his farm data was still in there. So I was like, yeah, no worries, I'll take that. It means I don't have to like populate data with like lorem ipsum stuff or whatever. But yeah, this is what it looks like under the hood. I think it's a Broadcom chip or TI or something like that. Oh yeah, it's Intel Atom. What am I talking about? On this side, we've got a bunch of stuff there. Most of it's just like about bringing the voltage up and down from like 3 volts to 12 volts, all this stuff. But the bottom, oh, are you a slide ahead? Oh, is it frozen? It's frozen. Give me a sec. Back. Oh yeah, that's weird. There must be a massive photo. Let me just quickly scroll through real quick. That's whack. Let me just see if that one goes through. What's going on there? That's weird. Oh, it's working now. Must be the next photo. Oh, there we go. I'll just skip a few of them. That's all right. So HS Auto Link. This is like a custom Molex connector. How did I get in? Well, jump into the pinout diagrams. These are proprietary documents from Deere that I have got somehow. I've got ground switched power. Basically, just hook up 12 volts to it, and it just jacks up. There's 2 pins on there, 20 and 21, which are actually RS-232. So these are like, you can just shell into it once you get that. But like I said, you need another password. These 2 pins, undocumented, but once you hook up to them, and I've got them hooked up on mine, you can hook into it with RS-232. This is a generic diagram. But by the time I'd rebooted it and mucked around with it a few times, I got this error, okay? I got this big error. And it's like, please, okay, the system has entered system recovery mode. I'm thinking, what have I done? Please contact your local John Deere dealer. For dealers, refer to the latest machine manual or whatever this is. Yeah, so I checked out the manual, and I'm looking through the manual, your system, et cetera, contact your dealer. And I look at that, okay, well, dealer. So I'm looking for my dealer. My nearest dealer was in Thailand, right? Because I'm living in Thailand, by the way. I did all this from Thailand, believe it or not. 1,000 kilometers away, which is like 500 miles or something. I don't know what it is, something like that. But it was a long way. Oh, we got time, 14 hours. I think that was walking. No, that was driving. It was driving, yeah. It's like 10 days walking, right? So I became the dealer. You know, no dealers around, it's my turn, right? So this is the chip, the mother chip, right? This is the flash, and the one underneath it, little black square, that looks like a rectangle, debatable. But it carries the serial number. And, you know, I took it off, put some flux on there, Amtech flux, and some, what's that, Captain tape? Oh, you can't see it yet. Oh, it's a bit weird. Some of the slides are a bit sus. Yeah, that's with the Captain tape on it, put flux around it, and hot air gunned it off. So I'll just keep checking if it doesn't. Yeah, so BGA socket. So this tool did not exist when John Deere created the product. They were unaware that people would be able to take that chip off, which they've probably never done themselves, and basically get rewrite to the chip. So there's a bunch of tools you can get from AliExpress, actually stacks of tools. You can just type in like EMMC hacking tool. Actually, AliExpress has a lot of them, and I think the other ones are Taobao has a bunch as well, but they usually make it to AliExpress, and you can just get like express shipping. It takes like 3 weeks, or you can get the pay. I had one order on there, and the guy's like, I paid like $50 extra for shipping because I wanted to get it quick, and he's like, and he cancelled the order. He's like, you paid too much. I'm like, dude, that's why I paid you for the extra thing. It's so annoying, right? So he thought he was helping me out, and I'm like, dude. Anyway, IC sockets, you can get a stack of them. Like I said, they didn't exist before. This is what it looks like when you've done a good job at reballing it. They're a pain to reball, and I think I did it like 20-something times, and yeah, I was getting really tired of it, and it's quite dangerous because you can damage the chip. So what did I find when I took that chip off and chucked it in the thing? Practically everything, literally. Like, I literally had the keys to the kingdom. So I figured out there's a flag. It says reprogrammable check file called JD bootable USB flag 87657. That's kind of like a number that you would mash when you keyboard mash, right? What does that mean? So another one here. Yeah, again there, it goes like sort of code, read that. If it's there, boot the kernel or something like that. So I chucked it in a text file using the official John Deere package manager. This is their Red Hat wrapper for their repo. And you get 12 gigabytes of files. They download, for some reason, downloads the whole repo as opposed to just your OS, which is kind of weird, right? Cool for guys like me, because you can get all of these architectures as opposed to getting the Atom, which is the only one I needed, right? So this is what it downloads onto USB when you plug it in, creates a bootable USB for you. And then I created a couple of files in there. One was this one, JD bootable flag or whatever. Chucked it into the Deere and then booted it. And I got this, I got the SR installation 1.0, 1.1 with the same error as before, right? This little, contact your dealer error. 1.2. 3.1, and it was boot looped. It just kept showing me those version things like 3.5. It just kept going around in cells. I was like, what is going on here? And it turns out they're all in competition. All those bootable flags that I put there, all those bootable flags were actually competing to recover the system. So I deleted 2 of them and left the one called dealer auth, and voila, it just literally started fixing itself, right? So I became the dealer, and that's the bypass there. It's literally just put a file in your USB drive called dealerauth.txt. It's like tier 1 security. So yeah, crazy stuff. But yeah, got me in there. It got yeeted into the system. Started installing an update. So what it was doing was, it was like, because they got this thing in there, they got A/B sides where they have like one side of the disk is, anyway, it's a complicated thing, but fixed it all up for me, straight back into stock mode. So I'm the dealer. I don't need no John Deere dealerships in Thailand. So what else did I get from that awesome update, which bypasses that lock screen, which a lot of farmers have probably seen when they've been out in the field? By the way, to get to that lock screen, all you have to do is reboot the device 10 times before getting to the desktop. It's like they thought it was a great idea. They didn't trust their own code enough. This is a criticism. They didn't trust their own code enough that they put a 10 limit reboot. Imagine you just turning your car off 10 times and then you're just locked in dealer mode. It's like, oh, you got to go to a dealer or do what I did. So you get a gig and a half of logs, and you get everything. You get yum logs, xorg logs, sys logs, cron logs, recovery logs, all this cool stuff, which was extremely helpful for hacking it. This is what it looks like in the shell. When you plug in RS-232 using a tool called Minicom, which is a terminal emulator for serial devices, and it gives you a login. So I didn't know the login password, and John Deere, apparently I've heard, randomly generates the password for every device, which is good. And I wanted to make it read-write as well. So how do I, like once I get in there, I'm gonna have to edit files. And so we go to FS tab. Does everyone know what FS tab is? The file system tab. So you go /etc FS tab. And on Linux, it tells you what disk's gonna be mounted where. You've probably all got it on your, actually Mac has it as well. I think it's called MTab, I think, or maybe FS tab. But you can see, you probably can't see, but some of them are RO, some of them are RW, read-only, read-write. And I wanted them all read-write, because I want to modify it. But it's also really hard to take this thing off and on the whole time, because it gets really annoying, but and dangerous to break the chip as well. I tried to do it without, actually, by the way, there's a lot of fails in this talk. It's like a lot of the time was failing and then a couple of wins, and that's all you need, like I said. But yeah, tried to have a crack at like this, but actually post DEF CON, this is what you need. You need a low voltage eMMC adapter, $5, $12, sorry. And at random at DEF CON actually gave it to me. I was like, that's exactly what I needed, right? Turns out I didn't even need to do the FS tab because I could just remount it like that. Mount -O, remount, read-write, root, and then it would just, that's it. So I could bypass read-write. I didn't have to edit FS tab. With the boot count thing that I mentioned earlier about the 10 reboots, if I change it to 9999, it fails, obviously, for some reason. I think it was like a backwards one. I don't really know. It didn't really matter because there was a command in there called reboot clear boot count that John Deere added, which was great because now I have a cron task. Every time I reboot, it just clears that boot count. So I'll never get to that error page again. Just making it better, right? Making it better and better. So the chip that they use is out of, what's the word for it? Out of production, that's the one. Or it's discontinued from them, so Micron. So you can get secondhand chips like this from like AliExpress, and they literally chop them straight out of a donor board, and they come with that person's data too. So yeah, you can actually buy those chips and just, some people sell them with phones too, so you can get their contacts and whatnot. But this is another fail that I did, was editing the SDL files. SDL is some sort of graphics library, I believe, and it failed. But was it really a fail? Obviously, there's no icons there. It's not supposed to look like that. But a couple of minutes later, up pops the terminal, right? Because I added a cron job to pop a terminal up every 2 minutes. And it was, yeah, so after that, what can I do? Well, I can remount it as read-write. Then I can change the root password, because it's running as root, by the way, which is also sus. Just change the password, and now I can log in. Now I can log in over RS-232. I don't need to do it on the display, right? So we'll quickly run through these, but yeah, I want to upgrade it now. Let's upgrade it. Let's get some extra binaries. They had a stack of extra folders with binaries in them, and I just made a script that would add them all to my path. You know, path equals :: path, and then I just made a script because there was so many of them. And I got something like an extra 30 or 40 binaries, and one of them was chroot. And who knows what chroot does? So chroot on Linux, you go sudo chroot in some place, and then you can, if you've got a full directory file system, it basically it puts you into like a jail, if that makes sense. I used, let's change root directory, but yeah, I put Fedora Linux on their system, and then I chroot into that to run my specific exploit. There's cool commands in that extra 40, 30 binaries, like can dump, which is a great command because you can edit the can files. Can config, can echo, can send, can sequence. Who knows what CAN bus is? CAN bus is how like the cars and things talk to other parts of the cars. Imagine if you can send those things out or like stop them or prevent them from happening. You can pretty much control the tractor, right? And that's what it's there for. This is the stuff that I sort of had a look at. You know, I copied the image and I did the root password change. I added the root login over SSH. Didn't need to do that, by the way. Read-write disk, didn't need to do that either. The terminal worked, but UDEV rules for USB Ethernet, didn't really get around to that. Didn't really matter because I ended up getting in. Like I said, most of those things didn't work out of the box. That's my jailbreak. It's just add a terminal emulator on display 0 every couple of minutes. And if you don't do it every couple of minutes, sometimes it runs before the desktop starts, and it's in the background. It's kind of annoying because it screws up the demo. Final cool things before the ultimate upgrade. And keyword ultimate because it's a game that's like ultimate something. Yeah, so a couple of cool stuff that I found in there. The administrator pin defaulted to, and I checked it as well because there's no administrator pin on this one. but it's 111, 111, it's 5 ones, and that's the pin to get in. So if you steal one of these, you can get in with that pin, I believe. But even if you don't, you can just take it apart, take the chip off, read that pin, get back in. So if you were doing that. But yeah, so another terminal they had there. This is another UART thing that I found. There was nothing on it, so some sort of boot stuff. Pretty arbitrary. They probably use it, but I wasn't really interested in figuring out what it was, so I had better things to do. Dev EEPROM, it's also, EEPROM's by definition read-only usually, that chip, but when you take it off the board, it's not read-only, you can write to it. So, got the docs out for it, ST93C66-7, whatever the heck it is, just read this little thing over there. Pretty confused what's going on there, but hooked it up. Now, by the way, that's the rudimentary way of doing it. That's like the, I want to do it today version, because there's actually tools you can do it with. But that's the way I did it, because I was impatient. And found this, yeah, I'm winging it, I was winging it. So I found this project by a guy called Tim0S with 16 stars, tiny little project, but it's exactly what I needed, because I was able to get in there and bang out all of the data on the serial. Serial number, I think that's the serial number, PA something or other there, 15 MGM, something like that. I think it's the ending's wrong, I don't know. John Deere probably knows, but they won't tell me, obviously. So here's the finale. So it turns out only the root terminal was sufficient, right? I just needed that root terminal, read, write. Now I've got full access to the disk, right? I can do anything. I can delete files, I can screw the whole thing up, I can put software on there, and I'll show you what I put on there. So we can trivially remount the OS, like I said, edit it, change it, modify it. The best way to do it was add the terminal as opposed to, because they had some checksums in there, right? And it's kind of annoying, because if you edit a file, it's going to check on boot, it's not going to boot, and you don't know what's going on. Best way to do it is pop a terminal, edit it live, and then see if it reboots. If it doesn't, you're probably screwed. So, editing the boot partition was a bad idea for me. I had to re-flash, like fully overwrite the disk multiple times. It's a good idea to take backups of a device that you're hacking as well. And that was the checksum stuff that I mentioned. Yeah, like I said, mount -o, remount, bang, bang, and then I can just write arbitrary files. And one arbitrary file I added, I'll give you a quick look. Let's have a look and see if the video shows up. If in the D drive, let's see if this, can you guys see that? Oh, cool. See if it plays off the USB. There's no sound or anything, but let's have a look. Let's try VLC or something. Let's have a look. There we go. Anyone want to 7-zip it up or whatever? Let's try again. It's MP4, surely it'll work. What should I do? Recommended? What do you reckon? Let's do it. Give me your data. Send all your use. No, custom, right? We'll do custom. No, we'll do recommended because I want to get it over and done with. I've got a WebM version of it. It looks like a malware. Oh, here we go. Wonder what's going on here. There we go. Have a look at this. So this is, that's me doing it live. I've got some extra files in there, a couple of scripts. One of them's called path.sh. Add all the extra paths that I added. The command, if you can't read it, chroot command not found. But it was found when I added the extra paths. So John Deere, thanks for leaving that command in there, because it helped it for me to be able to do this cool stuff to it. Put some stuff in there like Doom 2. That's Tractor Edition Doom, running on a John Deere tractor. Yeah. If you played Doom before, it's pretty violent. So yeah, it's like, yeah, this is a health bonus. When you harvest wheat, you get health. I think corn is armor. Yeah, if he goes, I think I played this one. I was playing one-handed, by the way, I think. Oh no, I was two-handed because I put it up on the bed. So I filmed this in my bed. It's quite funny, with a DEFCON thing behind it. Yeah, corn is generating armor, so you can actually fight the little piggies. Feral pigs. Feral hogs, probably a better term for it. But yeah, that's Doom, John Deere Edition Doom. Oh, sorry, it's not, that's trademarked. Tractor Edition Doom running on a John Deere tractor, official hardware. That was pretty fun to make. And John Deere, like I said, read between the lines. Like, if I can do this, that's the whole idea about Doom, right? If you're not familiar, is once you run stuff like that, once you run a game that requires quite a bit of modification to run on a certain software, I used the Fedora version to run on a Wind River, blah, blah, blah. But to get that to work, I had literally, yeah, it was quite significant. And John Deere, let's have a look and see if it works. Did I edit? Oh, yeah, cool, it's cool. F11. What's full screen? Microsoft Teams for download, what? Hang on, let me get full screen real quick. Right click. Let's have a look, full screen. It's presentation mode, print. Should we print it? F12? Oh, that's developer tools, isn't it? Which one is it? F what? F5, isn't it? It is. It's F5. No, it's not. It's volume. Huh? Yeah. Which arrows? Present. Oh, you're right. It's right there. Sorry. Yeah. Presenter view. So I don't use Windows a lot. I'm more of a rudimentary. Yeah. So this is a version. This is a JPEG version of the demo. If the demo guides aren't available, but they were available today, and that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like at the DEFCON stage with real nice flashy stuff here. In fact, you can actually see right here, I've got it right here, so you can actually, if you want to play it later on, there's a terminal there, and just, you've got to exit all the terminals because I made it so it pops up, and there's like a little fade gradient, so they keep stacking and it gets dark, so you'll see it sort of light up in a sec when I exit all these terminals. There should be about 30 or something terminals in there. It should start going away shortly. There might be too many. We'll figure that one out shortly. But yeah, that's my talk, and thanks everyone. What's up? Yeah, if you want to play Doom on it, I'll put it out in the hallway. You can have a crack at it. It's pretty hard to play on like two small keys, but yeah, is there any questions? Do I have time for questions? Not really. Anyone questions? Up the back, next to, yep. Yep. Yeah, the question was, is it what available projects are there that integrate with Ghidra, etc., that run that run ChatGPT? And the answer is, I can't remember the one I used, but it's like PyChatGPT, I think, or it's a derivative of that. But it's on GitHub. If you just sort by GitHub and you go Ghidra, ChatGPT, and sort by popularity, you'll probably get the top 5, yeah. And the new one's even better because now you have the accessibility. As of like last week, you can use the ChatGPT. Before it was DaVinci model. Now you can use the actual ChatGPT 3 and I think 4 as an API. This is brand new, and you can use it as of about a week ago. You can actually use the ChatGPT. I think it's like 25,000 character input or something ridiculous. So yeah, it's getting a bit wild out there. Yep. Right. The question's about updating and the impact of the farm on the price of updating models. Are you referring to the updating of the hardware, like to the new model, or do you mean the software to the new version? Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, so I think I've got it, but the one example with the question was about the upgrading hardware. So the old version, the prices are static, like roughly the auction prices. So even if you want to move to the new one, farmers will they'll usually sell the old one. Is that what you're sort of asking? Is that they'll sell the old one on the auction sites. That's why the brown box is still available, because people just pass it down. But yeah, it costs a lot of money to upgrade. And John Deere's actually releasing a new one now called Green Star 5. And it's pretty much exactly the same as this. It's just not as weatherproof. I think it's an indoor one. Don't quote me because I don't think I'm supposed to even know about it. But it's a similar one. The new one, I don't know what it'll cost, but it's probably like $5,000. And I think the new one's actually got, I'll give you an example actually. The old version, the new combines in Australia, for example, or anywhere, they were actually using the older version, the 2630, which is the Windows one. They were actually selling the combines with that, as opposed to their latest version, which is kind of sus when you think about it, right? Because farmers actually adore the older version. Does that sort of answer anything? Or? Yeah. Yeah. So the software updates from JD, they come through over they do over-the-air updates. If you take the SIM card out, you'll never get updates like mine. Mine's not connected to a gateway. John Deere's actually asked me to update it. I'm like, yeah, good luck, mate. Good luck getting my IP address. I think they have a couple of my VPN IPs, but if you can update it via USB with that software thing that I showed you. It'll download the latest packages. It's a front end for the repo, which is free. But yeah, updating the hardware is way more expensive. But actually, the 2630 or whatever, $8,500. The new one's $4,000. Kind of weird, right? One's cheaper, so you can actually make money by upgrading, and you can probably put Doom on there as well. Anyone else? Yeah. I believe so, yeah. Oh, it's recorded, right, it's recorded. You mean this one? Yeah, and the slides, I'll hand them over. Yeah, sure. Anyone else, real quick? I gotta go, I think. Is anyone, if you want to ask me something, you can ask me in the hallway, is that all right? Cool. Thanks, everyone.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. So up next, go out into the hallway and play with this for a bit because they'll be awesome anyway. And then up next, we have anomaly detection in mobile core networks with Mike Edema. I hope I'm nailing that this time. And he'll be here momentarily. So we'll just shuffle people in and out quick. And then on the other side, we're closed up at this point. So we have this last talk and then one more from Deviant Ollam through the eyes of a thief. So stick around for that.
Well, I can get started, I think, actually on time-ish. My name is Michael Edema. I'm a DSU grad. You did get the name pronunciation correct. It's Edema, so congrats. No one else does. It's all right. I'm a principal engineer at AMN and Range Networks. If you've seen me present here in past years, I presented under Range Networks. And now we have a new home. We are owned by AMN. So it says principal engineer, but basically I've been a phone guy ever since getting out of college. I've done phone projects. Ever since then, I've done PBX systems, started a little company that did phone office systems and mainly voice over IP. And now since 2012, I've been with Range Networks and done telecom, basically the air side of mobile networks, everything that comes out of the antenna and talks directly to the handsets. That's been what I've been writing software for since 2012. This is kind of a cheesy way of putting it, but this is just to give the difference between what we do versus what everyone else does. We're doing software-defined mobile networks. We're not selling pieces of hardware that have specialized chips in them, anything like that. It's a standard i7 server with a bunch of cores, and you hook up a programmable radio to it, and you can create a cell phone network. So that's why a lot of the talk is about what you can do with software and not what you can just do with old, clunky, traditional vendor equipment. So AMN stands for Africa Mobile Networks. We are in, I think this isn't quite right, but something like 15 countries and another 4 or 5 coming online pretty soon. There may be one country in here that stands out that doesn't quite fit the name, and that's why we're also calling ourselves AMN right now, Panama. So we're in Panama too. Eventually the main name is a little bit off. But anyway, so we have figured out a way to make a completely self-sufficient system that operates in ultra-rural environments. And by ultra-rural, it means bring your own everything. Show up with a truck, bring a thing there, put it in the ground. You don't need any power, you don't need any backhaul, you don't need anything else, and it operates and provides cellular service. So other companies have done this, but it ends up being too expensive and they're not sustainable. It becomes like not a charity, but it's not a profitable thing, and so they don't last very long. So we've kind of figured out how to do it and make money doing it. We figured out how to scale down. That's what no one else has really figured out how to do. So that's what these systems look like. It's a couple of solar panels, an omnidirectional antenna on top of a monopole sunk into the ground a little bit. And the base station is tucked up underneath the solar panels to keep it cool. But otherwise, it's a completely passive system. There's no fans, there's no nothing. Pretty important because not the best environment to just stick equipment out. When we get rid of the ultra-rural, then we can install something like this. This is a 20-meter, 65-foot self-supporting lattice tower. And then you can do fun things like mount multiple sectors and more solar panels and more base stations because it can support more weight. So this is the view from one of the sectors. We just put this up. Takes about 3 days to put one of these up from scratch, bringing all the raw materials into the area. So what does that look like sometimes? That's pretty interesting. We have it where the truck can only get so far and then the roads are washed out or there is no road or whatever. And so you have to bring things in however you can bring them in. But we're quite good at making these. We'll auger in the holes and put in the mounts. And it looks like, I mean, I can't imagine doing this myself. That's why I don't do this. But once it even gets up, several meters high, we get sent these little updates with the bubble, always the bubble picture, like, look, it's dead center. It's completely level. So that shows a site next to the old site. On the picture on the right there is the 20-meter lattice tower replacing the old monopole tower. So this is what we do. We have about 3,300 sites right now, over 3,300 sites. We did 1,000 last year, and we're trying to do 2,000 this year. So we really have figured out how to do these quickly. We do about 8 million minutes a day, and 95% availability. If you're working in a data center, that sounds awful. But if you take into consideration all the variables that we have to deal with, that's pretty good. Managed by our GNOC, Global Network Operations Center. Not a lot of people working there. So the point is we have to make this kind of easy to manage and sustainable, but we also have really squishy analog variables to deal with, like radios and amplifiers and antennas and satellite terminals and weather. Weather is a big one. So how do we do this? Oh, and many different scopes of responsibility. We are really good at doing the antenna side. That's what we are primarily concerned with, the radio access network. But there's also the integration network, which is an IP network that ties those two together, and then the core network, which we can't touch. We can integrate with it, that's it. We have no visibility into what's going on in the core network. So how do we do anomaly detection and troubleshooting when we can't actually look inside the core network? So what do these networks look like? These are the names that you might not be familiar with. These are the names that you probably are familiar with. GARAN, UTRAN, EUTRAN, and NGRAN are the different Gs of cell networks. And this is like nested acronyms all the way down. GSM, Edge, RAN, and Edge also has GSM inside of it. So it's just cascades out into this huge, long explanation. UTRAN is a UMTS terrestrial RAN. The evolved UMTS terrestrial RAN, I think when they stopped coming up with ideas on what to name these standards, it's just evolved, or it's the evolution, or whatever. Anyway. And they gave up in 5G, and they just call it next generation. So I don't know where they go from there. Whatever 6G is, it's like the evolved next generation RAN. I don't know what they're doing. It's funny. Anyway, what do these networks look like? They're a mess. They're insane. When you're used to like an IP network with very, very few individual components, like routers, switches, that's it. No, every single point on the core network has a unique name and speaks a unique protocol. Cool. You can split the core network into two distinct, or the mobile network into two distinct domains. You have the core network, the part we can't touch, and the radio access network. That's the part that we deliver. The core network has things like the mobile switching center and the home location register and the authentication center and all these individual components that have a single purpose. So it is explicable, but it kind of melts your mind when you're looking at a chart of how this thing works, and it's a different protocol and a different purpose for every single entity. The radio access network is a lot simpler. You have handsets, towers, and controllers. So that's what we operate. We have controllers that control the base stations on the towers, and the base stations on the towers talk to the handsets in your hand. So that's kind of the left and right distinction here. The towers and the radio access network is on the left, and all the core stuff is on the right. There's a further distinction between CS and PS operations. Circuit switched operations are voice calls, emergency calls. Packet switched is data. Fun fact, you know how they say always keep like an empty cell phone or an old cell phone in your car with you if you're traveling, even if it doesn't have a SIM or doesn't have a plan? That's because an emergency call is actually a completely distinct operation on a cell phone network than a voice call. So when you hit like an emergency number and hit dial, your phone is signaling right from the go at the most basic level that this is an emergency call. So there's no authentication, there's no nothing, it'll jump on any tower, it doesn't matter the carrier, and that's why it's a completely distinct service. Okay, one final distinction, control plane and the user plane. I don't know if that means anything to anybody outside of mobile networks, but I think it's kind of a common term. Why is that important? Does anyone know what that is? Okay, maybe, yeah. Does anyone know what that is? If you do, you can say it, it's okay. That's a red box, that's a blue box. The first thing was a Captain Crunch whistle. If your control plane and your user plane are sharing the same medium, you can just supply some user audio and trigger switching, system level switching in the network. So you can do in-band signaling if those two things share a medium. That is a big oops, and that's what enabled all of the phone freaking forever until Signaling System 7 came about. It was standardized in the 70s, and it's still in use everywhere today. That's what, you know, removed all the fun of walking up to a payphone with a little voice recorder. So, this doesn't even show the different distinction between control plane and user plane. There's a whole other set of components that handle those different planes. So, okay. Protocols, nothing's TCP. What does that look like? UDP is only for RTP. RTP is a real-time protocol for sending voice frames back and forth. Like you get the same thing on streaming radio or voice over IP calls. So UDP for RTP, there's no TCP. There's something called SIGTRAN that bridges the world of IP and traditional telecom protocols, although that's just a working group. That's not actually a standard. There's several ways to stack SIGTRAN implementations. It kind of depends what you want to do with them. Underneath all this stuff is something called SCTP, Stream Control Transfer Protocol. And SCTP is pretty cool, actually. It's too bad it didn't catch on for more things, but you can do multi-homing very easily with it. It can be connected to multiple destinations at the same time and seamlessly switch between one if they die or if there's delay or if there's some sort of problem with service. It's incredibly resilient, but that makes it also very tricky to trace if you're trying to troubleshoot something happening in the network. This is what the stack looks like on top of SCTP. So you have on the right side, you have Ethernet, then IP, then SCTP, which is kind of equivalent to MTP1, MTP2, and MTP3, but not quite, because then if you add in MTP UA, then you have something that's equivalent to like M3 UA, you know, right? And then on top of that is SCCP, TCAP. And finally, in the green, that's where the application layer finally happens and you do things. Yuck. We don't want to deal with any of that. We do because the software has to, but we don't want to actually troubleshoot by peeling away protocol layers and checking state in between all these layers of protocol. So we kind of think about it that debugging requires traces. Sure, if we have a problem with the software, we need to take a trace and we'll peel it apart and figure out what's going on. But anomaly detection, real-time detection inside the network, we need to just shoot events out and track statistics. So how do we recognize anomalous behavior? First of all, you need context. We get reports that say, either from our operations center that say, oh, traffic seems low today. What does that mean? Does traffic seem low for a Tuesday? Does traffic seem low for a public holiday? Does it seem low for the day of the market? So you don't know. I will get an alert that says traffic is low today. Well, so we need to improve those, and that's what we've been working on as well. You also get specificity. Calls are not going through. Well, they go through, but you have to try a couple times. They go through, you have to try a couple times, but only at like 7 to 10 o'clock at night when everybody's trying to make a phone call. So some of these are errors and some of these are expected. So you have to be specific. Visuals really help. You can't just look at raw stats. So we have this sliding window of stats that GNOC looks at all the time. And it looks something like this. It's every site, these are all base stations in Cameroon. And then you have the SDCCH and TCH activity for each one. Doesn't matter, SDCCH is signaling, saying I want to make a phone call, I want to send an SMS, I want to do something. And then TCH is actual traffic channel that's alive and taking voice traffic back and forth. So you can look at this and see, is there anything that looks anomalous just looking at this if I was in operations center? There's one that kind of stands out. This one's a little, I highlighted it. That one's weird, right? Okay. Now I know what people were talking about with the slides being a little bit sus, because it's not changing. Come on. Cool. 1 second. Wake up. There we go. There was an orange box you weren't seeing. That one looks weird. Why is there a bunch of signaling, and then all of a sudden there's a ton of voice, and then it carries on? So is it just that one site, or is something else going on? Let's see if I can get back into presentation mode. Is there something else going on? Not working. Cool. Right. But if you look vertically along that line and compare it to other sites, maybe there was something else going on, because we see a bunch of little blips. They're not as pronounced, but there's definitely like a jump here, and a jump there, and a jump there. So maybe there was some sort of satellite issue that affected multiple sites. It could be a behavioral thing too. That's when everyone gets off work. I don't know. And this one is weird too, because you see, it's not in sync. 1 second. Okay. Yeah. This one's weird too, because you have a ton of signaling and no voice. So that may be behavioral or something, like you're just allowed to text at work. Maybe that's a mining site. We have a lot of sites around mines. And maybe you're not supposed to be making phone calls, maybe you can just text. I don't know. Still going? Okay, now we're going. So context and specifics are important. The behavior may be perfectly normal, all things considered, but you have to know what you're talking about. So actually what you're trying to do is figure out normal behavior. That's actually what you're trying to figure out, to see what the abnormal behavior is. But you need a lot of data. So how do we get that data? And that's what this was for. Okay, so physical versus logical channels. This is another limitation of just being able to look at the radio. Physical channels are really dumb. They don't do or provide you any information. It's bursts being timed back and forth between the handset and the tower. It's like send a burst in 4 microseconds, back and forth, back and forth. And that looks like this, on this little visualizer that pops up there. This is a scheduler that is just saying, on this time slot, send this many bursts, and listen for this burst in this offset of time, and this is how long it takes the burst to fly through the air and arrive at the antenna and be processed by the baseband. And so this is the only thing you're actually really seeing. You're seeing physical channels that we can monitor really closely. But you need more than that. So I don't have time for these. These are all the channels that you can see. They don't tell you anything very interesting. But once the physical channel is established, you have a logical channel that's established, you can dig into the purpose of that channel. And you can dig into that purpose by looking at single bits, basically, in the standard. And normal RAN equipment doesn't surface those details because they assume that you bought all of the equipment from them and that it's one operator operating the entire thing. So like Huawei, they will sell you, of course, the RAN equipment and the core network equipment, and they assume that either their technicians or your team is monitoring both sides. So there's no reason for them to expose those things. But we need them, because we can only see the RAN side. So if you have access to the source, you can do anything you want. So you can start tracking these things however granularly you want to. And you can learn a lot through the bit masks in the 3GPP standards. And having an open source software vendor is rare, and that's what we have. So we handle everything on the tower side, but then everything after the tower, what has to actually integrate with the core network, is handled by a stack from Osmocom, that's the Osmocom projects, and the development associated with that is a company in Berlin called Sysmocom. They're the ones that started those projects. So anything we need, we can write a patch, submit it to Garrett, they gets accepted, shepherded through their process, and we have access to new information. And we do all this through StatsD. Does anyone know what StatsD is? Have to do that for anything, any project? StatsD is awesome. So StatsD is this completely stupid little protocol that lets you just make up metrics and spit them out a UDP port. And then there's other projects like Grafana or Datadog or Prometheus and NetData that will consume it and turn it into really nice graphs. You don't have to do anything. So the Lion protocol is actually just like that. Metric name, colon, value, bar, type. So it can be a gauge, it can be a counter, it can be a whatever. And then, like, that's the example. The foo had a counter of 1 and just pipe it into Netcat and shoot it out a UDP port at one of those services. And you can start tracking metrics like that. So dirt simple. And this is what it looks like in our code when we want to add metrics. We want to add new counters, so we'll add like a new enum for a counter. That one is the base station counter for channels activation, CHAN activations in SDCCH domain or TCH domain. So we can start tracking those with this little patch. Once it's accepted, runs in the software, we can start firing out events every time we see SDCCH or TCH activity. But we want to know why. So we'll interrogate the reason for that channel being requested. And there's a request region request reason that you can parse out and check out the bit mask, and it will tell you why this person or why this channel was requested. And it can be for a location update or a paging operation or a phone call or emergency call. And so we can fire out statistics with that. And that lets us start to correlate what these channels were used for and what the possible requests were for them. And then we get a whole bunch of CSVs like this, like hundreds of thousands of CSVs for a country. And they will tell you for each BTS, all the channel counts, and it will measure them in 10-second windows. So when we get this from another vendor, we have to convince them to give us some more data. And basically what they give us for data is 1 hour windows like this. You just see a 1 hour window and says like 400 TCH attempts. Cool, but why? What were they for? What happened? Did they make it all the way through? We get a couple, we've asked for more stats in there too, but not really. We don't really get in the granular stats that we need. So this is how we do those. So if we were looking at some of those examples that I showed before, you would see if we saw that location updates, like phones registering, were constantly happening, that's probably weird. That's not good. That's something's wrong. But if it's a bunch of text messages, then that's fine. That's normal. So you also have to, we've run into this a couple times, you have to take meaningful measurements. You can measure a bunch of things, but if they're not actually measuring what you think they're measuring, you have a problem. And we're dealing with a lot of things that are analog, and analog is not fun. It can be pretty tricky. So actually call audio starts as analog from your, into the microphone. Then it's turned into digital, but also kind of analog because it's sent over radio to the tower. Then it's digital again while it's turned into packets that can be sent on an IP network. But then it's analog again because it's going over a satellite. So we have a lot of variables in call quality. Where can the problem lie? So we started taking incredibly highly dimensional metrics on our bursts, individual bursts from the radio, and tracking all the metrics there. So a lot of this stuff was in place, and we just expanded all the fields that we could look at. And on the right side is a JSON representation of one burst. This is 20 milliseconds of voice, just nothing. So you have, on a 50 call capacity BTS, you'll have something like 2,500 bursts per second. And we measure all the metrics for all these bursts. And what they mean is, I don't have a pointer, do I? Well, anyway, over here I do. Yeah. Yeah, all this, you see this is a measurement report. And the uplink measurement, that's from the handset to the tower. And then down here you have the downlink measurement. And it's the received level and the received quality of that burst. And here it's also the transmission received level and received quality of that burst. You also see the base station power. It can adjust its power per burst, sending it to the phone, so that all the phones receive a burst at the same level. So it doesn't matter if they're close or far away from the tower. We adjust the power emitted from the antenna per burst. And then receiving the bursts, we also tell the handset to use more or less power so that all the bursts arrive at the antenna at the exact same level. So the correlation functions, the decoding functions can expect the same amount of energy in every single waveform that they look at. So we can see all that, and we can start to draw conclusions about what's going on. You can see that like the energy levels are way too high, and people will complain that there's robot noise. Well, what's the robot noise from? Well, probably because you're blowing out the demodulation chain and it can't decode. It's like overdriving or like yelling into a microphone. That's essentially what you're doing, and you can't demodulate a good quality signal. So this is how we track that. You have to take meaningful measurements. We can also just record the packets and play them back once you're inside the non-squishy part of the network, like the actual IP network. You could start recording things and do a mean opinion score of them. And we have access to that because we have to for a communications assistance for a law enforcement act. We have to be able to access those things. But this is just curious. No one's going to know. But does anyone know what Harvard sentences are? Because I spent like a month at Ubiquity Networks when I worked there next to a guy that repeated Harvard sentences into his phone to take mean opinion scores, which is like audio quality tests. Harvard sentences are things like this that you use to test audio quality. So he would literally be sitting next to me going, "The birch canoe slid on the smooth planks," and over and over and over. And you record those and feed them into an algorithm, and it will tell you how good the audio sounds. Like, my voice is my passport kind of thing. Anyway, I think those are hilarious. Meaningful measurements. This is another one that we just ran into. Satellite backhaul can become globally congested, not just from one point on the network to the satellite and down, but all of them together in aggregate can congest the medium, and you have some very strange side effects when that happens. And we thought we were monitoring latency, jitter, and drop packets, but we weren't actually. So what was happening is we would do ICMP RTTs, and they'd be perfectly flat, but the voice quality was awful, so we couldn't figure out what was going on. So it's time for another Garrett submission, and we did a bunch of TCP stats. Linux has a API that you can interrogate for every TCP socket that's open, and you can ask it for statistics like this on newer kernels, and you can say, what is the RTT and lost and retransmission and not sent bytes and all these things about every single TCP socket on your system. You can ask for those statistics. So we started tracking those statistics. And this is 100, how many is this? 60 base stations, and each one has 4 radio pairs. And this is the measurement of all the TCP sockets serving all those radio pairs over the course of a day. And this is during a time when we were migrating more sites onto the satellite. So as we're migrating more sites onto the satellite network, we found like some audio quality issues were happening. So we started tracking these statistics with GNU plot and PNG outputs. You just take what you can get. And this is day 1. That's day 2. First of all, the black one, the black color is unacknowledged packets. So TCP packets that are sitting there waiting to go out. They've been sent, but we haven't gotten an acknowledgement yet. So it's essentially like the queue depth for the TCP transmissions. And the red one is RTT. And the round trip time for our satellite network is about 600 milliseconds. So not exactly a good gaming platform, but I can tell you how many milliseconds of delay there were before we installed our system. 0, because there's no service. So it's going to space. Yeah. Anyway, so this is day 2. Day 3 isn't updating. Cool. Day 3. Day 4. Ugh. A lot of spikes in there. Day 5, incredibly hairy. Everything's looking really, really bad. And when you test the pings, even when it's looking like this, they all came back golden. They all came in just perfectly, 600 milliseconds all the way through. Because the pings aren't waiting for anything. You send one ping out, it's not waiting in a line of other pings that are waited to be transmitted. It's just, it sends a ping out, it probably lands in another QoS queue, a completely different traffic path, and comes back right away. And so we see, well, it's not dropping any traffic. But if you actually look at the TCP queue depths and round trip times for the TCP traffic that actually serves voice, yeah, that was a problem. So you have to make sure you're taking meaningful measurements on things that you are wanting to observe. This took a while to figure out. MBAC. Does anyone know what MBAC is? Because I want to buy you a drink. Yeah. MBAC is horrible. We would get these reports that said, I would see it on my monitors too. Traffic down is down across all sites on the base station. So all 100 base stations on this base station controller, traffic just dives. Weather looks fine, everything looks fine. No pattern at all happened during the night and the day with a lot of traffic, no idea what's happening. MBAC is measurement-based admission control. And it's designed to reject traffic if the system feels like it's nearly at capacity. So the core network has this activated. Core network has MBAC activated. It's a complete black box. We have no idea what it expects. But it's definitely not designed for satellite-connected base station units. That's what we figured out. But it's also required for regulatory acceptance. We did figure out that MBAC starts turning on when RTP starts falling on the floor. So if we drop a few RTP packets on the floor and there's some gaps, MBAC starts to kick in and say, oh, it seems like your system's at capacity because you're dropping some RTP packets. So I'm just going to reject all traffic from you until you get it together and start sending me all the packets that I expect. So we needed a way to figure out the culprit sites because it's not the entire network that was bad. It was a couple sites that had like a lot of rain or something, right? So I said this before, you take the tools that you can get. We solved this problem with T-Shark, which is Wireshark on the command line, and about 100 lines of PHP code. The better is the enemy of the good. Yeah, I firmly believe in that. So this solved our problem. It looks like this. it's pretty basic. You take T-Shark and you give it this big filter and you say RTP heuristic and give me the list of RTP streams and their path loss and do it for 60 seconds and then summarize it. And then the PHP script wraps it all up, squishes all the individual connections to match up to sites so that it's grouped by site, and then you can tell which sites have which amount of loss and in which direction. And then we get a printout like this. Okay, these are sites in Nigeria, and okay, that site had 9% loss, 8%, 8.9. Okay, well we'll just block the first like 5 of those, and that should make MBAC happy. And then we wait a while until those sites start behaving a little more, and then we allow them back on the network. That's it, and it solved our MBAC problem. And it killed like 100 other mysteries in our system once we resolved that, because you start seeing ghosts when your system's not behaving all the time. So, MBAC. Performance hotspots. Check here. Cool. This feels slow. That's my favorite. I don't know what happened, but it feels slow. Did you do anything? No. Okay. So we would have this happen where our process seemed incredibly busy. It didn't really know what it was doing though. Our traffic throughput wasn't really higher, but it was really busy doing something. And the core utilization looks really high. So we had to look into it, and we used perf. I don't know if anyone's used perf to check out a process and like profile a process and see what it looks like. Perf is really great because you can just say perf record P and the process ID of the thing that you want to look at. You let it run for a few seconds, you Control-C, cancel it, and then perf report. And it'll put up a big graph of where your program was spending the most time. And we saw here, the top number is pretty tough for color. It was spending 70% of its time in the paging request function of the base station controller. Okay, well that's weird. That never happened before. We have really small sites. Paging actually goes out over something called a location area. So when you are getting a phone call on your cell phone, if I had a passive analysis tool, I could probably see that paging request come out all the way out in the country, or I don't know, 40 miles away, because this entire region is probably locked under the same location area code. A location area code can represent many, many, many towers. Well, what had happened here is the core network had accidentally created a location area code overlap with our rural sites, with a metro site. So there's 100,000 people associated with this metro site, and it's sending out paging requests out all of our satellite terminals and trying to page subscribers that it thinks are in this location area code in the middle of a city. So when we got them to separate the location area code from the metro area code, it was fine. But it's this kind of what is going on, and then, because you have no insight into the network, then you finally see that, then you can start focusing on paging, then you can ask the core network what they're doing with their location area codes because you can zoom in on that. But it's just another problem of not being able to see the whole picture. You have to kind of guess. Then we optimized the software, actually Sysmocom did, to handle absurd paging loads. And they created a bunch of Garrett changes to fix that. And now we can throw all the traffic we want at the paging system, and it sits at like 4%. So huge improvement. This was fun. This was right at the holidays. Networks have things called change freezes. I'm sure every network or any production system has change freeze periods. And we have them too, where when we're going to go, or like when the World Cup happens, there's change freezes. You can't change anything. You can't request change. Can't do any maintenance, nothing. And so this was in a change freeze period that all of a sudden, one of our base station controllers started seg faulting. And when you get a seg fault warning pushed to your alerts and you're at Christmas vacation, it's really, really, really fun. So it's crashing. It's crashing every few minutes. And then not at all for a day. And then again, like every 10 minutes, just crash, crash, crash. 100 sites go offline. What we figured out is the baseband in the phone, which is supposed to be completely reliable, was sending really bogus identity information to the network. That should be impossible. But it was doing it. So we're not sure if that was a malicious actor, if someone has a fuzzy baseband that they can control or what. But they were pushing completely bogus information in at a binary level to, not even to the radio tower, because it wouldn't notice. It went past the radio tower, went into the base station controller, and then right there it was dying because it wasn't associated with a subscriber. I mean, it just blew up. We still don't really know what happened. We fixed the problem. But this was the comment that we got back from the guy who did the fix. Looks like someone came back from Christmas vacation with a nasty mobile station. Like, don't know. Somebody picked up a really crappy phone on their Christmas trip. We still have no idea. Okay, this is just quick environmentals when you're dealing with production systems that are in the real world, in physical world. Weather, all the time. I get 50 alerts a day about it's raining here and the satellite connections die. This is our charge controller. This is the thing that monitors charge going into the batteries, the battery levels, their discharge rates, and the current load on the system. Can you see the unsunny day? You see where the rain hit? The little blue, not quite as tall point right there. And that's fine, but if you get a couple in a row, it'll never recover, and then finally it goes into a point where it's in like a sad Martian rover, and it just won't wake up after a while. And you like, it'll come online after a week, like, oh, they must have had good weather for a week, it finally charged up, like, great. But anyway, when we start seeing those, we get nervous. These are sunspots. This is when the sun gets right behind. If you draw a line from where the satellite modem is on the ground out to the satellite and then extend that line out and you see the sun, that's what happens here. It's like a blinding effect that it has on the radio frequency between the ground station and the satellite. So we see these all the time too. This is the famous ticket closing broom. Every site has a guard that we've contracted to like kind of watch after the site. He's not really there for site security because everyone's so happy to have cell phone service. If anyone was going to like vandalize the tower, it would be taken care of in the family, I'd say. So it's not about that really. It's about wiping the dust off of the solar panels so that it keeps going. So they have a really long broom that can like clean off the panels, and the ticket closing broom gets put into effect, and then we don't have to worry about that site for a while. Other environmentals, competing tower just shows up. That's fun. Your traffic drops to 0. There's just because somebody else figured out that they can make a lot of money by putting a tower there. We spend a lot of time. We have a team of, I don't know how many people now. They scour Google Earth, and they will look for places where people are. And they might not even have a name or a town name or a nothing. They don't exist. If you Google any of the names of the sites, it's not a place that you can find. These are just groups of people in the middle of nowhere. And so somebody else might figure out that, oh, there's a lot of people there, and they like to make phone calls, and they'll put up a tower next to ours. And they'll take it all out, take all the traffic away. Site security is a real problem due to problems that have nothing to do with the towers. You have conflict regions. You have, many times we'll be told to like leave a site because it's pretty sketchy if you're not from here. So time to leave, come back during the day, and fix it again. And so it's, it's not a problem that you have in data center deployments, I guess. Let's say. So it's not a thing. Power siphons. This isn't usually out of like any sort of ill intent. Power siphon is, there's no power out there. Most of the time there isn't any power, and so we're the only ones with like a little microgrid of power. And so someone will get the idea to like plug into the power. And then we'll see it on the CCTV, and we'll see a little line coming off and like draping over the thing, like, come on, that's where the power's going. Someone's charging something off of our solar panel. So we have that happen once in a while. Dish alignment gets windy, and then all of a sudden your transmission capability to the sky diminishes. Yeah, conflict zones. We also have government intervention that happens. Just shut off the internet, just done. And because of that, we have full replication of our entire management stack in every country. So every country can function completely independently for a period of time without us being able to monitor or know what's going And then eventually when it rejoins, the VPN links come back up, and then we have eventual consistency on the overall management database. So, we're hiring. If you want to work with us, we're hiring. Any questions at all? Okay. Oh, yeah.
In that geographic region, do you see like malicious signals, like old school ratchet plugging or anything like that?
No, if we see any malicious signals on the network, not really. We see things that look malicious and then they have an explanation. Like one site caught my eye for a while. A lot of location updates here. What's going on here? There's like a location update, which is a phone registering, and register, another one, and like unique IMSI identification information, constant stream of phones registering on the network. Well, do you know what that's from? It's next to a highway. There's phones in cars, and they drive by, and the phone sees the network, it's like bing, bing, and it registers on it, and it disappears. And so there's things like that that seem suspicious and just aren't. The biggest has been the baseband thing. I'm still just like watching for when that's going to happen again. So, yeah.
So speaking about that baseband thing, I think there was recently a vulnerability discovered. I think it was a Samsung chipset
Yeah.
that was related that allowed for a full compromise of the baseband. Do you think that would be related to?
So we don't know what it is. You're talking about the exploit or like the issue with Samsung basebands being exploitable remotely and full code execution in them, which is, I can't put a word for how insane that is. To be able to control a baseband is quite the thing. That's usually a locked up piece of tech that no one can touch. There are products out there that let you do whatever you want with a baseband. There's an open source project also from the Osmocom guys that's called Osmo BB or Osmocom BB, and you can take an old like Sony phone with a certain model number, you can reflash it, and then you can hook a control, like a serial cable, I think, up to the phone, and then just form whatever baseband messages you want to and send them out the phone. So there are tools out there that would do it. There's valid reasons to be able to do something like that if you're trying to, I don't know, impersonate someone in an area for intelligence or whatever. There's reasons to be able to do it. But I think the best thing is Osmocom BB. That's pretty cool. They use that in testing too. Anyone else? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do happen. We had one blow down in Liberia not too long ago. Usually they're pretty okay because the wind profile is pretty low. We try and adjust them so that their wind profile is also not as problematic as possible, but you have two huge wind catchers on top with those solar panels, and it's the exact wrong place for them to be. They're really high up on the tower, so all your leverage is incredibly high against whatever depth we put them into the ground. But that's, usually windstorm. Rain, not so much. Rain doesn't really bug them that much. Sometimes you'll get like a corroded N cable for the RF that got a bunch of water in it, and then the signal goes really bad for a while, and someone has to go there and open it up, and a big old chunk of water comes out of the antenna cable, and okay, that's the problem. But yeah, we send a team out. They're constantly moving around to fix the sites. Anyone? Oh. A lot. Yeah, I don't know how many different ones we do, but Intelsat is a investor, and they're a partner with the company. So I used to have the names of the couple satellites that I know, just because there was a launch that I that I watched, like, oh, that's a satellite we're going to use. So I don't really know how many, but we're using many, many different beams on each one. They can be subdivided into different beams and sections, and we have multiple ground station hubs. So each hub can only handle, like, let's say, 50 megabits of traffic, which is kind of wild anyway. So once you get to 50, starting to get to 75, then we'll build another hub and another hub and another hub. Each site at peak, if it's just voice traffic, we can do 50 concurrent calls on that. We have an optimization technique for the RTP packets that bundle them together and chop off all the extra headers and things like that. So we're pretty efficient with the bandwidth because it's incredibly expensive. But I don't know how many towers. We've done some experiments now with Starlink. We have a Starlink experiment in, in the home office, great. I don't get one because I can't put one on top of my apartment. The neighbors, it's a no-go. And we have one in Nigeria too, so. I'm based out of Spain, by the way. Most of this, as far as time zone overlap, I'm over in Europe, so this is a lot of real-time work together with all the African countries. It's only plus minus 1 or 2 from where I'm at, so it's a lot easier. And that's why the home office is also in London, or in Milton Keynes, north of London. So it's pretty good time zone overlap. Anything else? Gladly answer any nerdy whatever questions about whatever later too. I'll be around, so just stop me and bug me, all right? Thank you. Yeah? All right.
Yeah, man. All right. Yeah, this is fun. I haven't been back here in a while. Some people were trying to remind me of when I was last here. We were looking through calendars. It was like 2014 or 2015, thereabouts. How many people have seen me speak before, here or elsewhere? All right, that's like part of the room. That's pretty cool. So how many have not? Okay, so there will be some new information. My talks are always evolving, and there's reuse of some important stuff that I think always deserves to be mentioned, and then new things to keep it fresh. And this will be sort of a split of tools and tactics and things that you should understand, so you take away some actionable knowledge. And then it's story time, where we have a whole choose your own adventure of a series of job stories and tales from the field. So it's audience participation with show of hands on which ones you want to hear. But for those who didn't put any hands up saying you don't know who I am or what I do, I mean, I have letters and things regarding my career in physical security, but ultimately I am the guy who pretends to be a bad guy. And I walk around the world, even when I'm not on a job, looking at the world with bad eyes, as it were. If I'm, like, this was an actual story. There was a meeting I was taking with some clients. I went into town, and I was like, okay, take some public transit to, get down to their offices downtown. And on the way to the meeting, I'm looking at people on this train, and I'm like, okay, well, I can see badges on them. I can see where these people work. I can see what credential technologies they are using in many instances, so I know what access control systems are on the buildings. This is just kind of how my brain is. I'm like, oh, I can clone that, I could clone that, okay. I get off the train, leave the station, walking down a street, and I see a locked up, gate just outside of some park. And, this is near the offices. This is not the client building, but I'm getting close. And I say, oh, combination padlock. And as I and a few other, how many people know, you can decode this padlock with no tools at all. We do, y'all do this in class with us. You can look like a person who's just, oh, I'm just operating this padlock. And from 5 feet away, you don't realize that someone maybe doesn't belong there. I could break in whatever this property is. But that's not where I'm going. Where I'm going is this property. I get to the client building, the meeting was there, and before I even contact anybody, the first thing my brain does, I just start looking down everything I see. I'm like, okay, well, I know what kind of intercom system this is. I know what kind of key box this is here. There's another key box. I can look at their access control system. I know, again, what credential technology they're using. I know who their integrator is, because that's a key scan logo. So again, if I was to break into this building and someone's like, what are you doing here? Well, I'm here from Keyscan. I'm troubleshooting some things. And that'll click because, well, all right, that's our integrator. You must be from Keyscan. So I can look like I belong there if I want to break into this place. This is just how my mind is. And I'm, kind of speak with my contact on the phone. And they say, yeah, we'll come down in a minute. We'll be right there. We'll let you in. And come around to the north side of the building. That's where I'll come down in the elevator and get you. And I walk around the corner. And again, I'm looking at this. And I can tell you exactly what this exit hardware is on this door. It's made by Assa Abloy. It's called their Rockwood style of hardware, if you're curious. It's got a very, very minimal amount of throw, very minimal movement to trigger the release of those door bolts. And as I'm waiting for my contact to come downstairs, I just kind of look around, and there's a trash can near the corner. And I look over there, and there's a busted up umbrella in the trash can. I'm like, well, if my client wasn't here, I could probably just strip this umbrella apart and make a tool and pop this door open, again, instantly, because that's how I see things. They let me in, because I'm trying not to break in, right? Don't crap where you eat. Taking a meeting with these people, trying to be polite. They come out, all right, they let me inside. All right, well, come on upstairs, and they badge into the elevator, and they press a floor. And again, I'm looking at this, and I can tell you what brand of elevator this is, what fixtures the elevator tells me, what keys are probably in certain locked panels. I watched which badge reader they were using, because there's two down here. We've got Indala, and we've got HID-Prox. So I can say, okay, well, all right, you're using Indala. I know that badge credential as well. I'm like, oh, that was probably the reader that was on the outside of the building. I'm willing to bet if I tamper with that reader, I could get some of your badge credentials. And we're riding upstairs, and then they take me to their main, meeting hall. The front room, the lobby of their office was like a little gallery space with bland corporate art that people pretend to respectfully look at while they're waiting for their meeting to start. But that's not what I did. When I walked in, the first thing I did is look up over my shoulder at the door, and above the door, I'm like, oh, okay, I see what you got there. So now I've got the whole picture. Now, just by strolling along with my client before a meeting, I can figure out how I would break into this building, how I would get upstairs in this building, how I would break into their office, and how I would do it without setting off any alarms. And if at any point a human being interacted with me and said, hey, why are you in here? I've got a list of excuses that would probably just get me off the hook. That is how I and some other people in our industry just sort of see the world. When we walk through city streets, we just, some people just see doors that are shut. Well, I can't go in there. That one's closed. The business is not operating. Or this place says no entrance except employees. Well, I'm not supposed to go that way. People like us, however, we see the world as, oh, I could exploit that. I could get in there. Oh, I'd love to mess with that one day. We can look at, here's another building. Again, different city, different scene. One snapshot, one drive-by cell phone photo. And like me, I know Johnny's looking up here. He's like, oh, I could spot that. I could spot that. Our brains instantly see. They've got a telephony box on the outside. If my mouse is going to pop up somewhere. Yeah, oh God, yeah. I have it in my notes, right? So in addition to, they have like a Door King box. They've got the Herc rentals outside of United Rentals, like Genie Lift. I can tell you what kind of exit device, the Von Duprin exit bar over there. I really wish I knew why my, oh, there we go. It's just off the other monitor. Maybe. Give me 1 second here. Man. Nah, not gonna, oh, there we go. Yeah, cool. It's just way over here. My accelerometer needs to be like remote recalibrated. Is that how this works? So yeah, we've got, and again, intercom systems, we'll talk about exploiting those. How about down here, we've got a badge reader. What's next to the badge reader? What is that? Could you see it? Yeah, it's an accessibility button. Do you know that most of those are wireless? They're wired for power, but they actually operate wirelessly, and it's not encrypted. So you can absolutely capture a data packet and replay it. Now, from the outside of the building, that's not all that interesting. But if someone's on the inside of the building leaving, and a lot of times, even able-bodied people, they'll just, smack the button if they're carrying stuff. So if you're outside pretending to be, like messaging somebody, but in your pocket, you've got, a hack RF or a flipper even nowadays. How many people got a flipper 0, right? If you watch someone leaving the building and the door has that automated, very slow swing open, you're like, well, they just used that button. They're all made by Camden Door Controls. It's one company that makes all of them. You're like, oh, God, got captured packet, cool. Wait till they leave, replay that packet. The door just opens for you when you walk in. Absolutely. Everything from the hinges on the outside, there's Knox boxes in it. This is just how we see the world. And invariably, if you see like our hotel rooms, people who are in physical security, you'll see that, there's a lot of other interesting things steps we take in our own worlds to kind of make our own security better. So that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about how people like me break into places, because that is what I do, in addition to offering consulting and training and advising. Like, my team and I don't belong there. But I'm going to talk to you about the tools and tactics we use so you understand how to prevent some of them if you're on the defensive side. And it's not about like buying better locks. A lot of people know me as a lock picker, and you may have seen a lot of diagrams and things that I put on the internet showing how locks work, and here there's pins in the lock, and if the pins are binding or they're not binding because you use a key. Has anybody seen any of these animations online over the years? Like this, I'm part of a nonprofit called Tool that runs a lot of lock-picking areas at big cons, small cons, and we've shown people how lock-picking works. And I enjoy it. I mean, lock-picking is a fun hobby, and it's useful sometimes on jobs, but most of the time, when people like us are breaking into buildings, we're not picking the locks. That's like way down on the list of stuff to do, because there's way faster and easier ways to get into a property or to get into a locked resource. Criminals don't pick locks because they're not very well trained, and if you want to be, a legal criminal like me, you're not reaching for your lock picks most of the time. You're doing things criminals will do. And some of that stuff is really effing dumb. Knocking hinge pins out. I mean, I've started making this slide. It's so silly. It's so dumb looking, right? But this is a thing that we have done on jobs. If there's a really good lock and it's installed properly and there's tight fitment, and you're like, oh man, I'm not messing with that. You want to mess with that? And they're like, no. I'll knock the hinge pins out and just walk the door away from the other side of the wall. And you don't have to do it with big tools. Like, no one's going to shove a hammer in their pocket and walk around. There's a little hammerless tool. It's a little punch, basically. It's a little spring between two weights. And you can just knock those hinges right out, right? You can knock the pins out. There you go. Now you might say, wait a minute. No. I'm thinking of my house, I'm thinking of my apartment. Doors swing inward to spaces. Doors, the hinge, the knuckle of the hinge would be on the inside. You can't do that. Sure, in your house it's that way. It's not that way in this building. It's not that, look at those doors over there. They're all swinging outward. Why is that? In commercial spaces like this one we are in right here, this is designated Class A because it can hold more than 50 people. It is an area of assembly. It also is designated Class academic or educational under NFPA Fire Code. But it means those doors are swinging out to leave for panic egress. It means those knuckles of those hinges are facing the hallway, the insecure side, the exterior of the building. So absolutely. And if your residential environment is over 3,200 square feet, if you live in a McMansion, you have doors that swing out at least in one egress point. I do a lot of fire code stuff now because it's a reason to be in a building. We'll show you like scenes of me in my fire inspector outfit because I went through all the training, mostly just so if I'm in a building and someone's like, what are you doing here? I'm like, excuse me, but what are y'all doing here? Because these doors are effed. And I can talk about all the code violations that I find. If you want to make your doors better, by the way, against this attack, I'll show you little solutions to everything I'm talking about. This is called a security hinge. You swing this hinge shut, the door closes. This is called a stud and hole design. So you can see you've got a little stud here that swings into the hole in the door frame. It doesn't matter if I knock those pins out. No one's going to pull that away from the wall. If you don't want to rehang your doors, you don't have those, they make what are called jam pin screws. Major manufacturing, locksmithing supplier sells these. You back off a couple screws, you put in the jam pin screws. Well, now the door won't close. What are you going to do? Well, you're going to take these screws, back them off, and replace them with nothing. You just made a security hinge without a lot of fuss. Next time you're in an office or something and a door's open, especially to a sensitive area like an executive office or a finance room or a data center, look and see if the inside of that hinge has a little set screw in there. It's called a captive pin hinge. You can't get the pin out unless that screw is backed off, which is not going to happen unless the door's open. Can you guess where this door might be located, by the way? We've got very beige and taupe sort of accommodations here. It's very, very soothing to the eyes, very bland. Any guesses? What? School? Bank? No. Very good guesses. This is a hotel. Yeah, this is a hotel. There's a lot of, I'm on the road more than I'm home. The same thing with my wife. We're always gone somewhere. We like to say, when people are, where do you live? I'm like, well, our cats and our books live in Pacific Northwest. We live in seat 2A and 2B, which means we live at whatever Marriott's nearest to some job. I could talk a lot about hotels. If any of you are frequent travelers, you've probably encountered the single biggest problem with hotel security, which applies to the business world as well, and that's door fitment. If you've ever had really terrible door closers, things that don't latch properly. Like, that was a fully open door, and I just let it swing shut. And if I walk up to it and shove at it, nope, sorry. Full on open. Kicking it, and then it slams again. You're like, all right, this has got to be closed, right? No, not exactly. So yeah, the idea of door close, the actual industry reg would surprise you. The goal for how tight the door closer should be is really hard to achieve in practice. Like, again, this is not like this door was installed this way. You get drift over time, you get swelling, and adjustments of the doors have to be done, especially doors that take a lot of punishment. The appropriate standard is you open a door by the width of the door and see if it will self-close and self-latch. That's a high bar. Not a lot of doors will do that. They all should be doing that. And that's a door with an automatic closer, not a door with spring hinges. We'll get in. We don't have to get into bullshit like that, but like spring hinges are bad. They cause a lot of injuries, and then I get to testify in court about them. Yeah, 5 seconds is the appropriate closing interval window for a door, if you're curious. A fully open door should self-close in 5 seconds. If it doesn't, we do this all the time. We just kind of hang around. We're like, you do your recon. You're like, look at that door. That door closer is not adjusted. Let's just pretend you're sitting on a park bench. And a person can walk completely by you, and you just got to hustle yourself over, get a toe in that door, and then you're in a building. Another thing about door fitment, when the door does close, if it's not closed correctly, I mean, you might just kind of shoulder the door open like you saw a couple of those videos there, or you might be able to reach into the door with a lot of little pocket-sized tools like this. So here we have a locked door. We're just going to traveler hook this. We do a lot of work with critical infrastructure. This is a municipal water company. I'm like on a sidewalk, and I can just walk up to this door, and there we go. This little tool that features in many of our client videos is called a traveler hook, sometimes called a shrum tool in some locksmith catalogs. What is going on here? We've got these locked doors, and I'm just kind of shoving like a hook. Let's look from the inside. How many people have never seen this before? All right, there's only 1 or 2 hands I think I saw in that one. But you have a door that's locked and closed, right? You've got a latch that holds the door shut. We're reaching in and just grabbing that latch. We're just pulling on it with a traveler hook and waltzing in. So these little hooks and stabbing tools, you would not believe how often this gets people into locked doors. And you might say, well, all right, that's because you could reach the latch. What if you put one of those big plates over I've seen these big protective plates. Yeah, I can't reach in there with a traveler hook. Well, the person filming this, they had some baling wire on them, because like any good hacker on a farm, you get yourself your baling wire and pop that right open. The problem is not whether you can reach the latch or not. The problem is that all of these are examples of incorrect door fitment, and the latches are not working properly. Anytime you have a keyed door, a lockable door that uses a proper key, that's called an entry handle set, it's supposed to be paired with a dead latch plunger right here. So you have let's talk about door latches for like 1 second. Again, you're not hardware installers, but the moment you walk through a door, just give it a glance. You'll see what I'm talking about if you've never noticed this before. So all doors should have a latch. When they swing shut, this is what springs into the strike plate, holds the door shut. If the wind blows, if you lean on the door, it doesn't swing open. The door is closed and latched. There are many doors that only have the spring latch, like doors of no consequence, closets, bathrooms sometimes, little things like that. Doors that aren't usually lockable with a proper big key. That's fine. This is a passage mode spring latch. But proper doors shouldn't use one of those. Proper doors should have a dead latch, which has a little bit more going on. You can kind of see that here. The dead latch has an additional element, an additional little plunger here. It's called the guard bolt. If you see that extra little bolt there, you've got yourself a dead latch. That's good. That's what you should have if you have a key on like an entry handle set. The thing is, you might not know this unless you're a lock installer. You usually only see this when the door's open. Like, oh, it's got a spring latch and a little plunger, a little poke at them. Do you know that when the door swings shut and that latch springs out into the strike plate, the guard bolt's not supposed to pop out. It's literally supposed to be held back by the door frame, by the strike plate. Try this. If you walk up to a door, press in on the guard bolt, and then try to push the latch. It will not go in, or hopefully won't. That's how a dead latch works. That's what makes the latch dead. It makes it impossible to do those dumb little slipping and poking and wire hooking attacks. The problem is door fitment. If you don't have the correct hardware mating up against that latch, it's not going to engage the guard bolt, and then all this is for naught. And we see this constantly on job sites. You yourself might have like bought a new doorknob for something, like you had an old rusty one, let's replace it. And it comes in the box with all these parts. And it's got long screws and short screws, and it's got different strike plates. But you put the doorknob in, and you're like, oh, the strike plate is still fine. That's got some paint on it, but that still works. The hardware in the box is included in the box for a reason. It's supposed to mate up properly with the hardware you're installing. So here we have a server room on a client site. Breaking into it with a very sophisticated tool called a piece of plastic trash. We're just shoving that in there. Bam, server room. That took no effort, and if you look, you can even tell, does this look like the hardware that came with this handle set? Like, look at the hole, look at the size of that hole. Is the strike plate missing? There is a strike plate there. What is it? Someone knows what this, you saw it at the very beginning of the video. Yes, this is a badge reader door. This is a card access controlled door. That is an electronic strike plate that's tied into their access control system. We literally have students in our trainings. We run trainings on this all the time at Red Team Alliance, one of my companies, right? We've had integrators and installers who've come to learn more about RFID and things, and they said, yeah, our boss, like, he's always like, oh, we got that job coming up next week. Order the QX41, the one that has that really big hole. It works no matter what the doors the client has. No, that's super not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to order the hardware that mates up correctly with as little freedom of movement as possible. Another water company, like, again, I'm just showing the site administrator.
So proper
Nice
Sergeant
locks,
Lock,
they did a
but
good
again,
job of everything, but the installer didn't put them, like that last little bit of
bad door
effort.
fitment.
Bam. I don't belong in there at all. I am so not authorized and I will hurt myself. But I got in there with a $5 like hook because the door just isn't fit together correctly. Like they fumble the ball on the 1 yard line. And we see this constantly. How about panic egress bars, crash bars as they're called? Bam. That was a bent rod. Like I went to Home Depot, I got rod stock, and I bent it into a hook. And again, fire code. The activating motion of hitting that door, which I'm doing with this flimsy steel rod, you can't have more than 15 pounds of pressure on that handle. It has to be operable, and that's for an exterior door. If this was, like again, a server room or a wiring closet, an interior door, it has to be 5 pounds of pressure or less. You wouldn't have a panic device, I guess, on a wiring closet unless you've got a really big wiring closet. You're having parties in there. But yeah, like a little hook, bam. And it's because these doors don't mesh together super, super tight. You might look at the door and be like, well, that looks kind of sealed. Well, that's a weather seal. That'll prevent wind and rain from blowing in and out. But weather stripping is not a security device. And sometimes you don't even have that. Here we have a little exit paddle, but you can see daylight just coming through there. I can reach easily through this. Far and away, our absolute favorite is we have a lot of clients who are in Silicon Valley, in the tech sector. You go down to California, it is just frameless glass doors everywhere because the weather's nice and you get this big half-inch gap. And here's one of our teammates just walking up with a hook, reaching. There's that Von Duprin device, or not Von, that's the Rockwell device, Rockwood. So yeah, like that you couldn't tell, he actually did cause that device to, it moves just like less than a centimeter. And he did it with just, again, a chunk of rod stock that you can buy anywhere. These other people, they actually do work there. They weren't supposed to be in the shot. They were just guys talking to each other, and they're looking at you like, did that guy badge in? How did that guy just get in that door? And they're just sitting there puzzled, figuring out what the hell happened. So yeah, you will absolutely see this hardware all over the place, especially at very posh buildings. They love the slick look of it. But if you can slip through the weather stripping, or if there's no weather stripping, anybody can pop that open with minimal effort and a very thin bit of wire. Now, this other door you saw me reach into and hit the crash bar, it's a little hard to tell. This is actually really late at night. That's a parking lot light, but it's about 10 or 11 p.m. There's no one in this building. It's a no occupancy structure during the evening hours, so they would have been allowed to do something to secure the door better. You can kind of see, can anyone catch it in this footage? Yeah, there is clearly a thumb turn down here. There's a deadbolt. They could have secured that. But we got fire code coming back at you. You can't trap people in a building. You can't have a keyed deadbolt on the inside. If somebody happens to be stuck in a bathroom and you lock up for the night, they have to be able to get out, which means thumb turns. There have to be user-accessible, intuitive thumb turns. This tool exists. It's called a J-tool or a thumb turn flipper. We give these all the time to our firefighter friends and our first responder friends. What does it do? It reaches through a door, and you can translate exterior movement to interior movement right on that thumb turn. Just zoop, zoop. So yeah, they've got to respond to an alarm. Nobody's at Target. Closed for the day. Well, Target's now open. Get yourself some cheap Massimo shirts. So yeah, you will see these. You will see little thumb turns on certain doors. And by all means, just go at it with a thumb turn flipper. If you're breaking in, it is not hard to do. It's a little weird in your brain. The first time you do it, you're like, which way am I turning? You're trying to think to yourself, and you keep getting it backwards. But yeah, we pop things open all the time. More and more these days, though, electronics are king, right? Electronic attacks, because we have electronic access control system. That's absolutely what's up. How many people know what I'm talking about here? Do you know where this is going to go? This little device. These are called request to exit sensors, REX sensors. Have you seen these before? There's got to be more. Come on, open your eyes when you're walking around the buildings. Like, you'll spot these on every possible install. They're made to like blend in. They're beige and they're kind of up and out of the way. They're not big. Start looking for them, you're going to notice them. The reason they're called request to exit is this door right here is locked, like it's potentially locked. But what type of locks are these giant silver boxes? How do they work? They're mag locks, right? They're electronic magnetic locks. And if the power gets cut, well, then the doors will open. The power gets turned back on, the door locks again. Well, if you have to get out of the building, You're either like badging out, because you can't just use a handle. Like a turning handle is not going to change electric locks. The electronics have to turn off those locks to let you out. And a lot of people don't want to fumble with badges and like hit a badge reader if they're carrying things. So these sensors detect motion, and if there's motion on the inside of the door, the system says, oh, that's a person leaving. The request to exit sensor is telling me there's a human being there. I have to unlock this door. Who knows how these work? What do they sense? What do they see? Temperature, absolutely. So if we change the temperature on the inside of the door will unlock. And you can do that from the outside pretty easily. There we are. Again, all of our first responders and such that we train, there are so many firefighters out there now that love that they don't have to grab the irons and the Halligan bar and everything else. They can come up to a building, they instantly can tell that there's a mag lock on this door. I don't know if you saw at the beginning, there's a big carriage bolt sticking through the door. And that firefighter who walked up to it, he's like, oh yeah, look at that, this is going to be an electronic system. What tool are all these people using? Canned air, absolutely. Spray duster, if you hold it upside down, the little difluoroethane will boil off. There are products that are used just to make cold blasts on circuit boards if you're debugging, like which component might be failing. You can buy tech spray or freeze spray. That's basically just R134A. It's refrigerant that you would use in an air conditioner. So you can blast that out. You can blast difluoroethane or tetrafluoroethane and create a cold, cold cloud right through the door. The rec sensor sees it, thinks someone's leaving, and the door unlocks. There we go. There's a number, you don't have to use like clouds of gas. You can spray other stuff through the door. I mean, that's pretty nice and non-messy way to do it. It all boils off in the atmosphere. If you're a dingus like me and you walk out of a bar late at night with a woman who will later become your wife, and you're just like taking a drink because you're like, I just fucking walked out with this, okay. And you say, hey, check this out, this will be fun. And you say this because you're in front of a bank. And the person who will later marry you doesn't know what's about to happen, but they know you well enough to be like, I don't want to see what this is about to be about. And you wind up with a silly video like this that keeps getting shared on the internet.
So we're locked, but...
So there's a rec sensor, yeah, so let's get a little mouthful. Yeah, like it saw something, and then the bank is open. I didn't go in. I'm sure that's probably legal. Using something else here, you've been in a hotel where at night you need your room key to get in the lobby. Well, I'm not using my room key. I'm using, like there was a display, like come see the Mystic Caverns. Like I just took one of those display cards. Where was I keeping it before I opened the door? Did you see? Yes, someone heard me. Someone saw it, I heard you. It's under my arm. Just warming it up, just to get it a little warmer than the ambient temperature. Slide it through, motion sensor hits. Look around when you're walking through the world. You will start seeing these. There are a couple of companies that make them. They all use infrared. Oh, almost. For the longest time, GE was the only one who made this, and then GE was sold to Interlogix, who sold to United Technologies. I think this isn't even really on the market anymore. No one bought it. This uses IR and microwave radar, so it was a lot harder to trick. But you get a lot of incidents of like user friction. If it doesn't detect the user, people complain to their integrator, and then the integrator's coming out and trying to tune it. Nobody wants that. So everybody gets the passive infrared on their jobs, you know, whenever they install stuff, unless the customer requires something more secure. Now, speaking of more secure, you don't see this much in the US. You do see this overseas a lot more often. I mean, like Sick Codes, who saw Sick Codes talk on John Deere, right? So I love the number of international folk that get here and to other cons, so definitely there's a world outside of the United States. And you will start to see, what's this little green button over here? What is that? I know you've seen these somewhere. Has anyone seen one of these? All right, not a lot of hands. Boy, travel more, come on. Travel's the one thing you can spend money on and come away richer. That and food, as I clearly demonstrate. But yeah, push to exit is another style of egress system where you don't have to badge out, but if you mechanically push this button, that'll send a signal, okay, unlock the door. Again, it depends on how you install it.
All right, server room test number 1.
So this is a secure cage in a server room. This badge does not have access. Like, what are you doing? Excellent. Notice that even had a little cover on it. which is designed to prevent some yo-yo from sticking their hand in and trying to swat it with something. But they put it right by the door. Like, what are you doing? Speaking of egress solutions, there's another really cool way to trip out egress solutions to getting on premises of big properties, and that's vehicles. Vehicle gates. How many people have ever been, again, this could be a hotel, a school, you name it, where you need some sort of way to pay to get in or use a credential to get in, but then egress, if you just drive up to it, the gate's just like open to let you leave. That's called an egress loop, because these are in-ground loop sensors. They detect metal, they detect a vehicle. In fact, sometimes bicyclists or even small motorcycles, do you ever run into this on motorcycles where some systems don't detect a motorcycle? Yeah, they need to see metal. Now, if you do have a system that's calibrated to detect bikes especially, that's not a lot of metal, you can trip those systems with not a lot of metal. Again, firefighters do this all the time. And then that gate's open. Yeah. So he's going to go get on premises, and this is a fire engine trying to get to, like, answer a call, and no one is out there, and they didn't want to, waste time on the phone. So, okay, just throw the ladder under the gate, pick up the ladder, get back in. A lot of this is because of legal code. Fire code and egress code controls a lot of the way buildings are architected, and our structured environment, our built environment, allows you to get out easily in the event of emergency. It just also happens to allow us as attackers to get in. Perhaps the biggest one, right? Lever-style door handles. You don't see door knobs anymore in commercial spaces because a door knob is not operable by someone with reduced grip function. It's not operable by someone, maybe if the door is really hot. What if there is, in fact, a fire? Gripping a piece of metal is not good. Thwacking it with an elbow or so, you can do that with a lever-style handle. But it means that doors can be opened with what's called an under-door tool a lot of the time. This was some special they were filming, and they said, all right, so you're going to show us how to break into this room? And the camera guy, he's like, oh, we're going on the ground here? What's going on? And all of a sudden, the door just popped open. And, they had to, cut. They're like, what did you do? I thought you were going to pick the lock or something. And they're like, can you make that take longer? So we had to refilm it a few times for the cameras. Well, what was I using? Like, I was down on the ground. I was nowhere near the lock. An under-door tool is crazy simple. It is a rod and a string, basically. You are delivering a piece of string, a piece of line, to the inside of the inner door handle and pulling on it. There we go. That's as simple as it gets. And so many buildings are just awash with doors that have no protection against this. They can't. They need to have these style of handles to be compliant. And many of us are staying in hotels because we're all from out of town. My hotel room, just for fun last night, I couldn't sleep, so I broke into it a couple times. Thankfully, no one asked me what I was doing. But this is a hotel at SHOT Show, the big firearm show. So yeah, all these guys from Finland are hanging out, and they're like, let's do it.
So close.
Yeah. So always have your under-door tool on you. Which I do, actually, right now. I'm carrying an under-door tool with me. Do you know where? Any guesses? No, it's not in my pant leg. It's in my belt. My friend Amadeo made this up once, and I was like, oh, I'm doing that. Yeah, maybe later on at the party or something, we'll pull it out and try to find. We won't break into doors, but you can check it out. So yeah, having a really rudimentary tool that very few things can block. There are ways to try to prevent this, right? You can have what's called an articulating door bottom. So when the door closes, this little bar drops down. You can have interlocking door sill hardware. So this actually, you can see there's no way to jam a tool in because these are mostly environmental seals, but they frustrate the hell out of an attacker if we try to push under the door and it's blocked. It's literally blocked off. It means we have to go over the door. Now this is my over-the-door tool. We got a lot of young faces in this room. Does anyone know what this is? What am I using? That is what we used to call film. Absolutely. Yeah. So this is just a loop, literally, of theater film. My friend Pope down in Utah sent me a roll once, and I've used it all the time. You feed it over the door. Now, I'm at the same height as the door handle. How do I know how high the door handle is on this side? Yeah, it matches the other side. I'm standing right there. I measured it. So I send it over, swing it off, and then I pull. You might not think the door handle's open up, but loads of them do. So yeah, when you think about installing a door handle, you can install it this way, or on this side of the door, it would be flipped over. So most door handles operate in either direction. That works just fine. If you've ever been in an environment where the door handle is mounted at a weird angle, this is because of under-door attacks. It is absolutely the reason. Like, people know about this. Industry folk know about this. There are other mitigations. This is a little handle shroud that we have against some doors in our buildings. Now, like, getting an under-door tool in there now, swinging a wire or something behind it, it's going to be incredibly hard. Operating the door is just fine. You can pull the handle, you can move it. It's not a security product. It's literally designed to prevent rolling carts from crashing into door handles. You can buy these in the Grainger catalog, right? They're $50. But they work perfectly for this solution. It looks a little big and industrial. If you have an office door or something you want to be a little more low profile, we got this little shroud, this little guy right here. You might say, oh man, what a cool, keen little security product that is. It is not a security product either. I give these to clients all the time. It's literally for hanging like shelving and stuff and racks in a closet in your bedroom. So I just buy a package of them and I screw them into the door. I'm like, oh yeah, you're protected. Magic security upgrade, done. Yeah. If you're like staying in a hotel though and you can't drill things, I mean you could drill things into the door I guess, but it's not recommended by most management. You want to protect yourself in a hotel, the old Douglas Adams saying, always know where your towel is. Jam a towel back there. It will do a pretty good job of preventing somebody from sticking something fishy in there. Trying to just give you little tips as we go. Your keys themselves. I said I don't pick a lot of locks, and here's one more reason. Like, why would I pick locks if I could just steal the keys? I was walking around some corporate campus, and there was a little cart used by the maintenance team, and I walked by it, and I was like, huh, that's a lot of keys. There's just tons of them here. This got to be a key to every freaking building. Now, that would be like stealing the keys, like taking them. They might notice that. There are less obvious ways of stealing keys. Number one is steal keys that people don't use a lot of the time. We talked at the very beginning on the outside of buildings about key boxes. Most key boxes are absolute dog crap in terms of security. They are very, very decodable, rapidly decodable with a very thin piece of metal. Pop the key box open. We have taken key boxes right from the side of a building, walked around, and opened doors. And then, again, what are you doing in here? Oh, I'm just from United Technologies. I'm checking out a few things on your water sensors. And they saw you, like, using keys to open up different, well, the guy must be from whoever he said he's from. He's got keys. It's really wild, though, because, like, there are services. I don't know if this business exists anymore. This is a couple years old when I took this photo. But it was a tech startup called WAG. It was like Uber for pet care. So if you're running late, coming home from work, you're like, oh man, I'm not going to get home in time to walk the dog. So you go on WAG and you'd be like, hey, somebody in my neighborhood who can get get Fido out the door. And they have a network of like partners, kind of like Uber has drivers. And they, okay, well, I'll send a WAG representative to your house and you have this on the front of your house so they can get in. And it was like a $4 lockbox. And it's very bright green. So you could drive through certain neighborhoods and you'd be like, WAG, 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 crime victim, WAG. And yeah, all these keys outside of buildings, this is really, really common. Loads of key boxes here. And why are there so many? It's because there's tons of companies that have to send a field technician every so often out to a building, often enough and regularly enough that they don't want to like mess with the front desk because this is somebody from, maybe there's a telecom that has a lot of stuff on the roof, all this infrastructure. They have to hit like certain buildings and they can't take that time out of their day for greetings and meetings and can I have the key please? So they get a box on the wall. Anytime they send their person, they can just pop their way in. And you get one for the gas company and for the electric and for who the hell cares. Not only are they really great ways to steal keys on the backs and sides of buildings, but they give you, again, a cover story. Who are some of the companies that service this building? Shout them out if you see some. We got CenturyLink for the telecom, absolutely. We've got Otis Elevator, an Otis shop, so they're elevators, absolutely. Kitty manufactures a lot of these boxes. Kitty is a sub-brand of Supra, and Supra is an OEM. But you could always just say, I'm here from Kitty. I'm servicing your fire extinguishers. Because a lot of fire extinguisher stuff is Kitty. We also have PG&E, is the gas and electric. So this is California, obviously. So yeah, like key boxes, heck yeah, steal keys. What about stealing keys without ever touching the keys? That seems impossible. No, it's not impossible at all. You can photographically steal a key. This kind of stuff has been shown on the internet a number of different ways. Here is one example. I was giving a presentation, and they had to unlock a wiring closet to like turn on the AV, and they left the key on the table. And I said, I'm gonna do something in the presentation about this room. Do you mind? And they said, no, like, show us what you're talking about. So I took like a crappy cell phone photo, and I threw it in my computer and fired up Photoshop. And I have a series of grid lines that are for all different brands of locks, because it's not like there's an infinite range of possible cuts on a key. Every manufacturer has a set known number of differs for each position, for its bitting. It's called the key bitting. So I align the key, I kind of get it in between my guides, and I even have them with, going from grays and blues. So blue is even numbers, gray is odd numbers, 0 through 9. We could do this together. This first bitting position, let's see what it looks like. To me, I would kind of call that a 5. Looks pretty good. Second position. What color is the line, you think? What do you think it is? What's the number? Shout it out. Remember, 1 is gray and 2 is blue, because 0 is a valid cut. So I would call that a 2 right there. The deepest possible cut is 9. So what does the next position look like? I like 7. Keep on going. What's next? Yeah? Keep going. Yeah? What's the last one? Yeah. In no time, we just decoded that key. From a terrible photo, frankly, from just like a blurp and then walk away, you could make that key. You could copy that key, generate a new fresh copy, and then you walk around like you belong there. So when I see people's keys just kind of exposed, again, I'm in Lyft all the time, taking rides to and from airports, and like there's a lot of strangers getting in and out of people's cars, but I'm just seeing people's keys. I'm like, oh God, cover that up. Unless it's a guard, and I'm pretending to, like, hey, can you page this person upstairs? And I'm doing a little hip photo. Then I don't want the keys covered at all, because I can see the keys right here and get this guard's badge. But there are loads of places where people will put their keys like on the internet. Again, like our person, SOB used to retweet people's licenses when they would tweet like, here's my new ID, or here's my checks. I need someone to just alert me when you see funny keys on the internet. This is a person on LinkedIn, and so glad to be back here. And this was an Airbnb listing that had the keys in one of the photos in the listing. This was some lawyer, labor union offices, got our new office lease. This is a freaking police station, and the person is like on Snapchat, like, look at all my keys at the dispatch desk. Sly Stallone beat with that one, though, with all the keys to Vatican City, so way to go. There are times this has been a problem, like a German prison had to rekey all the locks because somebody happened to take a photo of the key and like, look, got my new job at the prison. And they found out, they're like, dude, you just compromised every single lock in this building. That was the master key. Now, how the green newbie got his hands on a master key, that's a different problem. Video today, like cell phones rocking the 1080 or even the 4K footage, you can do still frames out of video pulled from YouTube. This was a guy at some government building. There was a protest, and he was like, hey, please stay back on the sidewalk. And he came out, and I don't know what this key goes to, but I could absolutely decode it. It's a Yale. I can see the bidding. Like that's again, a still frame on YouTube. Sometimes you don't even have to do this, though. The decoding with all those grid lines, they're on my GitHub. If you come across a key, you want to decode it, I've got grid lines for all different brands of locks. We use them in class. But you don't have to do that in some instances. So we could put grid lines on these keys if we wanted to kind of show you what's up. My slides are not corresponding here. Let's see. Is it me or is it the projector? That is very strange. While I'm troubleshooting this, who can tell me what's going on? Yeah, the bitting is listed on the key, right? So yeah, this screen is frozen right now. So I just dropped out of my slides. I don't know if you can turn it off and turn it back on. Happened to you too? Yeah. So while we're working on that, this is called a direct bitting code, right? Just jiggle the HDMI, let's see. Yep, bloop. All right, hopefully this resets some things. Cool. Maybe. Nope. Let's try one more time. Well, I'm from Philadelphia. There's our lovely city hall at night. It's a beautiful photo. I didn't take it. But yeah, the idea, while we're waiting to troubleshoot this, and I do hope, I see AV people moving around, so hopefully they're doing something. I'll plug this in and out again. Like, check your keys. I'm curious if anybody in this room literally has keys with numbers stamped on them, and then if you look at them, you're like, oh, wait a minute. Those look like the exact bidding codes of my keys. There's a really good chance that's what's up. Wow, that looks even more differenter. Yeah, I'm going to turn off my external and then restart it. Just give me a shout in the back of the room if you're frantically trying something. Yeah, just turn my, oh, there we go. But now we're not, all right, let's go to extend. We might have her. Nope, we don't. Let's see. If I switch this to automatic. Still nothing. Yeah, for a minute, just because you're not wrong. You know what? If I turn off presenter view, let's see if this'll work. No. What you got? All right. Oh, you're just going to unplug the box. Yeah, let's do that. All right. Did anybody find any keys with numbers on them? Yeah? Oh, yeah. So imagine, like, I don't even, if I'm sitting next to you at a bar and I want your keys, I don't have to, like, take my phone out. I'm a freaking dummy, but I can remember 5 digits. Sometimes. Depends on how chemically enhanced I am. So yeah, we have a whole gallery. I mean, well, we can just click through later. There's whole I mentioned Tool, the nonprofit that does a lot of lockpicking things. And as I was making up some slides, I jumped into Slack. I'm like, hey, I'm doing things with blind, because you can have codes on keys that are not the direct bidding. It's called a blind code. And you'd need a lookup table, which, like, again, I have locksmithing software on my phone. I can just punch it in and get, okay, there's the real code. But that's at least a little bit of a bar that someone would have to cross. So I asked people in the Slack, I'm like, does anybody have photos of, like, some direct bidding codes? And I got flooded with just tons of people's keys. I'm like, I hope those aren't important keys, guys, right? We're still waking up. Let me see what else I can talk about for a minute while we're here. Yeah. Oh, my God, yeah, holy crap. So some of these, like Kathleen, she dropped, like, this is like 30 keys almost. And it's just bags and bags of these that people had in their collections. Because if you're a big retail operation, not like a boutique niche locksmith, you can understand how this would happen. If you're a big, like, all you do is make lock plus key, and it's a huge factory, and you're kicking out product into packaging to go out on the store shelves at Home Depot or Walmart, the person assembling the pins is not the person cutting the key. It's not the person putting all the packaging together. In order to coordinate these products, still nothing. In order to coordinate these products and get them into the retail channel, we're going to do what Johnny suggested and turn off presenter and just kind of Iron Man it here. Let's go to duplicate mode only. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not great, but I don't have any notes, but I'll just do it. We're going to play the rest of these, doing it live. So, yeah, you can see right up here, 866-555, like that's clearly 866-555. These are direct bidding codes. All of these are keys with just direct bidding codes. They're constantly out there, and if somebody can just kind of take a glance at them, I tell people, and we used to joke about on Twitter, like, don't like tweet your license. You probably shouldn't share photos of your keys. This is my favorite one that I've ever seen. This was the head of security at some like casino out in Wyoming, and he was like, I'm the sheriff in town, and I'm always watching you in my casino. So he got a giant cardboard cutout of himself, 1-to-1 scale, and he's wearing his keys in the cardboard cutout, like in the lobby. Like, that's banging. Good job, sir. I love it. Thank you. What do? It's not a foolproof solution, right? But my house key is actually covered up on my keychain by this little utility tool. I don't work for this company or anything like that, but it's a little bottle opener, corkscrew, wire stripper, and if my keys are hanging on my, like the side of my jeans, they're kind of covered up. Yeah, you do what you can. It's not my real key. But you can try to decode it. I used to have a challenge where I was like, if you take a picture of this and tell me the bidding of that key, I'll give you something. But we said there's a lot of electronics in the world, right? A lot of systems are electronic access control. Sure, we can talk all about that. I'm going to not dive too deeply into any one topic. If you have specific questions, please ask me. I don't mind getting into really granular, crazy stuff. But like boxes like these on the front of many buildings and properties, these are called telephony systems. They usually have a directory. You can like dial somebody and they can buzz you in. There's only a few companies that have a command of most of the market. This is one of them. This is a company called Linear. So Linear, they've got a little lock on the outside of this panel right here. All the Linear boxes have the same key. It's the 222343 key if you're looking at industry catalogs. What does that mean? Well, again, this is a self-contained access control system. All the logic is in that box, that little cabinet. Drive up to a gated community, use my Linear key, and there's big black relays. Those are the relays that control all the access. And they have very helpful little buttons right next to them that you can change the state of the relay. So I just kept pressing buttons until I saw the gate start moving, and then I drove in. There's the Linear key. Like, it's $5 on an industry site. I don't know how good that copy of this key is. Just like this one up here, Door King. I know you've seen Door King. Even if you don't know you've seen Door King, you've seen these huge buttons, A, Z, call. Those 3 big buttons, you can see them from across the block. All Door King cabinets. Again, all the logic is self-contained in here. And because you want to keep people out of there, you've got a little lock on the outside of it. Door King has used the same key for decades. It's called the 16120 key. What do you do? What does it look like? The other was a video, very, very fast. Let's actually look inside of here. Wow, electronics and parts. If you don't like do electronic hardware stuff, it's not that hard to get into this kind of system. You can get the manuals, the PDFs, they're all online. We've got this big terminal block here with all these wires going into it. Well, if you know which terminals to mess with on that block, you can do things like just get a little loop of wire and trigger the door to fire open. It's a closure between terminals 4 and 6. If you choose. So we just use our Door King key, take a little loop of wire, like David Lightman making a payphone call. All right, door is open. This has been exploited in the field. This was footage from Portland. There was somebody who went up to their box, and you can see they do something, and they sort of reach in, and then the door's open. And then they come in, and they stole like packages or some bullshit. And my buddy who like worked at this building, they were trying to figure it out, and he's like, oh, we should send it to Deviant. He sent me the footage. I was like, oh, well, that's obviously you have a Door King or Linear or Centex, something on the front. He's like, yeah, it's a Door King box. I'm like, well, yeah, they're all the same key. And management freaked. They had no idea. Like the building management was like, how has Door King not been sued? These keys are all over the place. Again, careful where you buy them. A lot of the eBay sellers and stuff, they sell really crap keys. I wouldn't trust them sometimes. But eventually, Door King got so much pressure that they were like, okay. Everyone is understanding that we've had the same lock for 89 years, and we're not going to do that. We're changing to new keys. The new keys in the series are 16001, 16002. We're going to, eventually, these will be in the retail. So immediately the next day, industry sites were like, you heard Door King's got new keys? We got them. And this is the only site I actually really like, Hooligan Keys. It's run by an actual locksmith who serves the industry and code cuts the keys properly. I trust Hooligan Keys for like quality product. I don't get a kickback or anything from Madison. Just a good guy. Yeah, an actual hooligan? He's done like bad stuff? You think he's done bad things? All right, tell me at the party. All right, fun. Oh yes, he's a very fun. Yes, he's a very fun guy. My favorite key to like system. The idea of like, you might be saying like, well, that's crazy. How does like this brand is all the same key and that brand is all the same key? I'll give you a key that works across a billion brands. It's this key right here. It's the CH751 key. If there was a time that, if you remember back when, before we had chip and like chip payments on cards, everything was magstripe, and like, oh, have you heard thieves are installing skimmers in your coffee pots and your gas pumps and everything else? Thieves have this one magic key, this one weird trick. Local police hate it. Yes, so this key that would like open up the gas pumps. It wasn't like a gas pump key. This was the CH751. There was a time you could go on Amazon and under a certain department search for key, and it was the top result. It's the most copied and reused key everywhere. Anytime you have like a complete rinky-dink, no security kind of install, and you're just like, well, don't mess with the thermostat. CH751 is a good chance of being the key. Here we have a bunch of locked panels and cabinets in a wiring room. All different brands, all different installers. Different, like this is a fire enunciator control, this is Brevo, this is a badge system. CH751, CH751. People would send me photos for the longest time when I gave a talk with my buddy Howard all about key reuse. And people were like, oh my God, this badge system, Honeywell, CH751, this alarm cabinet, CH751, this Sentry Fire Safe, they're all CH751. Because this is a school that had like laptops for all the students and they had a locked cart. The locked cart was a CH751. It is the most commonly reused
Secure
key.
cabinet, CH751.
This is drug storage in an ambulance. Yeah. You will find these at truck stops because the exterior vehicle panels on big rigs and on motorhomes, CH751, super common. Key boxes. This is amazing, right? This is like all the best keys in the building, you put them behind the worst lock in the building. CH751 pops it open. My favorite thing about this, by the way, is that in addition to all the important keys in the building, there are no fewer than 3 more CH751s in this box that do other stuff in this building. So yeah, but back to electronics. We've been jumping back and forth between mechanical and electronic a whole bunch. How many people use a badge system anywhere? For school, for work, for gym? Yes. So you're used to seeing these kind of fobs or sticker, like little like dot like tags or boopy cards, and you tap into a reader and away you go. I do this all the time too. Electronic access controls are everywhere. My reader looks different than yours because I use something called a Proxmark. It is the #1 tool for just copying and attacking electronic credentials. We don't have time to dig super deep into RFID. If you want a whole other RFID talk, we'll do that another time. But absolutely, you can get into the payload, the data payload inside of these credentials, usually with relative ease. And that means being able to then copy and make new credentials after the fact. Even a drive-by attack, you'll see this in some like spy TV shows and things. The idea of weaponizing a long-range reader. These are readers that work in parking lots, so they have a read range of a couple of feet maybe on a good day, that much bigger antenna coil. Well, that means if you go ahead and add your own custom circuitry to the inside, not much, we've just got a little couple of 18650s, a little boost converter for the voltage, and a little memory module to save the output. You can then stow this in maybe a backpack. And if somebody's sitting on a bench and you think this is the worker at some company, this is of course staged, but we put an actual access control badge in one friend's pocket, and Dennis walks by. Dennis pretends he's just waiting for somebody. Oh, you're here? Oh, you're on the, oh, yeah, I'll come down, I'll come around. That's a badge grab right there without actually touching the other person. When I talked about riding trains and seeing other people's badges, every one of these are super grabbable, super clonable. Yeah, get next to people at lunch. You know which like restaurants right around the corporate office that everyone goes to. If I'm attacking that office, I'm just going to hang out with my bag, that green bag you see right there, with a hunt pad in it, just waiting for an employee to sit next to me. Or if they all stay inside their building because like they have catering on site, where you just go in, you maybe like in the lobby, you're like, hey, I'm waiting for a meeting for someone. They should be along shoulders. Do you mind if I sit? And you wait. And you hope somebody will come in and out so you can kind of squeeze them at the door like a little pinch point. And eventually nobody's coming and going. You're like, oh man. Well, I've been here a while. Can I use your restroom? And then you sit in the restroom for about an hour. And eventually you catch someone when their guard is down. And yeah, this is a badge grab that I did like in a bathroom because it's hid procs and I just had my bag sitting at my feet. Got him. How do you prevent this? There are little shielding holders for badges. You can put your badges in a protected sleeve. They block and attenuate the signal immensely well for certain badge technologies. Makes my job harder. What do I do if that happens, by the way? Well, I then attack the reader. So we do this all the time. You may have seen this kind of thing before. You can take a reader, a badge reader, off the wall, and those data lines coming off the back of the reader typically are not encrypted at all. They're running a very old protocol, usually called WeGAND, 26 bits in the clear. We have a little tool, it's the size of a postage stamp, that you can punch down right on the data lines and then put the reader back on the wall. You don't even turn the reader off. You just move it away from its mount, install a little chip, put it back on the wall, and then every bit of data going over those data lines, you're logging. And you can come back for it later and dump all that badge data. It's called an ESP key. A friend of ours named Kenny designed it. We've been kicking them out for a long time. We use these on so many jobs. Really, really nice. And it's virtually undetectable because it's in the wall. It doesn't interfere with the reader. Now, you can get even crazier. And if we want to do a longer RFID talk, we can talk about other kinds of credentials. So that you've got cards, you've got fobs. These are stickers, so you can make really tiny copies of different credentials and have one card with multiple credentials on it because you have a little sticker. They're not to scale. Let's make them to scale. So you can stick one inside your cell phone or something like that. There's also, down at the end here, these are also not to scale. Let's fix that. Does anyone know what those are? They are implants. Yes, we're all like waving our hands up over here. These are implantables. This is really useful on some jobs. My wife and I both did this, so our hands are rather unique. There's video online of us going under the needle. What do I do with some of my chips? Well, I keep one permanently programmed as HID procs. This right here, this is a multi-technology reader. So I'm walking on a job site, I'm like, I wonder if they have legacy credentials enabled. Yep, they have legacy credentials enabled. That's going to make my job easier, so I can interrogate the system without even like having any kit on me. My wife, we just cloned, when she was working at one company, we cloned her work badge so she didn't have to have her badge when she would walk in and out of buildings. That really annoyed the physical security team because they didn't know how she was doing this and why they were seeing her like badge in and out and like what was going on here. Eventually, she got a special permission from like the CISO that she was allowed to do that. Felt good. Most of the time, I just do dumb stuff like I copy my hotel key to my hand pretty often. No matter how tipsy I get, I can always get back in my room even if I lose my wallet. It's beneficial. It's a very good, very useful thing. Yeah. So again, that's RFID stuff. I'll give you a real-world story though once. And we're getting into some stories now. So how are we doing on time? We're doing pretty good. So there was an actual job we were on, and we had stolen a credential using the hunt pad in a bag. We got some employee credential, and then we we go off to some cubicle in the common area, and Bobak is like at his laptop. He's like, all right, making badges. Boom, bang, copy, copy. He's generating badges for all the team members. So now we can walk around this big office complex. And for me, because we all had guest badges, the company let us in under being visitors, but we were rewriting data onto those guest badges because Bobak knew how to crack the guest badge and overwrite it. So I was like, can you give me your guest badge? I was like, hang on, write it to my hand. This is just, it's long format procs, I can put it on my hand. So I put my hand down, he writes it, and then I walked around the building all the time using my hand, but not looking like it. I had my badge on a reel, and I would walk up to doors and just kind of hit the door like this and then walk in. And I was found in a data center room after I'm taking selfies, proving I got putting hands on things. And an employee doing something in the racks was like, hey, hey buddy, can I help you with something? And I was like, no, I'm just checking the coolant levels in these systems. I'm here with Johnson Controls. And he's like, you can't be in here. I was like, no, the coolant though. He's like, no, you have a red badge. That's a visitor badge. You're supposed to be escorted by other people if you're going to be in an area like this. Who let you in? I was like, no, I come here every 6 months. I mean, no one's ever been letting me in before. Did I do something wrong? He's like, we gotta sort this out. This is a secure area. Please hang on. And he picks up a little phone. He says, yeah, is mobile to come down to Data Hall 6? Okay, thanks. He's like, I'm sure you're just, you seem like a nice guy, but we do have to check this out. Security guards now in the room with him. They're talking, looking at me like, so how did you get in this room? And I was like, I have a badge. They gave me the badge at the desk. I'm here with Johnson Controls. I'm just trying to sell it. And I'm saying, I got to check the fluorescent light fluid. Can I borrow that ladder? He's like, no, look, you seem like a nice dude. Whoever let you in here, you're covering for them because you like them, but they're not doing their job right. We're not going to fire them. We just need to have a little talk with whoever let you in here because this is not appropriate. You have to be escorted. So I got to ask you, who let you in? I kept insisting, nobody let me in. I badged in. And finally, the security guard was like, fine. He played it that way. He's like, yeah, SOC. Yeah, it's mobile. Yeah, we're in Data Hall 6. We got this guy with the beard. Yeah, the Johnson Control. Yeah, you've heard about it. Who let him in? He's not telling us. And I hear this squawk coming back. They're like, yeah, mobile, we're rolling back that footage. We're watching him walk up with a red badge, hit the door, because I was just kind of like, beep, like this. Or we're watching the door go green. We don't know what's going on. And they got so confused. I was like, hey, man, if your door system's having a problem, if I don't belong in here, I'll just leave. And I just kind of pieced out while they're checking the door controller. If they were smart, they would have taken my badge and said, give that to me and let me see it. Let me verify it. But they didn't do that. They just broke their brain. And even if they checked me, I'm not carrying any other badges. Well, I am. It's just a badge you don't think I have. So that's the kind of stuff that I get to do on jobs. I have a whole lot more stories, and if we have a moment, I know we started like a few minutes late, and then we got the little delay there. Do we have time for like 1 or 2 stories? Would you enjoy that? All right, I'm the last talk. I know there's just like the party later, but if you want a couple stories, all right. The way we'll play this is this is where we need show of hands, right? So we've got a couple of tales that we can get in here. Problem Solver is kind of just a funny social engineering story. Say Again has to do with radios. I can talk about elevator stuff. There is a job we did with some armed guards. They didn't shoot at us, but it was a funny gig. The cable technicians bluffing. Servicing the doors has some hilarious video. If you're into surveillance, Detailed Dossier is a good one. And a job that totally went away I wasn't expecting was called, I called it You Don't Work Here. So this is plurality voting. Raise your hand as much as you want. Who wants number 1? Who would like to hear number 2? Story number 3. Story number 4. More hands on that. Story number 5. How about story number 6? Ooh, a lot of hands there. Story number 7. Ooh, even more hands. And story number 8. And a lot of, wow, all right. So we'll do, was it Armed Guards was kind of popular? And then we'll do one of the later stories at the end there. So if I can manage to, loop, yeah. All right. So Armed Guards. A lot of guards are not very well trained. And this is just a natural consequence of the labor market. Like they're not paid a ton. Their job is mostly observe and report. Like guards are just supposed to be kind of a warm body who maybe can help someone like get it, like you couldn't access that room, well let me check if you belong there kind of thing. This was a guard desk, by the way. You can see like no one was there. We came into a building once and it was just unoccupied. So I just sat there with this binder that had keys and key card access and like for all the key, and I just kind of spun around in the chair. And someone took a picture and they're going to go break into something else. And I said, all right, I'm just going to chill here and I'm going to wait for anyone to come along and ask me what the hell I'm doing. And I literally waited for 15, 20 minutes and I got bored because I don't know where the guard was. And late at night, there's not a lot of people. They've got something else. They're solving a problem. That happens. Now, armed guards are a little sharper. They go through more training. They tend to often have come from maybe like they've gotten out of the military or something. They're working private security now. And this was a facility that had armed guards. We were facing a pretty hardened target. This was it was a biomedical research lab, we'll call it. It was an industrial area of the city, not a lot around there. And we thought, we're like, all right, across the street, there's like a Chinese restaurant on Google Street View. We're going to camp out there. The employees are going to go there for lunch. We'll get some badges, do our thing. I wasn't on this job. This was Bobak and Robert, a guy who used to be on our team. They quickly learned that was not going to be feasible. That was not a Chinese like restaurant. It was like an herbal and tea shop. And no one was like going over there for lunch. So the building itself, like we're going to have to get into this building without, there's no bus stops or anything, there's no transit. There were gates around the back of the building, so getting to the other doors or parking around back was going to be a problem. There was really just one main entrance. All the other windows were blacked out, they were very high up. It was a tight, tight building, right? And this main entrance, as we drove by from the road, you could put eyes on it, like that's a lobby with guards. There are guards walking around in there. They seem like they have got their act pretty squared away. So we're going to have to do electronic credentials. But they did kind of look at the building, again, remote, like long distance telephoto. They're like, this is tight-ass doors. We're not slipping latches. These are all single doors, all steel. This is going to be an electronics as a good access venue. So how are we going to do this? We've got our hunt pad. Put that in a laptop bag. You got armed guards. What do a lot of armed guards want to become? A lot of them want to become cops. Send in a cop, right? Robert used to be a cop. Send him in there, and he's just going to talk. He's going to say, yeah, I'm in town. I'm contracting with this company. I'm formerly, you never ever claim to be a sworn officer if you're not, even if you're retired. He's like, no, I used to be law enforcement. Now I do private security work, and they have some questions about some of their executive protection, so I've been meeting them this week, and I was supposed to meet somebody for dinner. He said it was going to be, we dropped a name. Because the guards don't know the workers at a company. They're not like, oh, Steve the executive, he's in my cell phone, I'll call him. They're like, oh yeah, I've heard of that guy, he works here. So and Rob's just being super social. He's hanging out, he's having a good time. The thing is, to make this approach, this was late in the day. We had tried so many different things, and Bobak and Rob were like, man, it's getting, we really got to try something here. So we're going to attack through the lobby, we're going to send Rob in. Well, Bobak says, all right, I'm going to be in the car, and I'll be connected to the hunt pad remotely so I can message you if you get credentials and get out of there. So park the car here. And as Rob's driving in, he's like, how am I going to park the car here? It's in the middle of winter. Nobody walks across a parking. That's dumb. I'm parking in front. Get down. So Bobbick's like, shit. All right, he gets down in the back seat. And he's like, all right, well, at least leave the car running. And Rob's like, it's like, no one leaves the car running. That's weird. What if I have to be in there for 10, 20 minutes? Like, they're going to say, hey, man, your car's running. What are you doing? Like, he's like, I got to go. I got to take the keys. So Bobbick's like, shit, well, give me your coat. So he's under 2 coats in the back seat of his car. Rob enters the lobby. Immediately, signal drops out. This was like a super insulated building. And Bobbick's functionally blind. He can't message Rob, can't do anything. He doesn't know what's happening. And as Rob's in there, there's like 3 guards walking, like they're kind of mobile guards that kind of walk around and then come back to the lobby, and 1 dude behind a desk. And we wanted to pull footage from the cameras, because it would have been this do-si-do of Rob like getting close to them, and then if you ever notice somebody who's carrying, they tend to just blade off, like strong side back, if anyone's near their firearm, and their badges were all on their hips. So Rob just kept trying, like, what's this plant you have on the wall? This is interesting. My wife had a plant like this. What's it called? Oh, okay. And but he's personable. He's funny. And they didn't mind that he was in there for like 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. It's like, eventually Rob's like, man, nothing. He's like showing the guy behind the desk. He's like, so if my guy doesn't show up, is this a good restaurant? Hoping the guy would like lean over, because that one dude had his badge clipped up here. The guy looks at it, he's like, no, that place sucks. You got to go to this place. He's like, oh, shit. So eventually, like, Rob's almost in there for an hour. He's like, well, I can't just keep staying in here. He's like, all right, man, well, I'm going to dip. I'm going to try that. You said it was like a falafel stand. All right, take it easy, man. Nice to meet you. Yeah, if you go down to Flat Sea, I know some instructors. I'll put in a good word. And he goes to this guy. He's like, come here, you. He kind of had good rapport. He walks around the desk, just swings his bag over, and just hugs the dude. And holds it for like 2 or 3 seconds. He's like, all right, man, well, you take it easy. It was nice meeting y'all. And he just fucking dips. Probably leaving these guards like, what was that? But he gets back to the car. He starts driving out of there. He's like, that was weird at the end. But Bobbick's in the back seat. He's like, you were in there for almost an hour. I'm freezing. And Rob's like, I think I got a badge. And Bobbick's like, what? He kind of pops up out of the coats. They pull into a gas station and check. They dump the log files. And Bobbick's like, looking at the timestamps, he's like, you were in there for 48 minutes. You got 1 read. But who do we have? It was a guard. That was enough for those 2 dudes to take that whole place apart. That was the weekend of, like, I guess, it wasn't Force Awakens. It was one of the new Star Wars, like a new Star Wars picture was coming out. And all the tech workers were, like, going to the midnight showing. They were all going to go that night. So that place was dead. And they walked in, they went a side door, bam, 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 guard badges, got them everywhere. That was it. And we told Bobbick in the future, we'll give him like a nice little comfy place to hang out in the back of the car. But yeah, you never know, like all it takes is one, who said it earlier, like attackers have to get lucky once, defenders have to get lucky repeatedly. Now, you can flip that model. We could have gotten lucky a bunch of doors, and then on one door, we could have like gotten caught, which actually happened. Not caught so much as Robert was, the next day, he was badging in, and a guard looked up from his terminal, and he's like, hey, hang on, buddy. Come over here. And Rob walks over. Of course, I belong here. They had systems where if you badged in, it would present the user ID, like it would show you the employee information, and show a photo and everything else. Now, if Rob had grabbed an employee badge, well, you're not Susan. Your hair's not that long. What's going on here? But he'd grabbed a guard badge, right? Guards are third-party contractors. And that means that they were rotating badges around. The company literally just gave them like a dozen badges and was like, here, go have fun. And all the badges just were blank for the database entry, and it was a white square. So they said, what's this badge? Looks like our badges, like our guard badges. And Rob's like, no, it's a VIP badge. I'm here just for this week. It turns off at 11:59 tonight. I'm doing some consulting. And he got lucky because another guard came around the corner. Was like, hey, Robert. He's like, oh, hey, how you doing, man? Yeah. He's like, oh, yeah, he's cool. He's a nice guy. I like this guy. The guard was like, oh, okay, special badge, I guess. Sure, why not? So you never exactly know what is going to work in your favor and what isn't. So we got time for like one more and a little wrap up. You sure hanging? You're doing okay? All right. I'm not getting anybody to give me the light or throwing bricks at me, so we'll get one more. One more time. We've got servicing the doors, detailed dossier, and you don't work here. Give me a hand for servicing the doors. Give me a hand for detailed dossier and for you don't work here. Ooh, I think that's it. I like ending it this way, actually. This was a job where we experienced our greatest non-success ever. People always ask us, you know, how many times you got caught? People love that fucking question all the time, right? And we're like never? Like, there's never been a job where we haven't gotten in. This is legitimately a job where we got in. You're always going to find a way in. The goal is not to prevent attackers from ever getting in. That there's going to be breaches of all kinds, digital, physical. The goal as a defender is how quickly can you interdict? How do you respond and react? And this was almost pitch perfect. So this was a company, not Agra exactly, as you heard earlier about Agra, but like they were in food production. They were the next step in the chain, right? Raw materials came in, processing and milling, and you know, you're actually making little things that are going to wind up getting sent to food distributors. This was out in rural Nebraska, small company, right? And we had done research. We had done all kind of online OSINT, we had done recon, we had cover stories, we had names, we knew companies that had employees at other sites around the country, and we were sent here from that office, and this guy knows us. We had it all planned out. We were going to deploy our ESP keys, do some sniffing of badges, bounce around, encode things. We got this. Okay. This is a small town, I said, and I mean very small. This was a town of under 2,000 people. Now, the greater region had some people in the county, but the city itself was small. And this company had property like on Main Street, essentially, in that town. They had a lot of property, a lot of buildings, but, you know, it's food production. It's a very, very like not a huge employee base here, probably 20, 30 people on any given shift. But we said, hey, man, big city slickers rolling in, thinking we're all kings of everything we do. Small towns, man, you could put one over on those people. We're going to go on Saturday night, on the weekends. People are all watching the sports teams. They're all at the stadiums. Everyone's out at the bars, through, you know, doing whatever. No one's going to bother us. We're going to do our recon. We're going to install some ESP keys, which we did. You can actually see the glow from the ESP key inside the door there. We're going to hit them. Then maybe there's going to be some employees doing some light maintenance work on Sunday. We're going to, you know, or that, you know, we're going to hopefully be able. No, this was yeah. So Friday, Saturday, get a couple credentials. If we get even one credential, copy some badges, blast through this place. Because Sunday morning, everyone's somewhere else. Everyone's either watching the NFL on the couch or they're sitting in a pew. No one's going to be on this campus. We got it. And sure enough, drove by Sunday morning. The place looks dead. We're like, oh yeah, nobody's in there. They don't have like there's no smoke coming out of the things. There's no trucks coming and going. We got this. We park on Main Street, do a few walk-bys, and as Robert's walking by, he's kind of looking, and he dips into a little coffee shop on Main Street. And he came back from this coffee shop, gets in the car, he's like, this is going to be harder than we think. And we're like, why? Did you see somebody? He's like, I saw like 6 people in the coffee shop come and go in the time I was in line. Every person in the coffee shop knows everyone. It's, hey, Frankie, Bobby, how you doing, Susan? How's the kiddo? Like, everyone knows everyone in this town. To the point where people were like in line, like, oh, where are you from? What are you doing? And he's like, I'm just visiting family. Oh, what family? We probably know him. Like, it was like Rob had to just get out of there. He's like, this is going to be interesting if we run into anybody. We pulled in. We're like, all right, we could get, because the ESP key is radio-based, we could get within range of it. We instantly got, yeah, we got a couple credentials, cool, dump them, laptop, write some badges, get out of the car, let's do this. We're walking around, just checking the grounds. Checking, okay, looking, are there any possible weaknesses here? All right, we could see some doors that we could get into. We're looking in maintenance spaces and getting underneath and packing and loading and trucks. There's a lot of stuff about their trucks I'm not showing you. And we made entry through a side door. Boop, get in the door. Now we're in their buildings, okay? And it's dead. Nobody's in there. We're looking through desks. We're unlocking, you know, like lock boxes. We're looking for keys. We're doing all the stuff we usually do. We did, in fact, find a key organizer box. We're documenting that. There were some very sensitive areas that were like, all right, these are going to be last on the list. This was a DHS chemical site of interest because they do a lot of special food processing with things that are very, very controlled chemicals. Okay. And as we're just doing this, we're walking building to building. We're inside one building, actually in like the break room area. And, you know, Bobbitt comes around. He's like, hey, somebody just pulled in. There's like, you haven't seen any employees all day, have you? Like, there's no shifts. We're like, no, nobody's on shift. He's like, well, maybe he's just checking something on like a truck and he's going to leave. We look out the window and we're like, that person's He's going to that building. Okay. Now he's leaving that building. Why is he walking to that building? And there's an employee clearly walking around like building to building. Like, what the frig is this guy doing? So we're looking around. We're like, he got out of that car, and he parked right near our car. That's weird. And he's been going, what the hell is this? So again, we look like we belong there. We had gear with like we had gone on eBay and found like gear with their logo and stuff. Like, we belong here. If anybody comes by, we have our story straight. Like, we're from the Wyoming branch. We were sent here we're going to be here all week. We're just checking out to see we had a whole thing. I'm not going to tell you what type of machinery. We learned one of their special processing machinery companies. We learned like the PLCs on it. This guy who had gone building to building comes into the break room. He's like, hi, what are you fellas doing here? We're like, oh, Keith from Wyoming sent us here. We got we give him the whole story. Not breaking a sweat, looking normal, which again, usually is enough to sell it. If you're, somebody who's there to like steal copper, you're going to run the sight of anybody. And if you know this, like if you just like, no, I belong. If you look calm and cool, they're like, well, this person's not panicking. They probably belong here. This dude was not having any of it. He's like, I know everyone in Wyoming. You wouldn't have come from Wyoming to do that. And Keith wouldn't have sent you from Wyoming. Susan would have sent you from Wyoming. And he's trying to like call Susan in Wyoming on a Sunday freaking morning. And we're like, wow, this guy is... So ultimately, we had to show him our actual authorization letter, because you carry a letter that says, this is who I'm from, this is the job, these are the executives who know. And many times, like, people see that letter, and Johnny knows this, they'll be like, oh, it's a test. And they just like hand it back to you. This dude was like pulling numbers on the letter. He's like, that's the number that... I'm not going to trust these phone numbers, but I know these people. I got them in my phone. And he's calling these people. And we're like, holy crap, bro, like, what are you doing? So it turns out this guy had worked at this one company for 37 years. And he had emotional investment in it. He literally was driving through town on a Sunday, and he saw people. He's like, what is that, people parking? And he turned around and came back downtown, and he saw us walking. He's like, I saw you guys badge into the building, and I didn't recognize. I'm like, you saw us badge in? And that wasn't enough? He's like, no, I wanted to find you. So yeah, there's the physical security side, there's electronic security, but we often don't talk enough about human security. And the people element, if you're not taking care of people in your org, if you don't make them feel appreciated and valued, you are wasting and squandering a really valuable resource. And this company, and it wasn't just this dude. Like, we eventually, he was mollified by a call to an executive. He's like, all right, I'm not going to say anything, but, I'm watching you. He kind of. The next day on Monday, we came back to like document everything, take better photos, give a debrief. We're like trying to just take our ESP keys away and clean up, and we kept getting stopped with legitimate visitor badges this time. And this be like, you don't work here. Why are you here? We're like, we're here for this thing. She's like, I don't trust that story. And when people kept taking us back to the front desk, and be like, yeah, no, they're here. They're real visitors. So yeah, you never know what's going to pay off. And I really hope a lot of companies could take away the valuable lesson of like, invest in your people, make your employees from the most old veterans to the youngest people there, like make them feel appreciated. Because if people don't give a crap about the enterprise, about the company, they're not really going to, oh, who's that person? I don't recognize them. Who cares? Maybe they're stealing TVs. That's not my problem. It's not my money. So yeah, you never really know what relationships are going to pay off. But I love that story. It's a story of us not succeeding. It's a story of us, in my opinion, the company succeeding, which is what we want. Like, that is a story of a success. It's actually the best kind of success, because we got them to understand, like, this is what you have to do. You don't have to be rude. You don't tackle and punch people. You're just like, no, I'm sorry. I need to know why you're here. And you just kind of politely control the situation and escalate, and you got to resolve that interaction somehow. So not everybody has the same threats out there. I've given you a lot of stuff to chew on and think about. Threat modeling is a big thing we do with every consultation. There are different types of attackers, right? There's like unskilled, opportunistic criminals. There's some people are worried about civil unrest and so forth. Sometimes you have criminals with trade knowledge, people who have done install work for wire and cable. And like, there's a pharmacy near us that occasionally gets robbed, and it means the internet goes out for the businesses on that block because somebody in this crew knocks out the junction box for Comcast in the area. And like, it just kills the internet on the block. And like, oh, the pharmacy got robbed again. And there's, nation-state threat actors. There's a lot of different potential threats that an org can face depending on who they are and what they're doing. the thing is, like, if you're like, oh, I'm worried about corporate espionage, or I'm just worried about bricks through the window, like, these are all very different cases. Sometimes you're worried about your former employees. Again, be good to your people. Like, if I was a boss, I would be like making my employees unionize just to make sure that they're happy. But here's the thing, though. That's talking about like your large-scale workforce and your large landscape of large, like all these attackers that might do different things, nation states and whatever. The one that's not talked about enough, and the main reason I talk about this, is that in between like the smash and grab opportunistic criminal and the stuff that like I do, there's this in-between ground. And it's, we'll just call them dedicated, untrained people with something in their craw. They have a nit to pick. And this can be somebody who works there as like an angry ex, or it could be someone who just thinks your company is evil, and I'm going to go in there and wreak havoc. And a lot of these people are self-taught. All the stuff I'm telling you today is probably on YouTube in one way or another. And people who have a lot of time and a grudge can spend hours and hours learning some of these quick bypass techniques. And that's what's going to get them in the building to, I don't know, spray paint graffiti or knock over desks or get into a screaming match. Or understanding this low-hanging fruit and following some real basic best practices keeps that person at bay, mostly. We'll run down them really quick. And I know you're being really cool chilling with me like this. So your doors, right? Yes, force-resistant, proper doors and locks, because the boot to the door is still a very common attack. You understand, again, I said, when you get all the hardware in the box, so you install all the hardware in the box. You get a really nice grade 1 deadbolt here, and like, yes, this is a nice little cover plate. That's not a security plate. It will come with a security plate or strike box, and that gets mounted first. That's a heavy-duty piece of steel with big screws. You put them all the way through the jack stud into the king stud in the framing, right? If you have windows, there are ways to make your windows shatterproof or shatter-resistant. Laminated glass will have, you know, little etching in it saying who it's from. 3M makes their, I guess it's S140 film, which instead of just having your window shatter, if you put laminate over it, you can't prevent the window from breaking. It's still going to be safety glass, but the window won't disappear. So this is a very good thing if you're in an area where you're worried about smash and grab. What a cool job. Just to have, this guy goes home with like no stress, just gets to beat up on stuff every day. Just, F you, Dad, I made something of myself. We talked about hinges. If the knuckle of the hinge is facing outside, you don't want those leafs to become separated. You can get a security hinge or a captive pin hinge. All those bypassing things that I was telling you about. We talked about the mitigations. Install your mechanism correctly. Make sure the latch is engaging properly. Make sure you use the hardware that's supposed to be with it. Maybe you add a little hardware on top of it. Maybe you shroud the inside handle if you're worried about under-door attacks, or if you're in hotels, throw that towel back there.
Okay,
make sure the damn door actually closes correctly. We've seen this video. It's horrible. Yeah, all of these terrible videos. This is, again, check your door at your hotel. See if it'll do that. Let me know. I'm not on Twitter anymore, but let me know on Mastodon if it does that. Your keys. Try not to let your keys just be floating out there into the world. If you have the budget for it, getting manipulation-resistant locks with keys that are very copy-resistant, that's a good thing. Sometimes keys have sidebars with extra cuts. Sometimes you have keys with little floating interactive elements. There are keys with magnets in them that are very, very robust against illicit copies. But complexity goes up, price goes up. Most of my clients, like my house doesn't use magnet keys or anything. It would be fun, but no, I don't use that. I have pretty much basic locks that are hard to manipulate. They are very, very pick and bump resistant. You can pin up. In a residential environment, you don't need hundreds of dollars of locks on your doors. I would recommend, though, you keep your damn keys out of sight. And your credentials, too, right? Your little boopy fobs, keep them away. This is a legit factory one. These are not. These are fobs that can just take a cloned copy of someone else's, credential if you get near them. This might be a bridge too far for some of you, but if you do have hard-to-copy keys, which we do, I stamp my keys with numbers, and then I just put it in KeyPass. So I know, key number 1 is in my wallet, key number 2 belongs to my wife, key number 3 is with the neighbors. And I can just kind of track my keys, and if somebody gives me a key back, I'm pretty sure they haven't copied it. Electronic monitoring has become cheap and accessible. It's something that I would invest in if you're really concerned about, again, we are gone all the time. Having electronic monitoring is something you might fit into your model. Now, your threat model can be different types of threats. Ring and Nest in particular, they love giving your data to the police. We do not like to use those in my friend group at all. And Simply Safe's kind of a pile of poo. Don't use them either. But yeah, like I love Wise. I love Eufy. Ubiquity's lovely, but they're very, very expensive. But be aware of, like, are you giving your data to other threat actors that you don't know about that you're giving your data to? I don't really trust the police a lot with my personal data. I don't want them to have it, which is why we have cameras, and even the ones I like, the ones inside of our homes and properties, they're on hard power switches, which are powered off when we're home. If we're gone, sure, we'll flip them on. My hotel room has a camera in it right now. It's a hidden camera. I know if someone came and went in my hotel because I've got a little camera that looks like a cell phone charger, and it will alert me. It'll say, hey, somebody's in that room right now, bro. Speaking of hotels, you saw it briefly at the beginning. I'll mention it. I love this. A little retired couple makes it. It's called the Super Grip Lock or Super Grip Strap. Remember those thumb turns that, like, you have to have a thumb turn on the inside if you're going to have a deadbolt? You can jam the thumb turn in place. It's a heavy strap with Velcro, and regardless of how the door is architected, you can find some configuration as you play with the strap to get it to wrap back around on itself, and nobody is getting in. Nobody's using a key or even an underdoor tool to pop that open. But if you're on the inside, like, yes, I can lean on it with all my weight. I can't get this to unlock. But if I got to get out, I can just pop it and go. Now, it's a hotel. It has that night lock. You might say, yeah, but they have the night locks. Why don't you just use those? Yeah, well, every hotel has one of these. If it's on the hotel door, they have a way to get into that hotel room. So this is called a lock jockey. Yeah, I don't trust those at all. You can see it in use right here. The door pops open if someone has a key. Slip the lock jockey in, bounce the door on it, bam, that's open. So yeah, deadbolt strap. I like it very, very much. There's the lock jockey for you. So to conclude, I didn't actually know if I was going to make it here at all. That my schedule is nuts. I really wanted to be here. Everyone who worked hard to get me here, I really want to thank you for that. I don't know when the next time is I'll be able to make it here. This is a different, small note about security, but I rearranged flights and I drove in, and that was like, oh, it's hard for me to get here. Well, that's just travel logistics. That's not really hard. That doesn't make me unsafe. My friend Erin has a whole map about our country and places that are not safe for loved ones of mine, and there's a lot of places I'm not going to be going anymore because it feels wrong of me to go places where my loved ones can't. So this might be the last time you see me here for a little while. So I'm glad I got to say hi, but I love sharing this information. It's important to me to get this message out, and that's why I'm happy to be here, even under these circumstances, right? Like, I get messages saying, hey, you know what? You saved someone's life. I saw some of your talks. I built, like, common keys on a key ring. We had a woman call us, and then we got there, and then she wasn't answering. We didn't know what to do. I looked at it. Oh, boom, Door King, 16120 key, popped the door open. She's in cardiac dysrhythmia, but I treated her right there on the kitchen floor. We joked with her the whole way to the hospital. Yay. Again, like first responders, if you have anybody here who has first responder friends, show them talks about this kind of stuff. They will be able to get into properties smoother, easier, and faster. This one, she's like, yep, saw a Knox box. Oh my God, the Knox box was empty. It didn't have the credentials. Our key didn't help. But I looked around, was able to pop in anyway. This was on Thanksgiving. She was like, yep, somebody hit they didn't hit any arteries, but they're going to need some purple stuff to get that stain out. So yeah, thanks for teaching all of us, paramedics moving around faster. This guy, his like family, his nephew's in there. He's like, oh yeah, he's an EMT. We go up to this building, senior care facility. They usually buzz us in. Nobody was answering. They got a linear box, and he knew 222343. He popped that open. Then he like literally armpit warmed a little thing, swiped in, get right into the lobby, got some brownie points. So I love hearing from people. I've heard from people downrange who were like, yeah, we had to use like your entry techniques, and instead of breaching a door and destroying like somebody's little like Ville, we were able to get in quietly and not alert people we were getting in if we have to do a sweep for our EOD teams. Like, I'm very proud when people say things like that. Yeah, breach can take longer. It takes longer to set up. It takes longer to clean up. Like constantly, you know, we've got all these engine companies that showed up on a job, and the Knox box only had one set of keys, and they were trying to get around all these big buildings to like clear the alarms. They were looking like they don't know, is there a fire, is there not? Because electronic monitoring these days sends first responders all the time to buildings, and there's no secondary signs. They're like, is there smoke? Is there not? What the hell do we do? Do you take an axe to the door? So being able to just use literally these are all like $10 tools on the internet. A hook, a little door shim, exploit the latches. These guys rolled through a whole building, and he's like, this saves thousands of dollars. And at the end of the day, that's why we do what we do in security. We're not here, even though people think of security as like a cost sink, we are here to save dollars and save lives, and if we're doing our job right, it's not always visible to our clients, but that's the impact we should be having. And I will end it just by saying that I can give you a list of like, here's hardware to do on your buildings, but the best protections of all, and you all know this, we've learned this during the pandemic, we've learned this during any times of crisis. The best protections are having good community. And it's not just one person that's going to solve any problem. It's not one person who has the skill to make anything better. Coming together in events, sharing knowledge, making friends, and being part of a community that checks on each other, that's what drags us into tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, safe and secure as best we can be. So I thank you for letting me talk about this. I thank you for not minding that we went a couple minutes long and we had some AV things. How was it? I was kind of flying blind with no notes. Did this work out? All right. Thank you very much. We are over time. I will take one or two hastily shouted loud questions, or we can go to the bar. Yes? Why is Simply Safe poo? One, your barometer is it advertised on a podcast? And if something is on podcast or YouTube, it's probably garbage. The biggest thing, Simply Safe relies on a lot of RF, mostly in the 2.4 gigahertz range. It's very jammable. It's spoofable. They're heartbeat signals. We can glitch out Simply Safe in a lot of ways. They're base stations. All the firmware I've ever seen, Drew has attacks for that. We literally use Simply Safe in our alarm classes at Red Team Alliance. It's like our model of like, this is an alarm you can stomp all over. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. Do you use Simply Safe? I won't ask you that. That's all right. Yes? Really cool question. So what is the legality surrounding getting into Knox boxes? These are the Knox brand, along with Supra and a few others, but Knox is the biggest player. They are those rapid entry boxes on the outside of buildings, designed for first responders. First responders will have a key that will typically open the Knox box, which should have other keys for the building to let them in. I'm not a lawyer. I did stay at Holiday Inn Express last night, so best answer. I don't know of any criminal code at the state level that would prohibit getting in a Knox box. I do know people who have done this as an exploit. I know people on our team who literally, when they were working for they were working for the government, they had a target and they rented an office building in the same town. And they literally paid for a lease for 1 month. They asked the city to install a Knox box and they sledgehammered it off the wall. And then they decoded the lock, made a key. Now, Knox boxes can be wired for an alarm circuit, which never happens, but they can be. So be careful if you're exploiting a Knox box. But the biggest thing is technically that's probably going to be a key that somewhere in some municipal code, it probably says this key should only be possessed by the AHJ, the authority having jurisdiction, usually the fire chief or somebody. And possession of this key by anyone else is not allowed. And if the local municipality has adopted that code into their criminal code, there might be some parallel jurisdiction there going on. Again, not a lawyer. I'm aware of people who have exploited Knox boxes and not gone to court. That's the best I got. Anecdata for the win. Anyone else? Or are we going to go have drinks and eat? I think that's it. You can tell me I'm wrong about everything on the internet. I was happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deviant, for showing that students will actually stay after class. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Those of you that are doing trainings and whatnot, and our alum and everyone, we have our reception tonight at the Prime Time. It's a new name. I always forget it. So, they're just hanging out. Yeah. So, we'll see all of you there.